Yeah, baby, good morning. Happy Friday. It's Thursday, but happy Friday. Woo, doggy. The Masters today. What am I doing here? That's wrong. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing out there? Let's go right into it. So VIX, take a look at the VIX real quick before we get going. Title of the video today is, can we get an unclench? Can we unclench? Can the VIX has got a grip? Pink tighter, I got a few little things to do here in the background. Oh, come on now. Hold on here. Turn that on, turn that on, turn that on, turn that on, turn that on. Save that. Man, you know what? YouTube is so janky. I mean, YouTube's kind of great, but it's also kind of janky. It's like you got to click this to get here, to do this, to do that. Then you have to click this to do that, to do this, to do that. And then click that, close that. Where things you should just be able to set up and have them run, you have to do them manually. Hang tight here. Okay, all right, here we go. And we gotta get that up there. Edit. So, I mean, like the VIX this morning, meh. No, VIX is, I'll show you the VIX right now. One big issue we have this morning is that the options market is not priced to go much lower, a little lower, just not much. Where we're looking for some kind of runaway down move, or hoping for some kind of runaway down move for the past couple days. It's just a slow staircase down rather than elevator down. See here, sort by newest, customization, subscribers. Like, it should just be subscribers all the time. Shouldn't just be anybody, and YouTube should know that. All right, we got all that done. Let me go on over to Twitch. Say hi to the Twitch gang. There we go. Twitch people are up. You know, I got to reset. Like, Streamlabs has some of these issues as well. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday. If you are religious in any sort of way, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. You're able to spend it with family, friends, spiritual leaders, advisors in your life. If you are not, I'm hoping that you're able to get some time to regenerate your own batteries, even if it's just in a spiritual way, regardless if you're religious or not. People do need that time for their souls. I hope you're able to get that this weekend. And then, of course, we have golfers go to the Church of the Masters And even myself, I'm going to the Red Sox tonight, and then on Sunday. We've been, making our plans for spring and summer, and of course, they're full. Michigan's a weird kind of a place. I travel in the winter to take ski vacations and stuff, but one of the best times in Michigan is spring and summer. It has a lot of dark days in Michigan, so when you get sun, you're like, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this. Okay, so just coming down here and some support right now.
Just seeing a piece by Nick Timrouse via Twitter says the Fed decision to raise rates last month was one of the closest calls in rate setters have made in years. Officials concluded they could go ahead with a quarter-point hike just 48 hours ahead of the decision after the Credit Suisse drama was diffused.
So Nick dropping that this morning. If you don't know this, whether you know this or not, Nick Timrose is considered the Fed mouthpiece, and that news is coming out based upon the claims numbers this morning. So we'll talk about jobless claims this morning. So right here, the reason we're getting this bounce right now down here is because the options market is not if the options market is not priced in lower, we need like cascading puts right now to go lower. And yesterday we talked about 405, I think 18 or 13 or something, and that's the low end of the
Tick Strike allows you to actually
of the options market. We opened flat this morning. So any 0-day puts paid nothing. And then now we're trading and tagging this lower range here. We need to see puts hit the market this morning to go lower. And we'll look at that this morning. I'll see. Matter of fact, I'll bring up an implied move. Implied vol will show if the market can get some puts into it to push us lower. We need 0 dates to come into play, basically. And right off the bat, we've got 49,405 Ps off the bell this morning. Not a huge number, but more. We have growing put buyers coming in right now. We just hit 50,000 right now, so hopefully we'll get some more put buyers that'll jump into the market here. Hey, Ace Conseco, how are you? Good morning.
So 10 minutes away now to get the Canadian IV PMIs for a prior 51.6. As well, we are expecting comments from Fed's Bullard, who discusses the outlook for the U.S. economy and monetary policy at an event in Little Rock. The text is expected, as well as a Q&A with both audience and media. And the registration to this event has ended.
So now this is kind of odd. You've got, there's a few things here. We're going to talk about the rate decisions, if we pause, if we hike. We'll go over all that stuff today. We'll probably have time to do that today, so we'll go over rate hikes, pauses, and cuts, and how they impact the market. There's a lot of stuff involved in this that we need to go over. We've gone over it in depth in previous videos, but today is probably another good day to rehash some of that stuff. And we probably have some new watchers, listeners that have never seen this stuff. So we'll go over it again today. Just to keep everybody up on track and up in touch on that stuff. I am a little surprised with Nick this morning saying the latest Fed decision to raise rates came down to the wire. Now, that is concerning because number one, I doubt that. The new Fed, I'm going to explain it to you very clearly why. The old Fed, if you're a new trader, new investor, if you're an investor trader since 2020 until now, until 2020, the Fed was the surprise Fed. They'd be like, surprise, MNFer. And they would throw you a curveball, and it would wreck any almost every time, wherever everybody was, they'd take you to the other side and they'd take you to the woodshed. However, the market was positioned, it was always the opposite, especially when they really wanted to throw one at you. Angered a lot of people over the years. And then during COVID, Jerome basically said, we're not going to do this to you ever again. We're going to always telegraph to you before something happens. And Jerome has not telegraphed at any moment until this morning that there will be a change to policy. So, prior to this last Fed meeting, you would have heard something leaked somewhere that the Fed was going to cut rates. Now, the bond market was saying, yeah, they're going to cut rates, but still, the Fed had a tacit agreement with everybody. They'll tell you. So, seeing this morning, the Fed's mouthpiece from WAPO,
IMS Gorgieva says it's clearly downside risks have increased for the global economy.
seeing the Fed's mouthpiece, Nick Timros, this morning say,
so prior 51.6, and as well we are expecting comments from Fed's Bullard, who discusses the outlook for the U.S. economy. And
I'm going to mute this because Bullard doesn't matter at all this morning. What matters is that Nick Timros said the Fed this morning that the Fed's decision to raise rates last month was one of the closest calls its rate setters have made in years. That's why I'm calling that bullshit. If they were not going to raise rates, that would have been telegraphed before we got to, even if it was just before, you would have been telegraphed to you just before. Is my point here. And so now you're getting that telegraphing. You're also getting not only the telegraphing that they will possibly or will cut rates, that will be the narrative from this point forward. That will be the narrative into the minutes when those are released as well, that there will be Fed rate cuts. And that's not the news that came out with jobs or with claims this morning. It has to do with the Fed. And the Fed is now telling you, expect rate pause or rate cuts. And we're going to look at Fed rate pauses, cuts, the interplay in those things, why it matters. And it matters based on more, though, than just what you think. It matters it matters a lot with the interplay between unemployment with inflation, inflation, where rate or the inverted yield curve, all that kind of stuff, like rolled up into one. So we'll take a look at that this morning as well and just see where it all sits. So that's big news heading into a long weekend. Big news. And this is the news also that bondholders want to see. They want to see a rate cut. Oh, hold on here. Just a second here. Now up to 62,405 Ps. 405p for today. Now trading 76 cents. Have some allergies this morning. Woof. Having like cold and hot fronts come through right now. It's kind of crazy. Getting like early season pollen and stuff. And then we'll have it'll be like 30-degree storm fronts rolling through with 60, 70-degree storm fronts. I noticed just south of us, it's like 70 degrees. Here, it's not even, we haven't even had a 70-degree day yet. It's been like 60, 35 and snow, rain showers, or rain storms and wind. Back down to 30 degrees with snow. Thunderstorms, tornadoes, all kinds of nonsense. Banks are micro recovering. There's a so hold on a second. I want to show you guys the implied move for today. Banks are micro healing this morning. There's a lot of stuff on this. Like, I don't anticipate. I did anticipate to pause and possibly some. I anticipated a pause, but I wanted to be told, even if it was before I'm eating. And we never got that, did we? And I wanted the earlier pause and didn't get it. It looks like now we're going to get the pause. I would not ever right now drink the Kool-Aid that we're going to get a cut. Would not at all. And furthermore, I would stay on course even if it's not priced like this. Personally, you have to remember that this is a hard thing to explain to people. They don't want to believe this. You need to have, if you're looking for the market crash scenario, I know there's a lot of you out there that are like, we're going to crash if they pause or cut rates. There's a problem with that scenario. And the big problem with that scenario, I got to tell you what the big problem with that scenario is. We have not cut rate, or we have not increased rates enough yet. And to get above the rate of change on inflation, inflation still goes up whether you believe this or not. I know that some of you are like, some of you are like, oh, we get a rate cut, it's going to crash. And that's not the case. The problem with rates pausing or cuts is if they're done at too low of a rate, you haven't done the work that you needed to do, and you haven't gotten above inflation yet to actually fight it, and also to stop the rate of inflation from going up. And you have to like catch up and then jump over it to actually do some damage. Now this is the fastest rate increase cycle they've ever done. Rather than just take time and raise rates slowly over time, we accelerated that path. And so they're pulling back. If they pull back from it, now I'm not anticipating them to stop raising rates at this point. And if you're a bear out there, you need to understand that for the crash to happen, that you need rates to get above the rate of inflation. And you need it to not only break stuff, and not only, even if the Fed is trying to support it, you need to get over that. You need to jump over that to get that crash in the market. If you don't, I'm going to explain why right now, why that doesn't help you to get a crash. Because inflation continues to rage and go higher, and they will reprice the market higher to reflect the value of the dollar. And the value of the dollar continuing to lose value means the stock market will go up. It's a very simple explanation. It's all you really need to know. It's an important thing for you to know is that until they're truly making the dollar worth something, they cannot reprice the stock market lower. I showed you the forward PEs on the stock market and where they bought the stock market. I showed it to you yesterday in the stream, and they did buy that dip in October. I showed it to you. We're right there. I showed you a chart yesterday and said, here's where they bought it. They bought the stock market. Not the actual, like, hey, I'm buying stocks. They bought the PE ratio trend that's been going back to the 1970s. They did that back in October. I put this up yesterday. I'm not going to put it up again this morning, but I did it yesterday. Some of you saw it. It's a Twitter post that I made in February of this year, and I said, look, they bought it. And then the crazy part was I posted that because Jim Chanos got on CNBC and was bitching and moaning that he's never seen this in his entire career. I'm like, Jim Chanos has been buying this shit, this bottom, ever since 1980s, 1970s. So he's lying to you. He's telling you one thing, and he's doing another. That's because billionaires don't give a fuck what you think and what you want. Does that make sense? So right now, as it stands, if you're a bear on this market, you need to understand that you want to see rates above 7 and then a rate cut. Does that make sense? Above 7. If anything, if there's a pause right now, or worse, a rate cut, the show goes on. Likely in the stock market. And this is the one fly in the ointment that I've had since the last Fed meeting. And that is that the Fed is kind of fucking, well, not fucking, but they already fucked up the whole entire process anyways, but they already did, but because it was like the whole COVID thing, nothing's lined up, timed right. This looks more like the soft landing where you get the bounce and you go. And basically what they're saying is the MMT show will continue. It's basically what it is. And it isn't exactly that, but it is that to an extent. But that means the tightening is over for now, and we have not caught up to fight inflation. And if you're not caught up to fight inflation, and if you're not going to continue that fight against inflation, that means the show goes on. No matter how you slice it, dice it, and look at it. You can say anything you want, because I've seen it too many cycles. It's an easy thing to see. Well, I'll show it to you. Now, there's like, hey, well, what about the talk about the credit crunch? People losing jobs. It's not good enough. Or it's not good enough how it relates to the stock market. I know you want it to be. I realize that you want it to be, but it's not. You know what's funny is last night I was reading a story, and someone said, or someone made a post last night that said, "What do you wish would come back?" And someone made a comment. They said, "I wish Levi 501s would come back." And someone else said, "Yeah, I went and bought some 501s and they just didn't feel the same." And I actually feel the same way and think the same way about clothing today. Not only do we have throwaway clothing and throwaway trend buyers, I guess. Clothing is meant to be worn for a few times, then thrown away, believe it or not. Whole society built on this, whole industry built on this shit. If you're older, you know that all clothes used to be high quality and expected to last for a long period of time. We have this whole thing with it's called throwaway fashion or something. I think you can look that up. Google search throwaway fashion. Everybody thinks it's cute, but the reality is the real truth reason why we have throwaway fashion is because people couldn't afford right now to pay for the fashion or the quality of fashion we used to have. And one of the comments was, "Oh, you can still get 501 jeans. You can still buy them if you want them. But guess what? Guess what a real pair of 501s costs today? Classic 501s, $325. That's what and then what's that showing you is what that shows you is that the value of the dollar is destroyed. It's not the dollar that you see on TV or even on a chart where, well, a dollar is worth $1.02 cap. It's like, no. Your $1.02 that you see on that chart means nothing. The value of the dollar for goods and services over time goes down. Sometimes it levels off and comes down slightly. But right now it's still raging higher. Well, not raging higher. Or the value of the dollar is raging lower, which means that the price that you're going to pay for goods is raging higher, regardless of what you think. So, like a pair of 50 fucking ones is $325, I think, $325 for a pair of fucking jeans. And that is a great way to easily explain the idea that you're not stopping inflation and you are going to be forced to accept higher prices for things over time. It reinforces that the fraud goes on. It reinforces that you will accept higher prices on a lot of shit unless they get above that rate of inflation that's raging higher. And so I know as a bear, you're like, hey, we're going to get a crash over this and all this other shit. But the truth is, you really do want to see like a rate pause at 7 or higher. At least that, 7, 8 higher, something like that. And then I'd be like, yeah, I agree with you. Probably get a market bottom. Right now, if they're going to pause or cut anything like that, they're not going to reprice the stock market because the stock market's going to need to be forward repriced even higher. If you don't understand what I'm saying to you, we'll go over it later this morning. So right now, for today, 4-6. The implied move today, 404.89, 408.50. Notice into the 10th, we only have an implied move of 402.43 and 411. That's not that much, is it? Not a whole heck of a lot of range expansion yet. It does start to open up on the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th into next week, and some real nice range expansion into the 17th of next week. Not next week, the following week. And then heading into the 19th, 21st, and 28th, we really do. Into the 5th here. See, this is the 5th. This is the 28th back here. Some real nice range expansion. But currently, for right now, just in here, you're not seeing much, are you? You're seeing balance and consolidation so far. That's all this is consolidation. You can see it right here. We're not really seeing distribution, are we? And it's not expected currently until down the road. Or consolidation and the move higher, are we? We're just seeing consolidation into this weekend. Squeezing higher right now. Let me turn the juice back on here. Let me read what Bullard had to say. Inflation has declined but stays high. The Q1, this is Bullard speaking. Inflation has declined but stays high. It's a key point right there. Bullard's saying to you this morning. Inflation has declined but stays high. What he's not I don't know if he says this yet. I haven't read it, but he in that one line he did not say, but inflation continues to rage higher as well. He's not telling you that yet. He also says the Q1 economic data is better than expected. The Q1 economic data is better than expected. I guess that they wrote that twice. Inflation can be maintained by monetary policy. I don't know what the fuck that means. Financial stress can be contained in macroprudential tools. Prudential tools. Also, lower bond yields can assist in offsetting bank strains fallout. That's all I've got on Bullard so far. I've got another, the U.S. Department of Treasury published the 2023 DeFi illicit finance risk assessment. I'll read that to you here in a little bit. Squeezing higher now to 407.20. DGLY with a nice bounce this morning. Not DGLY, AMD. I had DGLY up yesterday. No dice for TLT this morning. TLT holders probably thought they were going to get face rippers today. No dice. You look at Tesla this morning, right? Tesla tagged 179.74. Right at that 180. that I was telling you about on Tesla. I was like, they can't break 180. They tagged 179.74. Yeah, Tesla's like, if we go down there, it's gonna be really bad. It's gonna be really, really, really bad. If we break 180, man, it's over, man. It's like aliens. It's over, man. It's over. Then we talked about 180 last week, right? Ad nauseum. Should have bought that dip, by the way, probably. Oh boy. We still have some news coming out tomorrow, although the market is closed. We've got the U.S. employment report at 8:30. Unemployment rate tomorrow at 8:30. Average hourly wages. We got consumer credit at 3 tomorrow. Nothing on Tuesday. We got the NFIB optimism index on Tuesday. Monday we've got wholesale inventories. We got CPI though on the Wednesday the 12th. Whole bunch of CPI shit. PPI on Thursday. That's a good one. Bunch of nice vol next week on Wednesday, Thursday. We got retail sales on Friday. Inventories, consumer sentiment on Friday as well. On the 12th, we've got, looks like we've got the FOMC minutes on April 12th, so keep that on your calendar as well. So there you go, last day of the week. This is your last day of the week. Here's last day of the week. Here's your move, right? In and out before 10:30. Everybody goes and watches the Masters now. Lower price range basically tagged this morning.
Has withdrawn from
According to a
the
statement,
Masters,
US
taking the field from
congressional
88
leaders
participants
invite South
down
Korea's
to
president
87
to address a joint meeting
in
of
the
Congress
87th
on
edition.
April the
We are awaiting to
27th.
hear the reason he is citing, and when we know,
Oh,
we will
yeah.
let you know.
I think another real important point here with the folks at home is choosing your weapons, so to speak, Michael, which wedges you bring to Augusta National. And we saw all the players trying to keep those wedges clean and dry, but you also want to have the right equipment. And in some cases, players...
We can get this up and rolling this morning.
IMF's George Eva says low productivity is holding global growth back.
Clean and dry, but you also want to have the right equipment. And in some cases, players will tailor their bag to this incredible tournament.
So he's working on a 130-yard shot here. That first one was 132. This
See what we can do this morning here.
You see that record of 2017 and 2022 PGA Championship.
Hold on here.
Don't forget he also won the 2021 Players Championship. And really seems to be getting more and more comfortable every time he plays Augusta National Golf Club. Last year, that tie for 8th, they call it a backdoor top 10. He opened with a round of 76. So clawed his way back into contention. Yes, the tournament belonged to Scottie Scheffler throughout that final round, but an 8th place finish for Justin Thomas, giving him fuel, perhaps, and confidence for this year.
Let's see if we can do this. Hold on a second.
Who won an Asia Pacific Amateur Championship when he was young. Also a silver medal winner, and now a Masters champion. We'll continue to watch him warm up for his practice, or for his tee time. But right now, we send it to a with another
hold on here.
MIT.
Yes, here with Cameron Young, and this is your second Masters, but you're first with Paul Tesori on the bag. Just curious, what kind of comfort level he
Hold on a
brings to
second.
you at a place like this?
He brings a ton of confidence for sure. I think this is his 21st Masters, so he brings a ton of course knowledge. We've had a really, really nice 3 days of prep. Just kind of out there listening to him, trying to learn what I can, and I think he'll be.
This
a huge
stream is
asset on the
sponsored
bag this
by
week and
TickStrike.
looking forward as well.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Is it the weather?
Get a free trial at
Are you thinking about that? What's
tickstrike.com.
coming up this week, or what's the one thing that you have maybe spent a lot of time thinking and preparing for?
Mostly just trying to commit to a plan. It's a place that I think you have to play conservatively a lot, and then every once in a while you're going to get some chances. So I think really just trying to stay committed to kind of how we want to play the golf course, and knowing that you're playing the Masters at Augusta, but it's also still just golf. So we're just going to go try to do what we do every day.
It's just golf. I like that.
It's
I like
just
that
golf.
out there. Thank you for the time.
Of course, thank you.
Kelly.
I wish it were that simple, though. Justin Thomas playing with Cameron Young.
We gotta
And
figure out a
also
way. Hold on,
John
let me see if I can get this captured somewhere.
This is a wonderful grouping, and golfers can fuel off of each other. If that is to happen, it could be.
Some
I'm just gonna put this on somewhere else. Hold on a second.
That is going to be a fun
Change the
grouping to
forecast minus
watch.
22 BCF on a prior of minus
And again,
47
adding
BCF.
Tesori to his team is going to be a huge help.
John Rahm winning his U.S. Open in 2021, and Hideki Matsuyama winning his Masters
IMF will
the
give us
same
China is
year.
committed to continue
First
to open its
male
economy.
major champion from Japan.
The 2021 Masters
Put that up
will go down
there.
as a seminal moment in golf history, as Hideki
Get rid of that.
Matsuyama became the first Japanese-born player to win the green jacket. He shot a final round 73 that included 4 birdies and finished the tournament at 10 under par. Good enough for a
I'll get it up here. Give me just a second here.
the first major championship of his career. Both Matsuyama and his caddy, Shota Hayafuji, showed their elation and humility following the triumph. Hideki Matsuyama, the 2021 Masters champion.
Do I have to? Do I care about it? There's no such thing as DMC laws if I talk about it. There's fair use. Well, there's another thing too. So I was getting a
Scotty Scheffler, it was his to win last year, and he held up to the challenge.
There's some fair use stuff you can get away with. Then there's also like people be like, yeah, you gotta strike against you for monetization. And monetization is kind of a weird thing. I don't get paid enough through monetization for it to matter to me that much. It's like it's not a lot of money. It's like, I don't know, $30 a month or something, $20 a month. I don't make a ton right now on streaming, so it doesn't really matter. If I turn monetization off, I have nothing to worry about either.
There's Shane Lowry, an Open champion at even. And Larry Mize playing in his final Masters along with Sandy Lyle.
Hold on one second here.
And a lot of golf course for those men to handle this week with all the enhancements that have been made, the added length to number 13. Hideki
Map main
Matsuyama
display.
embraces and cherishes his place in Masters tournament history.
That's right. There's some fair use stuff as long as I comment on it, stuff like that. I gotta get it up here. Hold on a second here.
This
Gonna take me
man,
just a second.
wherever he goes, you talk about the pressure and the weight they carry on their shoulders,
Source.
representing a country. Well, he stood up beautifully 2 years
Image
ago.
display capture maybe.
Now, when you watch Hideki, pay attention to
Video
and this
capture
is
device,
no
display
longer
capture. Where's display
about
capture
warming
at?
up. This is about focus, and there will be quite some time between when he is ready to hit this and when he does hit it. This is as if he is on the golf course.
And you'll certainly notice that signature pause at the top of the backswing. Never hurried up there, and then it all comes together.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up, Brian, because that was one of the
Oh,
things that
yeah,
people
baby.
many times trying to settle the club a little bit quieter. Hideki was one that it was almost too quiet, and he worked on trying to get quicker in transition. So this, compared to what he used to do, good full turn, club settles at the top. Look at that body.
Ooh,
rotates
yeah,
and how
baby.
straight that lead leg gets.
Let's go. Let's find out if I get
Full
kicked
finish,
off
plenty
YouTube
of
today. They're like,
speed.
freeze.
One question coming into this week I have is he's had a recurring neck injury. We hope that that's in great shape. But he had to withdraw from a couple events earlier this year with some neck trouble.
What stands out to you here, guys?
You're 6'4", never had a golf club long enough.
5 minutes away now to get the EIA
In a
natural
few
gas
greens,
change.
you might do all
Forecast
right.
minus
Dustin
22
Johnson hit
BCF
more than
on a
80%.
prior
That
minus
seems to be a nice
47
mark.
BCF.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody says it's a second shot golf course. You got to give yourself a chance to hit a second shot.
Thanks,
into the
Johnny.
green. So it doesn't mean that, you know, what you do with your tee shot doesn't matter, but at the same time, the real focus is, and for so many reasons, the change in elevations, the challenges of the slopes and the undulations of the fairways.
Yeah, I
I
applied for Kick or whatever it's called.
Cam Young talk about it.
So I was hoping I'd get on there next. I'll start streaming there this week or next week. I think it's a Kick, whatever the hell that other streaming service is called.
That number right there.
On
You
Chinese
have to
goods,
get the ball onto the green, no question about it. But you also have to make sure that you leave the ball in the right spot. You know, there was a statistic many years ago about champions that had gone on to win and three-putting. And how
thanks, Hutch. I appreciate it, man.
Not three-putt. To keep that under, I think it was 1 3-putt, or maybe there was one one Masters champion who had 2 3-putts, but it's not more than that number. And so you have to.
Here, we'll help out down here. I got something cool for you.
That comes with understanding, and as Cam said, also too on his bag, a guy who's got 21 Masters appearances with Webb Simpson. You know what? And others, that's a really important part of it.
Great point, Michael. I mean, ultimately, it's not just hitting these putting surfaces with the approach, but where you hit it. I would take 10 feet in the right position rather than 4 feet in the wrong one.
Tiger Woods will tell you, you don't go flag hunting here. It's not about just getting it close to the hole so you can make birdie. It's about getting it in the right area around the hole so you can make birdie. As we take a look at some of these featured first-round groupings in the 87th edition of the Masters Tournament. This is a good one, 10:42 Eastern, Thomas, Rahm, and Young.
You know, back to your point, Kelly, as we look at the 10:45 grouping, Hideki Matsuyama, Cameron Smith, and Sung Jae Im, 10:54. But what I also think is that where you leave the ball either increases the speed of the greens or decreases the speed of the greens. And when you start playing,
Just saying, I got some technical stuff I got to do in the background here.
And making them faster, now it becomes a problem.
Absolutely. 124, a major champion in Matt Fitzpatrick with Colin Morikawa, a multiple major champion, and Will Zalatoris, who wowed us all in his debut here and has been a factor in many major championships. Will he?
I was watching that. There we go. That'll work.
To do what only Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, and Tiger Woods have been able to do in Masters Tournament history, and that is successfully defend his title. He'll be with Max Homa, who's won 3 times in the last 12 months around the world, and Sam Bennett, the U.S. Amateur champion. Tom Kim, a winner twice before the age of 21 on the PGA Tour. He can only share that space with Tiger Woods. Quite the accomplishment. Jordan Spieth, the 2015 champion, playing with Tommy Fleetwood and Tony Finau out at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Never disappoints.
Woohoo!
Dynamic, international flavor.
Hey, Dans.
Storylines. Some final thoughts, guys?
You got a sick child today?
Those groupings, it's so hard to pick who you think is going to succeed here. Ultimately, this week, there are so many incredibly talented players, and many of them at the top of their game. And we've had this chance to see them all up close here, but it's it's a lot about what happens from here to that opening tee shot. That trip from here to there and how you can settle yourself and commit to a strategy for this opening round.
And to me, my thought goes to, we've had a chance to watch a lot of players
1 minute remaining.
Get loosened up, figure out their strategies, do what they want to do to take on.
Dude, my stream is frozen right here. Is the stream frozen on YouTube? I think it's because that's how I'm running.
Seconds.
We got too much running in the background.
Minus 23 BCF, minus 23 BCF. That is a draw on the forecast of minus 22 BCF. Just noticing some downside movement in natural gas following that release.
Yeah, I've got a frozen screen going on. I got to slow some of this stuff down. Hold on, man. Hold on 1 second. Turn that off. I think it's more of just running all of this. It's too much data. Can you guys at least hear me on Twitch right now? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I've got too much data running in the background. We might not have the Masters after all.
To the tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile.
Yeah, so you can hear the audio, but not the. Yeah, you can't hear it. Twitch is fine for you. If it's frozen on your end, try to reset it. Let me see if I can reset it on mine and see if I'm back live. Looks like I'm back live just fine. If you're on your end, if your video is frozen,
and we have
reset on your end, because I just reset. I've got an actual version of Twitch in a display over here showing. So like I'm a viewer. You had to refresh your page. Should be fine. Good. Yeah, I've got so just so you know, you'll see, like, when you guys watch people like, when you watch, like, what's that guy's name? The guy with the jet and stuff. What's his name? The guy that, like, got caught with the, not caught, I shouldn't say that's allegedly. When you see a lot of streamers that stream financial stuff, you'll notice that they don't play you live data. They'll have like clips of things for you to look at, or just a screener of a chart or something like that. That's all you'll see is a chart. And they won't show you anything else. They won't have anything playing in the background. That's because it takes a ton of bandwidth, data, processing software, all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go into it right now, but what I'll do is I'll try to, maybe I can just get the audio going in the background somewhere. Let's turn on the audio in the background, because I want to listen to it too.
The UK DMO says they are to sell 3.25 billion sterling of 3.25% 2033 gilts via the auction on April 13th.
Just a second here.
So hard to, with the naked eye, you can't figure it out.
Yep, you can't read it.
That's back-to-back bogeys for Mitchell. Here's a good birdie look for Shane Lowry at the 4th.
That is supposed to go right.
He can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
So the amateur Matthew McLean.
Yeah, that guy, meet Kevin. So when you watch most of these guys, they can't. I'll explain all that another time for you, but I have to run
It was the right side for Matthew,
a bunch of computers here in the background to have a live feed that's like delayed by 4 or 5 seconds.
Par at the 6th. The three of us will have one more.
This is the
chance
short
tomorrow
answer.
to watch Larry Mize at the
A lot of people use the cloud service to get stuff to you.
Looking forward to it.
And who knows? Maybe he'll play on the weekend too.
Maybe he'll catch a little lightning.
Good morning. How are you doing, Alex?
And make a couple birdies.
Peters.
I saw someone posted
That was a beautiful stroke.
what did I see above here? Someone making a moaning noises.
Nice par save.
Excellent.
Well,
He made it look easy.
in that instance, better to be in the bunker. Mackenzie Hughes with a bunker save.
Definitely was. But you need to be.
Ed Spillard says, I think inflation is going to be sticky going forward.
Minwoo Lee. Well, it was not an easy trip through 4, 5, and 6 for Minwoo Lee, but he finishes with a par.
Keep the 87th Masters Tournament within reach anywhere, anytime. Visit masters.com, download the official app, and sign up for the Masters newsletter.
Whew.
Off the tee at the 5th, Svensson, Thigala, and Patrick Reed. Everybody's got a long way to go at this par 4. So even with the tee up a little bit.
Well, I think that as we're noticing on the 4th hole, the wind's a little bit back into your face on 5 today. Not that it's blowing hard.
Feds Bullard also said that I think inflation is going to be sticky going forward.
To the crest of the hill off the tee on 5.
That's not a good sign for Bears either. That was 33 seconds ago. Bullard stating, I think inflation is going to be sticky going forward. This is on my conversation with you earlier. That's a really bad post right there. Or that's a really bad statement right there. I think inflation is going to be sticky going forward. That's from Bullard just a few moments ago.
What a shot.
Bullard's also saying financial conditions are going to be tighter, but less than 2007, 2009.
That was really good.
That's why
This is all anti-bear right here.
Look at this guy. He's just, let's go for it.
That landed a couple feet from the
And
hole.
spot gold slips 1%. I want to talk to you guys about some things here. You're seeing gold slipping, and this is because of what I was talking to you about earlier. You don't want to see this stuff. You don't want to see the Fed pause right now or even threaten rate cuts right now. I had someone post earlier, you're not going to provide any alpha? Shit, you got all the alpha you needed this morning. You got all the alpha that you needed from me this morning. Everything I said to you since this stream started was shit no one tells you. Gold slipping this morning. Woohoo! To be expected. Posted that on Twitter this morning, too. I was like, stay out of gold bag holders. Good to see the bag holders. Good to see the bag holders. Oh, yeah, baby. Gold equals bag holders. So if you don't understand why gold is down today, go right to the beginning of this broadcast and start over. And listen to everything I tell you. And then write it all down and then bring it to a financial advisor and ask them what they think of what I stated. And we'll take a look. We'll take a look this morning at why that is in more detail and depth. But the reason is because you need to get above. If you're looking for the bond trade, if you're looking for the gold trade to go higher, if you're looking for the simple reason is inflation. And the Fed did not use their tools appropriately for the cycles that we were in.
Fed's Ballard says some yield curve inversion reflects inflation outlook.
The first one we've seen long and right.
You don't want to hear of a pause right now. If you're a bear, you don't want to hear that. You want to, so you want that trough that has that last dip in it. That's what bonds wants. You need to be above inflation with rates to get that move lower, historically at least.
Similar to almost what everybody's done so far.
How is sticky inflation anti-bear? I'll keep it really simple for you. You ready? Here, let me see. Make it simple for you. I'm going to simplify this for you. If Apple fair value is $100, right? If Apple, the stock Apple, is fair value $100, let's just pretend everybody accepts. Apple fair value is $1, right? Just accept that right now. I accept it. You accept it. Everybody out there accepts it. Just to pretend. Apple fair value is $1. Let me ask you a question. Now that you accept it and I accept it, everybody accepts, right? Apple fair value, $100. If inflation is going up, where does the price of Apple go? Does it go up or down? You tell me. I want to know. Can anybody in chat tell me? Anybody out there at all? Somebody answer me that question out there. You ready? Let me ask you a question. I'll ask you one more time. If the real true value of Apple is $100 today, and inflation is going higher, will the price of Apple go up or down? Oh, Jesus.
How's he got to play this, Scott?
Just follow the top of the hill and hope it releases the right
Fuck.
way. So that's right of the hole, Jeff, and it's going to keep chipping away.
Can't believe some of the answers I'm getting. Not all the answers, but some of them. Not going to say anything. It's okay. It's okay if you didn't answer correctly. That's why you were here, right? That's why we're all together, so.
I bet Adam was thinking after he hit
It's
that
okay.
shot that he hit a pretty darn good shot. And he's going to have to make a
We just went over how much does a pair of 501 classic 501 jeans cost today? $325. At one time they didn't cost $325, right? And that's because inflation goes up. Over time, it goes up. Even when they're fighting it, it just goes up. It goes up. Unless you come above inflation, right, with rate hikes to pause it and bring it lower,
Just flattened out. 3 feet from the hole, he thought he made.
the price of jeans will go up.
Bubba from the bunker at 4.
The reason why the stock market went up in 2020 in March is because money became cheap. So when money became cheap, right? You have to raise the price of stocks to reflect the cheapness of money. This is outside of fundamentals, outside of all this other crap or whatever, whether it's overvalued or undervalued. When you decrease the value of the dollar, the price of products go up. So the idea here is if the Fed were to pause now or cut now, you're not going to see the stock market go down really deep. I mean, it'll go down, but not like what you're asking for. Go up and down like it normally does, but you're talking a bear is me as an investor. As an investor, when I say I want to buy Tesla at $60 or Tesla at $40, I am also implying to you that we're going to continue to fight inflation and that we're going to get the price of Tesla. My hope is we get the price of Tesla down to $60 because we're fighting inflation. Rates are going higher above the rate of inflation. I'm able to then buy Tesla, let's say it's $60, right? I'm going to make this real simple for you. So I get that $60 for Tesla, right? I'm like, woohoo! They fought inflation. I got it at $60. And then I'm going to make a bet that they're going to pour money back into the system. And they're going to make Tesla, excuse me. Listen close to this. It's very important for you. So let's say I buy Tesla at $62 when they've been fighting true inflation and the rate of inflation, right? So I buy some Tesla stock, and I'm going to bank on or bet on money to come back into the system and make force the price of Tesla to highs again. So then you see Tesla go from $62 all the way up to $150, $200, $300, right? Not just normal growth. This is just money being thrown back into the system, right? So then Tesla now, let's pretend Tesla trades to $200, $300. Because they're now bringing back monetary or they're now injecting money into the system, right? So I take that Tesla share that I bought for $62 while they were fighting inflation, right? And guess what I do with it? I sell it. I take that now $200 Tesla money from Tesla, right? Take that $200, and I've got cash in my hands. And the Fed then says, we're going to start hiking rates again. We're going to get this money that's sloshing around out of the system.
That we have becomes entrenched.
Right? And so what does the Fed want to do? What does the government want to do? They want to get that money out of my hands. Do you understand? Because they're going to make this money more valuable. So if I own properties, they're going to try to tax me, right? Higher tax rates. If I have a mortgage, they're going to raise rates, right? And they're going to bet on me having to refi at higher rates, right? There's going to be an increase on taxes on my gas purchases or my utilities purchases. Does that make sense? They're trying to remove money from the system. You're going to see companies try to steal that money from me. There are going to be companies out there, large companies, they're going to say, oh, shit, they're tightening. We need to raise the price of goods and services that we're selling them to me so that they can be the last person to hold that money as conditions tighten. It's like musical chairs, right? And so that entire game means that me, the guy that bought Apple when it was cheaper.
So Feds Bullard has now entered into the Q&A session.
I have to escape that removal of money in the system so that I am left with more cash that is now worth more. And this is how you create wealth. Does that make sense? So when we're in a tightening cycle, I want to own a home, right? I want to buy it when times are cheap. Right? And then I want to keep the money in the home, or I want to sell that home, right? Take that money and then make more money, one or the other, right? I need to like weave and duck and weave with this money that I've now made before it gets taken out of my hands so that I don't get caught in the up and down cycle of moneyness, of the worth of moneyness. Does that make sense? Even yesterday, we were talking with Winky about how do you protect your money so they don't steal it from you. So if you have wealth, you have to escape somehow tightening conditions. When they stop tightening, and especially if they stop tightening conditions below the rate of inflation, that means that we're going to devalue the dollar again. Does that make sense? You know what? We can make this simple. I promise you that if right now they pause, we're not getting the crash. We're not getting the crash that you're expecting. You're not going to see Tesla at $60. I promise you. Not at 540 either. I'll just promise you right now, it's not happening. We're not escaping the rate of inflation right now.
As Ballard says, it is a great time to reassess how we design deposit insurance.
Inflation is great for stocks. Inflation is outstanding for stocks. It's outstanding. It's outstanding for the price of stocks. It's really good for the price of stocks. I don't know if I'm not a bear, but I'm a bull that wants to be a bear. Like, I want to see the fight on inflation continue. There are many bulls out there that want to see the same thing. There are bulls out there that want to see us to get over the rate of inflation. It's right around 7%, 8%, somewhere 7.5%, I think, somewhere in there. You need to get above it and make it go sideways and down. And until you do that, you're just chasing. And it really sucks. And he's saying it to you this morning. I mean, he's saying it right now. Bullard's saying it right now. Bullard's saying right now, one of the most serious risks to the U.S. economy is that the current level of inflation becomes entrenched. He's telling you this because Nick Timrose came out this morning, and he's basically giving you a nod that they might cut rates, right? Because we saw the claims come up this morning. I mean, it's like he's also saying, Bullard's also saying this morning, I believe inflation remains sticky in the future. You don't want to hear this stuff. I don't want to hear this stuff. Bears don't want to hear this stuff. I guarantee it. But we have normal ups and downs in the market. It's not like we're not going to get normal ups and downs. I'm going to explain what I'm talking about with you right now, okay? I'm going to show it more clearly for you. This is SPX. This is SPX right here, right? Believe it or not, you might not believe this. Currently, our true trading range on SPX. I'm going to delete all this stuff here and show you something. Yeah, delete all these drawings here. Delete them all. Yeah, let's delete them all. Okay. So right now, right, our lower bound true trading range is 39 4156. True trading range. The lower bound of our true trading range is, hold on a second here. And let's say we call our upper bound, I guess our upper bound true trading range really is 4,800. This is our real true trading range right now, right? That's our previous high. This is our previous lower low, right? Previous high, previous lower low. Let's just pretend we're trading this range right here. Well, not pretend, we are, right? Came down here. This is our lower low. This is our trading range right now, right? This is what we expect, right? When we expect to, if we expect, let's say, to 70% of the time to trade in here, and we may have one time we come above and below our trading range, right? Let's call this 70% of the time. Let's call this 20% of the time. Another 10% of the time, you might expect a dip below. Another 10% of the time, you might expect a trade above. Does that make sense? Over time, you see how that works itself out? Bears are expecting this, and we're in a trough right now, right? Or it looks like a trough so far, doesn't it? If you understand anything about accumulation and distribution, normally we trade back down in this distribution phase of the market. We'll trade back down here, bottom out. We trade sideways, and we typically get a pretty decent capitulation move at some point that lasts a month to 3 months. Sometimes if the economy is really shitty, we'll continue sideways for maybe a little bit longer, but then we eventually come back up. And actually, there's a point where you can confirm that the market is now in the new bull market up here. Every once in a while, we have some fraud that's committed. This is a la 2008. And we continue down even further. Right? This is the unexpected move that took place in 08. Currently, if Jerome Powell pauses and we're not above the rate of inflation, I'm not going to expect us to trade anything lower than 34, 32, maybe at best. I really want the capitulation move down to 2,800. Does that make sense? I really want that like last blast down. I want that $40 Tesla, that $60 Tesla. And we've already traded this. We've already traded 3,500. Does that make sense? We've already been there. And we can put 200 points on the board a day, 3 days, a month. We can go down 200 points on the SPY, SPX in a week. So even if we trade down here, it's nothing. Does that make sense? It means you should have bought 3,400.
I've had Spilata's balance sheet reduction successful so far and want to stick with it.
It's not I'm not happy about that this morning. I'm not happy about what Timmeros is saying is my point. Because Timmeros is telling you, you know, the Fed's like they were wondering they're going to pause rates possibly. So that note from Timmeros and what Bullard's saying this morning kind of upsets me. I want to see claims rise on unemployment. I want to see destruction. And I want to see the Fed telegraphing that they're staying the course. That's what you want as a bear. That's what you want as a bull with money. You need to hear that. I'm not talking to somebody with $1,000 in their bank account. I'm talking to people with money. You don't want to hear that. And that's upsetting to me to hear Timmeros come out and say, well, they were considering pausing rates. Because he's telegraphing. He's considered the Fed mouthpiece. And now you have Bullard out there backing that statement up from Timmeros this morning.
And Fed Bullard says, I want to stick with balance sheet reduction through 2023.
You guys getting all caught up this morning in here or no?
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Broke away from the hole. Now this putt, I'm not sure what this one does coming back.
No, you know, I after watching all the putts today, I play this inside left and firm.
Give me a second here. I want to take a trade.
He doesn't have the ability to see what we've seen. And he's very frustrated because he's hit 2 great shots.
So the US to sell $40 billion of 3-year notes on April the 11th to settle on April 17th.
It happened so quickly here.
And the US to sell $57 billion of 3-month bills on April the 10th to settle on April the 13th. And to sell $48 billion in 6-month bills on April the 10th to settle on April the 13th.
Currently, right now, VIX is on a...
to auction $18 billion of 30-year bonds. Fed Bilanter's rates now in the low end of the sufficiently restrictive range.
Last words of advice from his caddy.
Yeah. With his 8
And you can see the reaction today in gold. Gold did not react well to that. Gold did not react well to what Timuro said. Gold did not react well to what Bullard is saying this morning. It reacted badly. It should react badly to that.
Good teamwork there.
I'm in 407 C's right now.
From the fairway.
We have a 3-trigger cluster on the VIX to the downside. Hoping we can get some VIX crushed today and go up there and nail that 410. 408, I guess, right up in here, this hourly trigger.
I'm going to be interested to see how he plays it.
Now trading 67 cents. I'm in, Omar, I'm in 407 C's. We haven't hit the strike, the implied move in the upside yet today. It's 408 and change. Yeah, it's kind of a fucked up thing. I'd be pissed if I was a bear right now. If I was a bear out there, if I was a bear, I'd be pissed off. As an investor, it's not good news as an investor. You're not getting the discount that you're looking for. There's people out there with money, and they're constantly trying to evade the removal of money from the system right now. Do you guys may or may not know that? Some of you may know that, some of you may not. There are savvy investors that when there's money being injected in the system, they know to put their money into the stock market, then get it out, but when they start to tighten, and then they try to invest that money to keep it, so that it's not when the money gets removed to the system, they're trying to evade the removal of that money from the system. And that's why you see the decline in the stock market, too. That's another effect of the decline in the stock market, not just the tightening, but the panic from investors that want to save their money. And then investors look for, when it's safe again, to reinvest in the stock market. And that is when rates are tightened or loosened or paused. And they're also looking for a stock market bottom. And where is that stock market bottom? Now, we're not above the rate of inflation. So us not being above the rate of inflation, for us knowing that we don't have inflation under control, it means that prices are going to go up and the bottom is going to be higher.
Download the official app and sign up for the Masters newsletter.
All right, so we saw Bubba Watson play out of the bunker to here.
Is Bullard still speaking? Yeah, I mean, Bullard's backing all this stuff up that I said this morning. So Bullard just said, just now, he just said, rates are currently at the low end of a sufficiently restrictive range. I agree with this. All this shit's real. I shouldn't even have to say this stuff. Bullard's saying everything to you that I said to you this morning. Rates are currently at the low end of a sufficiently restrictive range. This is not the news that bondholders want to hear.
Now he's got to make sure he doesn't make a 6. Answer for par. Those were 2 good pars from Keegan Bradley and Abraham.
We'll take a look at the Fed funds rates, and we'll take a look at unemployment and inflation. The rate of inflation this morning. We'll take a look at the inverted yield curve as well for you if you like. You guys want to see that stuff today or no?
He could actually chip.
He's got to chip it.
Yeah.
I think he has to chip it.
He's got to chip it up into the fringe.
Into the fringe and try to get it to release off.
At the 4th.
And
Great try from Chris Kirk.
Ooh, just missed.
down there, really.
Almost our first birdie from down below.
Dude, missed by like a hair. Chris Kirk, baby.
Chris Kirk, double at 2 and a bogey at 3.
The second double at 2 we've seen today.
We just, I believe, had our first eagle at 2. Victor Hovland made a 3 there. He's got a share of the lead. We're going to see him at the 4th in just a moment alongside Tiger Woods, Xander Schauffele. But 2 has played tougher than you would expect in the early parts of this first round.
Yeah, you don't often. You're usually talking about birdies on 2, not doubles.
Rarely do you see a double bogey there.
There have been as many doubles as birdies at the par 5 second so far.
Well, it's early, but that is kind of shocking.
408.32 is where the pre-market scene of the crime was over here. Hourly trigger above at 407.60.
Now he's got that left for
Sellers from the top of the key here, and here as well. So keep your eyes on these sellers that began this morning here.
Go either way.
Yeah, I think he's going to chip, don't you?
I think he has
His eye line, yeah.
He has to. There's his best chance. 1, 2, pretty well done. It's still going to run by 10 feet.
Yeah, more.
That's really pretty good. I mean,
407 is now trading 75 cents. You could take profit here and try to re-enter. This is a 1-minute chart if you wanted to go up right now.
That one right there was all about how was it going to hit and grab on the first bounce. Because a lot of times it'll grab and stop, and you just needed to be perfect with that. And it was well out of position, and he probably got what he was supposed to get.
Mateo Fernandez de Oliveira.
You don't want to see the reversal here. 5-minute chart. Nice and bullish here. Bullish to 407.21 as your next target above here. 407.21. I'm still long right now. We'll snap a little box in here for you. Make some free money Fridays.
looks pretty good.
Oh, maybe just a little too much pace.
Just barely.
407 is now trading 85 cents, 84 cents,
All right, the par 3
86
is
cents.
the longest par 3 at Augusta.
I just sold for 86.
Today, playing 100.
Congratulations, almost 100% trade.
Yet, still, we've only seen 1 birdie. And here we go. This grouping comes to the tee. Victor Hovland.
Look for a recheck down below. Sometimes we'll get this is a 1-minute chart right now. Sometimes we'll get a check down here just to make sure that we're going to go higher.
Good to him.
Note that sellers are above here at the hourly trigger.
Stayed out of the bunker.
He may not have a very good stance, exactly.
I showed up for alpha and didn't get it. Shit. It's got a free money trade.
He's got a lot more confidence in his chipping.
Got the macro explained to you in under an hour. Unbiased.
I would say absolutely.
This is the par putt that shows power. Remember, he
Got
went way
people
long.
complaining in the chat that I didn't give them alpha for free.
What a 4.
That's unbelievable.
Maybe 1 in 10.
Xander Schauffele now at the 4th.
never fails to impress me.
I like his game every week, but
Suits him pretty well, I believe.
On a good line.
Apple's cranking right now.
Yeah, but it's safe.
By far.
I'm reading the chat right now, you guys. I see the live stream, the live chat. I've got 3 chats up here. I've got one on Streamlabs that can sometimes is live and sometimes it isn't. I got to refresh it and shit. And then I got 2 other stream chats up that are real time. So I got to like bounce between all 3.
Players so far. Now Tiger.
Now maybe the best golfer, iron player of all time.
8 iron.
Have to go putt for Tiger. Hey McGriff, how you doing, brother? Hope all is well. I hope you didn't get caught in that shit the other day on Thursday, man. Not Thursday, I mean, what was that, 2 days ago, brother? That bullshit close, that hole, like chased the hole and then it blasted north. They closed everything in the market and went up. The dealers.
Now this shows you how far Bubba Watson has left for bogey.
I'll show you guys the VIX. I'm going to show you guys a couple things right now. There's still a little bit more room to blast higher here. I'll show you guys this so you can put your own risk on or decide for yourself what you guys think you want to do. If you're still long here trying to get this trade higher, there's still a trade here. This is the SPY right now.
Just a moment ago at 6, birdie.
Very bullish right here. I just want you to know price is above the 1 and the 5 minute. The target above is 407.59. We oftentimes, though, won't go straight into it. Oftentimes, we won't blast, like, directly into it. Woof, right up in here. We also have this previous high below here at 407.20 to pay attention to. You saw the first rejection right here, so just I want to pay attention to 3 things, right? First rejection we already had. Second rejection is above at 407.30.20. And then ultimately, of course, the back check here. This will give you the kick-ass trade higher to 407.60 here if the 1 and the 5 continue up higher, okay? Now, with all that said, here we go, trading higher now.
Thursday at the Masters.
Now, with all that said, the VIX. Now, what is this telling you about Friday in the VIX? It's telling you to expect the VIX to bloodbath today. At least looks like it, right? It's going to bloodbath today. We have this previous low down here at $19. VIX is now at $19.12. You're going to expect a buy here in the VIX shortly, very soon. And because it's Friday, maybe we sell the VIX into the weekend. That doesn't mean it's over for bears either. If anything, it'd probably buy some puts over the weekend.
After the great par save for Seamus Power.
And here's the key. If VIX goes screaming higher on a Friday, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to go buy some calls over the weekend.
Gave us a great look.
If the VIX goes to the shitter on a Friday, I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm probably going to buy some puts on Friday close. Make sense? Now, you do have to wonder and structure. Over this weekend, we got 3 days, right? It's like 5 days of theta burn. So you're either going to buy some puts that are like a month out, 2 months out, 3 months out, or you're going to buy some put spreads maybe,
Now at the 4th,
ratio spreads.
Jeff, you were right about the stance. It was awful close.
That's an aggressive level of alpha. I really want to know what you guys think, because the reason I'm asking you guys to tell me in the chat is because I want to know your finer understanding of the like. All right, so as a cash market trader, as a cash market investor, squeezing higher now to 407.21. As a cash market trader, as a cash market investor, we oftentimes, especially new investors and new traders. Maybe mute this broadcast here. So often, this is the fireside chat time. This is a Thursday, Friday. This is a Friday fireside chat here. Oftentimes, as a new investor, as a new trader, I don't care if you're a bull, a bear, theta warrior, whatever it is you are, I know for a fucking fact that some of you are dumb and do really well in the market. And some of you are overly intelligent and you do great in the beginning and then you start to lose a ton of money. And then I know that some of you try to learn along the way and become too smart.
It says the US is pushing back against efforts by some European allies to offer Ukraine a roadmap to NATO membership, exposing divides in the West over Kiev's post-war status.
How this happens is you consume the news, you consume social media, you consume.
Fed bids for 4-week bills total $1.3 billion.
In education and data that makes you the smart cash market trader, the smart cash market investor, and you start to see your profit, the only thing that matters, go down the shitter. And that is multifold. Part of it is because you don't realize that a lot of the news is after the fact. A lot of the news is meant to sell, have an ulterior motive for you to consume. A lot of the news is meant for people to make money. A lot of the news is to get a reaction out of you. A lot of the news is not actually in your best interest. It's for me to make money from you, to get you to follow me, to get you to consume the content that I produce. It has nothing to do with me caring at all about you making money. And as a matter of fact, I can usually write that news for you out of two mouths, so that if you read and consume what you want, and then you come back the next day, if it doesn't play out that way, and you reread it or rewatch it, you go, oh, you know what? That guy gave the other side of the coin. I was wrong. He was right. He's so smart. So I can even craft this message that I give you so that if you come back, you think I was actually smart. At the time you read, consumed, listened to what you wanted to hear, and left the rest behind. Does that make sense? So you'll even come back and say, wow, he was right. I missed that part. I should have consumed that part. But you don't realize that your brain was tricked, and you'll come back for more down the road. And so I need you as a investor or as a trader to be able to take, I don't care if you're a bull, theta gang, or whatever. I just need you as an investor or trader to be able to cut through all that bullshit, become a dumber cash market trader to some extent, and understand the basic functions of the market, the economic macro news, and how it actually impacts you as an investor and as a trader. And you don't need to be that smart, is my point here. You need to get the general gist of like some 4 or 5 major moving parts and what those impacts are on the market. Because generally speaking, the market doesn't give a flying fuck about the finer details of what people espouse to you on the internet.
India to cap domestic gas prices at $6.50.
When they say that the Fed is dumb, they're fucking dumb. They have scientists in the background that do lots of high-end work. But then you can actually find people that have worked for the Fed that'll say, yeah, man, the Fed's really smart. There's really smart people that work there. But then when I meet the guy or the gal that's making the decisions, it's like a fucking hammer. Slam. It's a fucking hammer. That's all it is. And you find this in companies, too. Any of you that have had any experience in a C-suite, right? If you've worked your way up, let's say you're an engineer, right? And you're like, oh, all this great work's going on, right? And you got like an entire section working on something. Then you move your way up to into an administrative role of some kind, right? Or some kind of a leadership role. Then you find your way eventually into the C-suite, and you realize that I shouldn't say mother effers, but the MFers in that C-suite, it's like they don't care. They don't care what you're doing down there in the depths of hell as an engineer. I'm sure that there are computer guys out there that are like, we tell these people that we can't do this, and they don't care. They just tell us, they just still roll over us and tell us that we can, or I still want this. Ask an engineer, ask a computer science engineer. They'll tell you all the time that, C-suite doesn't care. Just do this thing for me. Or they don't know the implications of what they're doing. You talk about fractals, right? Fractal impacts of decisions that you make down the road, how it impacts. A classic example of that is Twitter right now. Classic example of this happening in real time is Twitter. Making decisions that can have huge impacts.
10 minutes away now to get the 4-week
unknown impacts without studying the
4-week bills.
The impacts of some decisions, like
63 and a prior high yield of 4.6%. We've also put out the piece by the Financial Times in regards to the US opposing offering Ukraine a roadmap to the NATO membership on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Oftentimes unintended. Someone like Elon Musk, when he says something, it means something. So sometimes you have to have that shit vetted. You'll have CEOs that have to vet everything that they say publicly because it can have unintended consequences. So you might be like the person that's like, hey, my intent is great here. And in my brain it is, and in my heart it is, but the truth is that you might have an inverse impact to the intent of what you're trying to state or the change you're trying to make. And so that's a cosm that you need to know as a trader, as an investor. You need to understand that there are major wheels in the market that mean something. And Nick Timmeros this morning, that meant something. He's the mouthpiece of the Fed. And he's giving you a heads up because the Fed has already told you that they're going to give you a heads up. They're going to pause or cut rates. That will be the topic of conversation this whole next week. Over the weekend, dropping that little tidbit on a Thursday with a long Easter weekend so you can go home and talk about it with your friends. It'll be all over Twitter all weekend long, guaranteed. Yeah, the tag above tag above. Notice there's no crash today, right? On any of that news, there was no crash. No market mayhem, no craziness. Nobody breaking out their laptops on a Friday. None of that stuff. You got Nick Timmeros coming out and telling you that they're about to cut rates or pause them. They just took the breath right out of the idea that it's crazy. Well, I'm reading Twitter this morning and I'm reading people going, "Oh, job destruction, we're getting a crash." I'm like, "Nope." They're like that means rate cuts are getting a crash. I'm like, "Nope, nope, 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 nope." You need to have us above the rate of inflation. We're not above it.
The second and third shots, it's actually not a bad bogey.
Off the tee, Hovland with that big.
Vic's still bloodbathing right now.
Schauffele, just a beautiful drive. Xander Schauffele's going to have by the standards of the fifth, pretty good look at it.
Dude, the fairways are beautiful right now. Gorgeous fairways.
So Hovland just into the pine straw. I think Tiger will be.
Yeah, you want to be dumb. I'll be honest with you. The dumber you are as a trader, the better off you are. I don't care what you're trading. The dumber you are, the better. And the major moving parts of the market are important. Those are important. But how many times you're telling, dude, I've been trading this market so fucking long. I'm such an old ass fuck. I've gone down those holes. I've gone down the holes where I posted this on Twitter, right? Did you guys see that post I made on Twitter? I think it came from Wall Street Bets a while ago. I'll try to put it up. This is I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna show you what, I'm gonna simplify what I'm trying to express to you.
Pretty easily from there, and sometimes you make it.
And if he hits the perfect shot.
Man, I totally use these platforms to get my real voice out there.
So I guess decided that Hovland will be first to play.
This is actually why I started streaming originally. It was because I became so frustrated with the insane amount of counter shit that's out there. It's just insane. I'm just gonna find this post that I made here.
Great shot.
I think I'll just go right at it.
Wow.
Wasn't really expecting to see that, but he is one of the better ball
There it
players
is.
in the world.
And Thigala from over there hit a great shot, but he couldn't hold. He ended up rolling past.
All right, hold on. I got something fun for you. I'm flat right now, if you want to know. So I've been flat for a little bit here. Let me express
Just
what
under
I'm
5
trying to
minutes
say
away
to you.
now as we get the 4-week bill auctions. The US selling at $60 billion of 4-week bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 63.
Let me explain this in a simpler way for you. It's this post right here.
But the ones in July will. It's quite obvious the market is just about ready for the next big downturn. As we can see, in the last few days, there has been a significant increase in cash flow to leverage long volatility funds. This is occurring right as they roll June long vol futures into July, meaning the ones selling those futures will be hedging their position with derivatives short on the July SPX. However, the VIX Volatility Index is calculated from options dated 23 to 37 days from today, meaning hedges for June will no longer be included in the calculations, but the ones in July will. This will force the VIX up and therefore push asset prices down. This will in turn drop the NASDAQ, which I will take advantage of by shorting the TQ's ETF, a leveraged long NASDAQ fund. In addition, the fund is scheduled to roll their June futures into July over the next 2 weeks, which they'll be doing into not only low liquidity, but falling asset prices. This means that every day the NASDAQ drops, they'll be forced to cough up cash to the banks due to over half their equity being held in notional swaps. Not only that, but they'll be forced to liquidate holdings as the market continues to fall, meaning that in addition to paying over market value for July futures, they'll also get below market prices when they're forced to sell. This will cause a negative feedback loop, ultimately causing near or total collapse of the entire T-Cubes ETF.
Oh no, Airplane's house is empty, but maybe soon Airplane's house will be full. I will buy one airplane ticket.
No, that's not even a trade idea. The airlines are still losing millions of dollars every week.
Money computer go beep boop.
So terrible. Hold on a second here.
The market is just about ready for the next.
You get what I'm saying? Don't forget who you are. My point here is do not forget who you are, okay? Even if you are smart, you can be smart. You can be like, hey, I'm super smart in life. Sometimes things are left easy. Just be easy with some things. You go down that rabbit hole and you find out that, something simple is a reason why the market goes up or down. Sometimes the market is just oversold. Make sense? Market is just oversold. Sometimes the market is just overbought. It's very simple. I get it, man. Someone just said, Alex just said, I'm baffled by the bullshit. Dude, that's a great way to say it. I've lost a lot of money being baffled by the bullshit. I've lost a ton of money being baffled by the bullshit. I agree with that statement. I have been baffled by the bullshit out there. It sucks. Beep boop, beep boop. Stock market goes up, stock market goes down. When it comes to macroeconomic news, you just need to know the basics. If you can learn the basic functions of macro and the interplay in the stock market, you'll do great. Otherwise, what you'll do is you'll get people explaining to you why it didn't work this time. It happens, right? You ever know how it's crafted? It's like, this is really bad and negative, but they don't say the stock market's going down because of it. They just tell you this is really bad. And so then you take it and you're like, fuck yeah, man, market's going to burn. This guy over here said, this is really bad data. Right? So you're like, I'm really bearish here because of all this data I'm consuming that's really negative and bad. But you go back and you find out that person didn't actually tell you the market's going to crash because of it. They're just telling you there's bad data. And you consume it. And this is good data too. You'll hear this on the goods. So if you're a bull, this is some bad news for you as a bull, right? You ever notice, like, when we're at a top, when a ticker is at a top, you hear all this good news? It's always good news, like, woo, we're dropping all this kick-ass news. Everything's fucking awesome. You might get another squeeze higher for another 5 or 10 points or something. But typically when all that kick-ass news is coming out and the stock price is on a high, you should be like, fuck that, I'm out of here. I'm selling. Make sense? Just real simple shit. Real simple shit. You got like Tesla, Apple, that's like just going straight up, and it's all good news. Everybody's over there sucking each other off. They're doing, like, big jerk off fest. It's probably the time to start selling. Get people on social media screaming, buy this, buy that, buy it right now. It's all you see all day long, every day. I saw another post. Wall Street Bet Mod put a post up there where, someone was like, "You're fucked when the market sells," and that guy is like in the market with 5% gains. The other guy's like, "I fucking bought 345. Give a flying fuck if the market burns right now." It's a real thing. That's right. First time chatter said, I don't think there's going to be a pullback after European close. No, I think it's VIX Friday. I think the move for the technical move for the options market that needed to happen was right here for the implied move for the day. And now we're going to get the technical move right here for the options market. I showed you where the implied move was this morning. I think you're going to see that implied move get tagged. And both sides will print. That's what I think. And the way that it's looking right now, it's looking like they might try to close the gap above and get VIX low so that we can sell the market into next week over a 4-day weekend. That's what it looks like. So far, that's what it looks like. Good question. Why do you feel like the elevator doors are opened up and bears are getting inside? The reason that the reason that you should feel like this. Okay, so before today, you should know. So this is the simple answer. When we came into January, right? We made videos on this, right? You come into January and everyone's on same page. It's like, okay, here's the deal. Like we go through 2022, we come into January 1 and we're like, okay, here's the deal. The Fed's on our side. The Fed is fighting inflation. They're doing demand destruction. They're working on job market. right? They're doing all this work, tightening credit, all these other things, right? We haven't seen all of the good results that we're looking for the market to crash to an actual bottom instead of trade sideways. But we're on the same team. Everybody, the entire market's on the same team. We're all trading sideways and wondering what's going to happen next. Fed's telling you all these people are saying they're going to cut. We're not going to cut. We're staying the course. Everybody's like cheering. Woo, yeah, right. Let's keep doing it. We came to the first of the year and we're like, hey, we're probably going to trade sideways into 2023. And we're going to expect the Fed to do its job by the end of 2023. That's what the expectation is. So everybody's like, hey, we're going to buy bonds, high quality bonds on any low the rest of this year. 2023, right? Remember all those conversations we had? Tons of them, over and over and over and over and over and over. We're all on the same page. So TLT goes down $100. You buy some, right? High quality bonds. Right? Goes down there again, you buy some more. You buy physically, like you buy it. Like I own it. Time's passing in 2023. Everyone's on the same page. And the first nail in the coffin, the real true first nail in the coffin was when the Fed had the last meeting. And the first banking crisis that we had. Rather than let some of this stuff fail, they were like, nope, we're backstopping. And then you had people screaming on social media going, this is not new money. It wasn't new money, but it is money that they removed that they are re-injecting back into the system. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. You can label it whatever you want to label it. It has zero to do with me as a market participant. The only thing that I care about is the balance sheet going up, or is the balance sheet going down, or is the balance sheet heading sideways? Right? It was going down. Now it's going up. That's new money in the system. I don't care how you cut it. I don't care how you fucking package it. I don't care how you fucking label it. I don't care what Janet fucking Yellen says to me. She can say whatever she wants. They can say it. They can say it they can scream it till they're blue in the face. Doesn't matter to me. 407.50 now, heading up into the daily trigger at 407.60. If any of you are still here long, this is the place to take profit. Even if we blast through this, now trading 407.53, 407.54. Beautiful trade right here, by the way. 407.57 coming into this brief resistance here, trying to poke its head above the hourly trigger. Almost a perfect pin strike right there. Now the contract got broken. The contract with all of us was broken when they supported regional banks and risky money banks. The moment that happened, the gig was up, right? We saw money sloshing around again, and we saw all of the inflation work that we had done. We saw all the inflation work that we had done go get shit canned in like 2 weeks, right? All that hard work gone. It only took 2 weeks. Alexa, quiet, Alexa. Turn off Alexa. So the agreement was broken at that point with the Fed. We're not all on the same team any longer. There isn't team let's fight inflation. Team bullshit is what it is. 407 C's, if you took that full trade, I didn't follow you up on this one. I was over here blabbing. But if you took that full trade, those are trading $1.06 right now. Congratulations. VIX is still in a death spiral. It's trying to base out on a previous low currently. If it breaks down, you will see a return to the scene of the crime on the high. Let's look at that right now. For some reason, I couldn't delete this. For whatever reason, I couldn't delete the hourly trigger from yesterday. I don't know why that is. It's like frozen on my screen over here. This is the daily hourly trigger from yesterday. Here it is today. So just disregard this this green box. I'm having some technical issues on my end, but I do want you to see where the scene of the crime is. That's right here. Okay. There's another one right here. This is where right where this green box is. There's a scene of the crime there, and there's a scene of the crime above. And there's more to the scene of this crime because the reason why I want to show you this because you've got these sellers right here. And it goes on and on all the way up. I don't think we get up here at the end of today. It's possible. But I just want you to know that at R1, there's one. R2, there's one, too. I should have put that one there. That's the halfway point. I was hoping to get back there yesterday. Right there. If price is able to get above the hourly trigger here, I do want you to know that if price gets above the hourly trigger, this trigger right here, I'm going to show it to you a different way. It's going to start getting squeezy. And this is what I want you to pay attention to, want you to pay attention to here. So this combination right here, 1 minute, 5 minute, hourly, if price is able to get above and hold, we will start really blasting. You'll see shorts get wrecked in here. This is the next major trade right here to go higher. So if price is able to get above, retest the 1 minute and hold, or even the 5 minute, as long as it holds, we'll get really squeezy into the close here. So we're going to pay close attention to this and see if we can kill the VIX and get higher. It's all about the interplay right here. Gorgeous trade right now. Beautiful trade right now. Apple up 77 cents right now to $164.52. Woo, doggy. Closing the gap on high on Apple. Apple could go all the way up to 165.08. 165.14 for Apple. We'll watch some squeeze take place up here. Come on, keep on squeezing. Come on, keep it on squeezing. Give me that 408.33 or so. This is where the options market is up here, 408 and change. Talked about this morning when I first came on. Showed you where the options, the implied move was for today. See the resistance coming into the market right here. New low on the VIX right now. New low on the VIX.
we've seen one putt miss high, and it was just barely. So yeah, there's just a little more than they're reading. And it's just a little more, it's just a little, 1/2 a foot slower than they're thinking.
So now Justin Thomas on the tee at 5. He tried to get after it.
I think he was trying to cut it there, and I think a little bit of a double cross.
Double cross, exactly.
I'm pretty sure.
Wow, man. Bullard's now just throwing shit against the wall.
He's really unhappy because he knows.
Bullard now taking the bearish stance in the market.
Play for the green.
Bullard's now just painting the walls with speaking out of both sides of his mouth.
So now Tiger, his birdie putt at 6.
Down the hill. He needs this one.
I can't even read the rest of what he said. You want to read the rest of what he said this morning? It was disgusting.
Correct.
He said that it's hilarious. He goes, he said, I have not yet reviewed Thursdays. That's a fucking lie. Thursday's revisions for the to the jobless claims data. That's bullshit.
Very surprising. We saw
That's utter bullshit.
and they did go right.
Now trading above the hourly trigger, trading 407.74.
All cylinders yet, but there's a long way to go. And if anybody can get it revved up,
he'll get it revved up. He'll get red hot.
Now resting above the hourly trigger currently, getting extremely bullish here.
He's going to cut it.
Give me a squeeze higher right now.
Perfect.
Let's go, Rambo. That's where you want to be right there. Now back at the 4th on the tee, Masters champion. Hideki
Should start
Matsuyama.
squeezing up to 408.33. Waiting for the 1 minute and the 5 minute to climb higher right now. Look for a big old squeeze at some point or a retest and squeeze up to 408.33. 407's trading $1.25 right now. I do want you to know that the 406Ps are up to $272,000. They're only worth 18 cents right now, so we're going to lose rocket fuel as we trade up here to 408.33. 408.10 right now trading. Then 408.33. I would expect the squeeze to then end up here at 408.33. 407's now trading $1.41, $1.47. Woo! $1.39, $1.41.
Victor's young and aggressive. He might give this one enough.
Put fuel though is running out at this point.
He's playing for much break there.
Gave it a good
Nice
wrap.
squeeze higher.
He is
You know that was hurting somebody out there.
fearless.
Tied for the lead with Cameron Young. Now Tiger will tap in for his par.
Spy 408, Winky. What's up, baby?
4, 5, and 6.
How you doing, Winky? Happy Friday, brother.
The rest of the day for that group.
Smith playing with Hideki Matsuyama on the tee.
408.10.
Also in this group.
Tagging coming into the implied move on the upside for the day.
Really good record around here.
Torching 406 puts now at 416 cents.
And maybe
Should see a roll at some point soon.
I've ever seen from a guy coming down the stretch.
This is where the magic comes in right here. Magic is right here, though, man.
Great amount of nerve. Along with a really good stroke.
Just a beautiful.
If we can
Thursday
hold this
at
right
Augusta
here,
National.
expect some big burrs.
Sung J M next to go at 4. He's played so well here. Another player who just seems to love.
We can get this test right here. This is big one right here. We'll start smashing.
Like a gym rat in golf. He plays every tournament.
This one right here. This is big right here. Big, big, big.
He's awful good.
Bear rage at this point.
It's tough to play as much as he does play on your body and the travel and everything, but he makes it work.
Okay. And 3 guys that are thinking they have a chance to win the tournament.
We want to
They're
see a
not gonna-
successful
they're not normal.
retest of the white and
these
red
three,
line on the
but
1 minute chart here.
We have to see whether Cameron Young stayed out of that second bunker. Maybe got lucky. Justin Thomas is in one of the fairway bunkers. John Rahm, just a perfect drive. So Cameron Young did stay out.
JT with a sand wedge.
Yep.
'Cause that's really all you can hit.
Yeah, I want to take a. I'm going to chase this.
You can't go for the green.
If I can get a nice retest down here or down here for a move higher, definitely.
So he'll be in that patron crossway.
Got some calls lined up right now, ready to go.
John Rahm.
Need to get a beer.
We would like to say this is he can attack this pin, but it's just not the prudent thing to do.
Bullish right now. Market is bullish, above the hourly trigger. Bulls fighting back on a Thursday. Only one more day, or today left for the rest of the market for the week.
It's still not that bad. It's just
No,
okay.
it's okay. There's a lot worse places to be. We've already seen it.
VIX trying to hold its pants up, trading $18
Bad shot. There's no reason to
in 91 cents, sub $19. VIX in disarray. Its hair is out of control.
Break for Cam Young.
Nice.
They need a blow dryer and a brush for the VIX this morning.
It really is. Have to draw it around the corner.
Destruction in the VIX. VIX bulls devastated this morning.
Perfect now.
That is
Breaking through two previous lows set on the 5th and then on the 4th.
Full shot.
Next target below for the VIX, $18.54.
Kitayama. It's been a great year for Kurt, making his Masters debut.
If that breaks, next up $17, believe it or not. Woohoo, doggy.
Putted from there. I think VJ was kind of in that
Woo.
area.
Daily trigger just ripping down on top of the VIX right now.
Distance on the other side, he'd be over there trying to figure out if he should putt it or chip it off the green or so.
I'm looking at 408s. They're like floating around 67, 68 cents. So I got them set up right now. We'll see if they stay there or not. I'd like to see a quick pullback. 11:52 right now. 8 more minutes. We got the new high at 11:48. So no new high required, but right around this 12 o'clock hour. Look to see if we can get a dip buy down here.
Gotta be trying to kind of hold it in there, a little cut.
I think so.
He doesn't seem to let many things bother.
If you are long puts here and you're getting torn up,
Great attitude to have.
we can roll this. So if you are long puts and you're upside down your puts, this can roll.
Now Hideki Matsuyama at the 4th.
That option's still on the table. If the Bulls can't fight in this retest,
From down there.
possible.
It is makeable.
It is possible.
But this is not a good look for Bears right here. Being above this hourly trigger, if this gets successfully defended, you'll definitely want to take the opposite side of the trade to the upside.
It's hard to get it all the way there.
I think what goes through your mind right when you're at impact is don't hit it 3 feet past.
Yeah.
When you say, Jeff, so you leave it a foot and a half short and you go, okay,
Ugh.
good.
So rules official with Justin Thomas.
At this point, if you're getting upside down and puts right here, you just leave them on and then look for a dip to buy. You take the opposite side of the trade, you let the puts die and try to make your money back and break even by end of day over here.
Just trying to see if he wants to move it out of the crossway. Sanjay M, meanwhile.
Should have got a read. From the deck.
A little different angle, but yes.
Bullard now painting the walls with all kinds of bullshit.
Good speed.
But to your point, it's just to be aggressive enough to get it there, you got to risk being above the hole.
Okay, Slew, his quandary here is does he like the yardage from where he can drop and get a free drop to? Or does he like the yardage better from in the patron crossway there and How's the lie?
How's the lie? I mean, the lie is going to be with all the patrons going back and forth.
Yeah, they'll be
probably
tighter,
not as good.
But tighter, but
you can spin it more.
But it
from a tighter
appears
lie.
that he likes this yardage a lot better. Because if you got to go drop, 8 or 10 steps back, that may take you out of the range of a club that you really love.
Yep.
So we're going to go with this.
And there aren't many in the world who are better at these kind of shots, I don't think, than Justin Thomas.
Well, he's a rare young guy that is a shaper of the ball and is not afraid to try it either.
Right, he's not afraid to hit.
Yeah, so that says a lot.
Yeah, I think the best thing that I've done, Nino, is when I've got this whole past like week or two, I've done better with just leaving shit on and letting it die, and then taking the opposite side of the trade.
It's shiny, so he should really be able to clip this ball and put a lot of.
In case there's a reversal.
That's what he's trying to do.
It's been a weird week.
That far back, he's got to fly it up there. He's trying to. Sit.
And that was only 2 yards.
Whoa.
Too long.
At the most.
Almost perfect.
That's just. You're handcuffed if you drive it in the.
Does that make sense? Like this whole week, so whenever I've taken a bad trade this week, when I cut them loose, I've had a chance to make some of that money back, and I'm like, shit, I shouldn't have closed them. And then I jump on the opposite side of the trade too and make that money to make the money back what I lost. It's been a really fucking weird week for zero dates.
1 under through his first 4 holes of this Masters. So Hovland and Cameron Young.
Yeah, no fault. We had one day of follow through, right? That was it. We had one good day of follow through. I made a fuck ton of money in that day. We got good follow through. The rest of the week's been garbage.
Here matters.
Like no follow through. I mean, there's no follow through here, right? Look at this. Let's be honest. Came down, tagged the implied move. Came up. At this point, we've tagged the implied move. This is the implied move on the downside, basically. This is basically the implied move on the upside. It hasn't been like a trend day today, has it? It's not a trend day.
This far down in the valley.
Or as of yet, it's not a trend day.
Talked about Adam having a.
This is all VIX driven, it looks like. Or anything from this point forward looks like it'll be VIX driven.
Fantastic.
Wow.
You can see that ball really slowed down in the fringe and then got back to the green.
And
Perfect speed.
A Masters champion. More than likely has practiced that.
I think that what helps you do that is you don't look at your P&L.
John Rahm,
I think I think that I talk to Joe about this sometimes, and I'm like,
John Rahm's not going to find.
I'm gonna bet. Joe and I are like, I bet that if people go 100% in every trade, that's what I think that people do.
You never know. You putt like that, you're going to win a Masters.
His chances are going to get a lot better.
That was really well done.
Yeah, that's as good as we've seen from down there in that position.
Surely expecting Freddie Mac's 15 and 30-year average mortgage rate.
Can't lay for birdie.
That's what I think happens. I think people roll, that it's like, I'm all in. Then I'm all in again. And then I'm all in again. And then I'm all in again. And then I'm all in again. That's what I think. I think a lot of it's sizing up. I just turned it down.
Yeah. A putt here, you're just not used to it.
I think that explains 90% of them come up 3 or 4 feet short. Just not quite ready for that.
On the tee, our next pairing at the 4th. That's Cameron Champ playing alongside Masters champion Jose Maria Olazabal.
Like 0 dates, I normally start with normally I start depends on how much they cost, and if we're in trend day, 100 contracts. Day like today, 10, add another 10, dollar DCA for another 10, work my way up to 100 if I can. If I start losing money, sometimes I'll add 100 on the other side, catch back up.
You get down there and you're like, oh, okay, don't hit it past. And then you hit it past and you have that.
And then if I make money, I don't put all that money back into the next trade. I restart all over again.
He did make his bogey. Now at the 6, Kitayama.
And you don't really need to take the entire trade either, do you? If you got some of this direction here, you could take just one trade in a day and be done. I know a lot of you guys make too many trades in a day, too. There's like this whole list. Joe Donut and I wrote a list one day we were talking. We're like, what do you think all the reasons are? We wrote them all out. And we were like, it's all these things combined, guaranteed.
So he's not thrilled that he's going to have to demonstrate his skills, but he will.
Like you could have
demonstrate
taken just part of this trade here
now the par putt for
and
Justin
turned the
Thomas.
stream off and come back, but you don't.
That's what was going to happen. Tough putt here. We've seen it.
You're like, I want to go out and make more money.
Your fixed rate mortgage average 6.28%.
Trading
as of
408.25.
And 15-year fixed rate.
Trying to
mortgage
tap that
average
408.33.
4% as of April the 4th.
Return to the scene of the crime.
I think you
It's actually
mentioned earlier,
32,
Scott,
not
the big
33.
thing is they're concerned about running it 4 feet by. You're coming up a hill, and then it's downhill to the hole.
Gap to close above at R1.
Yeah, that's the last.
Huge gap up here between 408.66, 409.44.
So that's a drop shot for Justin Thomas.
Return to the scene of the
Smith
crime,
on the
trading
tee of
408.35.
Not going to flirt with those bunkers.
Should be just fine.
408.40 right now.
He's kind of underrated as a ball striker. You know, I mean, he's renowned for his putting in that, but you watch the guy play, and he drives it pretty straight. And nice iron player.
I think he's improved a lot in the last 12 to 18 months.
I try to be at a 30 delta. 0 date. This is 0 date. We're talking 0 dates. 30, 40 delta, somewhere in there.
To stay tied for the lead.
Gave a target for Apple earlier at 165.13. Now trading 164.82.
Stayed out and made a par.
Everyone we've seen or more.
Spy now trading 408.44, 448.48.
Has not been easy, no matter what the lie's been.
Yeah, that is not ideal. It might have a hard time even getting a stance up there. That is so.
Now
steep
trading
right there,
164.80. It's got another 30 cents or so, hopefully.
If he gets a stance, it's probably honestly not that bad a shot. It's going to come out. He knows exactly what it's going to do with no spin. He's got a chance.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm out, though. I'm out right now. I'm flat again.
Right. Well, he'll fly it on. It looks like he's going
I don't
down.
think so.
Nope, he's going down.
He's gonna
100
run hot.
contracts hardcore. Dude, I used to do 300 at a time. 300 at a time. I used to call fucking brokers up to be like, I want to trade fucking 30, 40 grand in a trade. I don't do that shit anymore. And the payment for order flow is bullshit.
He said he's one of the greatest of all time.
Just you do you, Jose Maria.
I'll have to do a video on how I trade, my full trading. We've talked about it on stream like too many times. I need to make a video so that, or cut it from a video, previous video. So you guys have an idea of what I do.
Par 3 6.
408.50. Close the gap on high. Close the gap on high.
Yeah. You good? You might recognize the voice.
Close the gap up here.
Now working with Cameron Young.
Close the gap.
This is just kind of hitting home. Just get it.
Good. Close the fucking gap.
Awesome.
He's probably got a 52-degree wedge here if he wants to try and get it close.
Yeah.
That's just a bad. I guess you call that a bad break. It wasn't a great shot, but
Long again.
pretty good.
408Cs now trading $1.08, $1.07.
He's going to have that long putt that's.
Yeah, down there in Louis Oosthuizen territory, and he did okay.
He did. Well, Cameron Young, one of the stories of this Masters so far. Still early in the opening round. This is our coverage of holes 4, 5, and
$1.09,
6 from Augusta
$1.07.
National Golf Club, the 87th Masters Tournament. Dave Fleming, Scott Verplank, Jeff Sluman. Matt Perry's going to be in with you later this afternoon. We watch every shot on these difficult holes on the first 9. Victor Hovland, who has not played well.
Victor
this stretch
Hovland,
of
baby.
holes in his Masters career, played very well when we saw him on 4, 5, and 6. And he's got a share of the lead with Cameron Young. John Rahm, who got off to a very difficult start, doubled the first hole. But back to even on the tee at 6.
Rolling over slightly here, rechecking the 6 EMA.
Way up there.
I love how close John Rahm is to the ball, his body, and he just turns his body athletic and just rips through that shot like young man. Well, you have to if you're that close to the ball.
Vic's trading 1883.
Back to Rom. Rom's so big, it just looks like a toothpick in his hand. It's just enormous. Just, you know, he may have got fooled by the wind off the tee, plugs it in the face. You're severely handcuffed, and make your bogey and get out of there.
Okay, perfect. That's the first one we've seen kind of plug in the bunker. Unfortunate break.
6-7 short of it.
JT and Bones working through.
Anybody think that Apple can get up there and hit 165.78 or no?
Trying to kind of hold this one in there. He said he wanted to start it just left of it.
That was the pre-market high back on the 5th.
I think that would be the TV tower.
That's pretty left.
That is very left.
There is a little bit of supply above up there.
It's okay.
But it's okay.
Okay. Because he got it to pin high.
That is the preferred area to miss it in.
Trading $1.11 right now.
I was thinking if I miss it left, it's going to be okay. But if I cut it, it's got a chance to be close.
I'm going to have to roll over here and catch some support at 408, but I'm not sure yet.
So the 3 tee shots at number 5.
12:06, 15 minutes to get a new high.
Sanjay. Hideki in the fairway. We'll see about Sanjay M.
Didn't like it. Short right. We did happen to watch him in particular spend a lot of time around this particular hole location, so we'll see if it helped.
408's trading $1.02 right now.
Ooh. Circled it in. Bogey 4 at the 4th for Cameron Champ. Finished tied for 10th last year at the Masters. Champ did. Well, there we got our answer with Sanjay M.
Man, this makes me want to go play. This makes me want to go bang balls later today.
These bigger hitters have started to come through the 5th with that tee a little forward. We have seen some try to take on the bunkers, and it often has not worked.
Exactly. It just doesn't work. They all know that.
Olazabal up and down for a par. Now Cam Smith at the 5th.
Hit a good shot, but I think he knew it. You could hear him sit, 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 sit. He knew it was.
The patrons thought it was good, but he knew otherwise.
He knew he struck it.
Dude, he's right in the fucking bunker.
Keep the 87th Masters tournament within reach anywhere, anytime. Visit masters.com, download the official app, and sign up for the Masters newsletter.
Hovland and Cameron Young continue to lead this Masters tournament, 3 under par. Only 2 left at 2 under, so we've seen some drop shots from some of our leaders, including Xander Schauffele.
A whole bunch of people at even.
Scott Stallings back into red figures, 1 under par for Stallings. Rahm at even par. Minwoo Lee's done some good work to get back to even.
What do I think of Tesla? It needs to hold 180.
With the flag out.
I'll take a look right now. Hold on.
He's trying to make it.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Ooh.
It's a miscalculation.
It held 180.
Mishit there?
I think so.
Trying to shake that one off.
Tesla's trading 185.53.
But to your point, I like it. He's trying to make 2 there.
You don't want to see a rejection on Tesla at 187.69.
JT's played this hole well in his career.
You also have another trouble area above on Tesla at 189.69.
that's a little bit of an oddity.
We've been talking about this 185 area for a couple weeks here. This is like the point of contention right now for consolidation versus distribution. So this 185 number is really special and magical. The longer that we spend on this 185 is bullish.
We're seeing more shots close to the hole. Rahm has 41 feet, and Cameron Young has longer.
Here, let me see if I can bring up Tesla for you really quick. I got to probably add to my position here, so I want to.
He didn't even come close.
And this one,
it might come all the way back.
This is a colossal mistake right here.
Goodness.
Okay, I'm going to show you Tesla here.
That going the other way to the back right.
What's my thoughts on Tesla? Nothing's
That
changed.
very often, if
It's all the same here.
Coming off the front of the green.
Wow. And as great a player as he is.
So I want to show you something here.
At the Masters.
When you see Tesla blast down like this, negative, right? Just goes straight down, right? Tip negativity, bam, right? This is negative, negative, right? Straight down moves.
And they don't probably hit that one as
Very simple.
And it, as we've seen through the years, it's a little slower than everybody reads it to be.
All this time being spent here, the longer that we spend this time here, the more bullish it becomes, the more bullish it becomes.
No, he probably.
If we had bloodbathed it down, rejected, and confirmed to move lower here, very bearish. That is very bearish. We didn't do that, did we?
Doubled the first hole, and his emotions did not get in the way, and now he's back to even par.
Good point.
So I'd say the way he operates.
Move down, come up, sellers step in. So far, was not an immediate rejection, was it?
Ever two?
Almost.
So far, bulls are holding on Tesla. The longer they don't confirm that move lower, the more likely it is that we go up. It's very simple sometimes.
Way out at number 5. He went
When do I get bullish on Tesla again?
He's a magician here. What's he gonna do? He's gonna try to fly it and one hop stop it.
That's what Higa did earlier, right? It looked like the way to go about it.
If price can get above here, all of these triggers come underneath, gives the bulls in a confirmation trade.
So this
roughly
is now
sitting at 200, 210 right now. Good work for Tesla bulls. They're doing good. Well, bulls that want to buy this or day trade it, this is all positive for Tesla right now. Not negative.
We'll never do that again.
Cost him a shot.
Yeah.
All positive. All constructive, I should say.
Golf's a very humbling game, Dave. That'll do it to you right there.
So now Justin Thomas in this little par 3 playing downhill.
The price target above of 223
iron in hand. 3 of the very best players
still
in the world.
valid right now for Tesla.
All kind of struggling with it.
Not the most difficult hole location.
It's come down a little bit. It's come down at 218.46 now.
Mundane par.
And actually, your next target above that is extremely high, right? It's at 218, but if you get above that 218, fuck it. You go into like 3-something. That's a giant.
Great save.
You get above, right now it's at, so Tesla right now, your whole thing today and into next week is to get above 221.43.
Yeah, and he literally made 2 mistakes. And then
You get above that, and it holds.
We saw him practice this.
You're gonna blast every bear dick off blast every bear dick off out there. Period.
Still got a putt that we haven't seen anybody read right.
Talking huge moving. Still some supply above.
Well, since I'd already called it stress-free, I was hoping he poured that one right in.
Still a big old gap to fill above here at R1. We got the gap here at 408.67. Gap above here at 409.07. Now 12-14. Bulls need to put this together here in the next couple minutes. If they don't, start squeezing in the next few minutes. we
putt
are
bogey
going
at
to
the 6
roll
for Cameron
lower.
Young.
So I'm going to look at my position here. I'm at $1.02 right now. So I'm either going to hold this position and add to it down below, which would be here or here.
Masters champion
I
Charles
don't want to
Schwartzel.
see us recheck this one and not hit this, or even roll back down into the 15-minute, because then the trade would be over here.
No, it's not going to stay. I thought it had a decent chance.
So Cameron Young moves back
Trading
to
408.57.
2 under. Patrick Reed back up to 2
Calls
under
trade at
par.
$1.07 to keep you up with
Scott
me.
Remains there, and Shane Lowry is now tied with Victor Hovland at 3 under par. Shoffley, Matsuyama, Smith, Sergio, Moran hanging in there at 1 under par. Brooks Koepka has started his Masters with a par at the first. Freddie Couples through 13 holes, even par. That will surprise nobody. Freddie once again playing some solid golf at Augusta National. Par putt, Cam Smith.
I'm going to switch over to a different program here.
Leaders in scoring. How about Mike Weir, champion here in 03, even par 72 today for Weir.
Dude, I love this Masters.com channel. It's fucking awesome.
Putting in some great work with Mark Blackburn. That's impressive.
Last made cut at the Masters for Weir, 2020, finishing a tie for 51st.
And I know it's an early wake-up call, but
I had a chance to go to the Masters once, but I didn't go. Kind of pissed I didn't go.
And if you think about it, Kevin Na withdrawing early. Mike Weir was
now
playing
trading 408.61, looking for a new high right now. Trading $1.11 back to flat right here.
Now, how does that work? How does that work tomorrow for Mike Weir? Because he's going to be later
there's
in the
my boy
day.
Tiger.
Will Marker play with him?
We will find that out. I'll find that information out for you, Colt.
I got my clubs.
New high right now. That's good to see.
Job to do. Woods waiting for the green to clear.
He needs a bird.
He has to have one.
He has to, and he knows it. I mean, you can see that look right there.
Ooh, dude, Woods is serious right now.
Grouping up ahead, Abraham.
Start ripping some faces off.
Bradley. Billy, you know who else is even par playing the second 9 right now?
What's the temperature down in what's the temperature right now?
Couples. Think he likes this week?
He loves this week. I mean, you listen to Fred, and he will tell you it's, you know, his favorite week of the year. You know,
just temperature, weather.
I think a lot of players have that same feeling.
That's not too bad. 80 degrees. It's getting up there. It's getting up to 84.
Ready to do business.
It's not that bad.
And he's going to have to get all of this one. Try to turn this
80
one a
is
little
still
bit from
pretty
right to left.
reasonable
This
for
whole
that, except for the humidity is usually. I wonder what the humidity is right now.
Green. He went for the big high fade. That one might have caught a tree, Billy.
Nobody really moving over there.
Not finding the humidity anywhere.
I wonder if it's underneath the mounding.
It's probably 90%.
Colt, that was an interesting route to take.
Like 80 degrees and 90%.
Bring
You
those
feel a little
trees
bit of
into
a
play,
roll
moving
here.
left, right. I kind of thought he would go the other way and try to run it up the front part of the green.
Got the new high on the 15 minutes, so no requirement to go up here. Gonna stay long and probably add to a position if I have to down here at the 1 minute at 408.28.
Big tee shot here.
Also have the hourly trigger. Could retest that hourly down here. Watch out for a dip here.
Oh my!
This is way left. Well, he actually got away with that. That's going to be okay.
Absolutely, it's going to be okay. That's a great break.
Billy, that is not something I don't think you'd have seen a few years ago. Players going left, trying to cut it over the trees. It was typically, to Colt's point, low and moving right to left.
Yeah, just try to.
Vic's trying to find a bottom and get above its 1 minute trigger right now.
You know, not only the right height, but to.
Watch out for the big roll down to the red line down here.
You know, Colt said, you know, you talk about
down to
that right
407.52.
A miss to the right would have been a tough up and down. But I still was looking for that right to left, not the left to right. That's a beauty right there.
Alexander's third.
Yeah. Really no visual of the flag stick from down here. There's a great look right there. And you can see the steepness of the hill. He kind of fell back a little bit into that right side.
Oh, how good is this right here?
That is excellent.
He is going to be very pleased when he gets to the top of the hill.
Exactly, because right now he has no idea where that ball ended up, and actually a really good look from birdie after the tee shot. Just a shade right.
Ooh, listen, though, it did kick to the right. He got away with that.
To that whole location, imperative at 7 to 5.
Vic's trying to trade right now. It's above its 1 minute trigger, trying to trade to 1913.
Hovland and Lowry at 3 under. And Young, a shot back.
Apple bleeding a little bit, trading 164.45, trying to trade down to 163.9 or 164.01.
Pimento cheese, but before the time that landed, that was way up in the sky.
A little bit of a flattening going on the 1 minute chart on the 1 minute, the white line and the red line here. We'll look on the 5 minute here and see. Still have a nice bullish cross here in the 5 minute. This is a 5 minute chart right here. So you could see a little bit of a pullback here. It's possible. This is beautiful though. Right here is very bullish.
From the fairway, it looks
on
like
the
this
5
whole
minute
location's
chart.
pretty much in the middle of the green, but with the big fall off to the right, you really don't
Want
have
to
much
see
room
some
to land
nice
this one.
follow through here.
Absolutely.
Maybe consolidation. Bam, continuation higher.
Very fortunate.
Say okay. It's actually the first discussion I've heard between player and caddy about the wind dancing around.
And Billy, you were right. Where Woods ended up.
I'll leave it on the 5 minute so you can see this crosshair, this bullish cross.
The mound's on the left, so much like Victor, plenty of green to work with. Difficulty here is not being able to see the flag stick, but get in.
Oh! Oh!
First Tiger highlight of the day here at
Woo!
the 8th. Nearly the eagle.
Woo!
But he had to have 4, and he's going to get it. As we go back to 7.
If you want it back on the 5, I can put it back there if you want. I'm still long here. I don't believe that we're going down at all. Nothing looks like we're going down.
The spin he put
Looks like
on
we're gonna
that,
blast
but
some
that's gonna be below
asses
the
out
hole.
today.
And you can see the flag stick right
I'll
there.
leave it on the
That's
5 minutes so you can
what
see it so you
JT
guys
and
don't
Bones are
panic.
talking about. And
Tiger did tap in for his birdie here at the 8th. Now Hovland.
He's far enough up that he didn't have to really
Nice.
depend on just a sight line that he picked out. I mean, he can see the flag stick, and I'm going to say that's okay.
They got wrecked on nat gas.
Any better, Billy?
I was gonna look at it today. I saw sometimes Fridays are good for nat gas. Oh!
Caught a piece.
Oh, dude, you guys want to trade nat gas? Dude, nat gas is getting pumped right now. Nat gas is pumping.
Like
Trading 656. Price target above on nat gas 661 or lower. Nat gas good rippy right now. Rippy right now in nat gas. The Widowmaker. The Widowmaker. Nat Gas Fridays, man. Nat Gas Fridays, baby. Buy some lottos. Let them ride to the end of the day until 3 o'clock.
I don't think there's a lot in this pot.
You guys know that works itself out, right? You'll get like a 0 date. You don't get 0 dates every day of the week for a lot of tickers, so tech and shit like that. Anything that's underperformed, it doesn't have a 0 date every day of the week. Sometimes a rip faces off on expiration day. Not always, but it's a good little thing to remember.
Just doesn't make
Dude, I want to have a beer right now so bad. You know what I want to have? I want to have a mint julep right now. Not a mint julep. I want to have a mojito. Some crushed ice. I've got pimento too right now. Like a pimento sandwich. Not the mint julep. I like the mojito. Oh no, a mojito I would like. Yeah, mojito right now with a pimento sandwich. Like crushed
are you
ice.
a fan of the line on the ball?
Some crushed ice.
And I never
some
did.
Ripped up mint.
Especially from this.
Some lime squeezed, fresh lime squeezed. I don't care about the rum, whatever you want to put in there. Some high-end soda water, some simple syrup, or some simple syrup made with a good sugar.
I like the way.
A little splash of some dark rum on top.
He makes it on 6. He takes a little bit.
Hop in a golf cart, grab a pimento cheese sandwich on some white bread.
You know, it just kind of looked like it.
Hang out with my buddies.
Confident, controlled putt.
Back a hole.
Bang some balls into the woods. Into the drink.
Low all the way.
Microsoft ripping faces off right now. Azalea cocktail, man. Oh, Alizé cocktail. I like Alizé. Alizé is pretty good too.
Billy, a very sensible start for Thomas.
Yeah, I like Brooklyn Lagers too, man.
You know, we talk about the results and where he's been this year. Certainly not what.
Ooh, yeah, dude. Actually, you know what? Scratch all that. Scratch all that. A Sam Adams with a pimento sandwich, definitely.
Good solid start in this opening round.
Sam Adams and a pimento sandwich sounds ball. I just don't want to drink that heavy beer at like 80 degrees, 85 degrees in the humidity. That's the only thing I'm thinking. I agree with that. That's that combo though. Or a Brooklyn. I agree. I'm making a mistake here because it doesn't match. The flavor doesn't match up. It's in my brain. It is.
Comeback this is for John Rahm after that.
But a pimento sandwich with a like a heavy flavored lager. Ice cold.
The double was just a little
I agree.
call.
I'm wrong. You're definitely right. 100%.
Like spilling your coffee on yourself in Bourne, and you're still going to get the cup.
You're 100% right.
Italy 2024 growth seen slowing to around 1 spot
nearly
4%
disappeared
versus the
for
1
the
spot 9% target.
For Cameron Young.
You're definitely right. You got that right. I got that wrong. 100% I got that wrong.
Spun back to this position.
Ice cold, deep flavored lager.
Dropped at the 6th.
Pimento sandwich. I don't know about the mayo.
I would have to agree with Paul Tesori there. I think this one's going to move just ever so slightly to his right.
Sun beating down, sitting over in the shade of the trees. Hanging out with your buddies. Turn off the cell phone. Just throw the cell phone in the back of the I mean, I know people use their cell phones while they're playing golf, but for me, let's get rid of the cell phone. Let's get rid of it.
That'll be a bit frustrating. Still ahead of the 8th, and you can track your favorite players, watch live streams, and follow all the action with Masters.com and the official app. That's the first page of a leaderboard, Cole.
Get on up there and squeeze them.
Hovland, Lowry, Adam Scott, Patrick
Get that
Reed,
supply up there.
Young and Rahm.
2 past champions off to very nice starts. Victor Hovland just on cruise control right now.
There he is.
Squeeze them out. 408.64 right now. New high. 408.65. Squeeze them out.
Just went right through
Squeeze those
trees.
dirty
Another
bears
great
out
break.
today.
Now Woods.
Take out the VIX to the woodshed.
Shane, you
Ooh,
think back to
Lagunitas. Yeah, it's
1997 here at nine, he
Lagunitas is
was
good too.
driving it in places we had never seen.
For trading 408.75. I have seen that done on a course before. I'm like, how can you do that while you're playing golf?
Class to go.
I'm like, what? You savage. I'm like, I have golfed with people that have partaken of that stuff, and I'm like, that's gross. I'm like, how do you even pay attention to what you're doing?
There's a few holes out here. to
Closing
go
the
snap
gap
where
on
it
high
really
in
helps
R1
if you
right
can
now.
Turn it right to left, and this 9th hole is definitely one of those.
We'll play a couple in a row with 9 and 10.
I've
Trading
always said for years, it would
408.75.
shock me if
Hopefully
the
some of you that are watching this broadcast right now have a nice cold beer out. You're making yourself a sandwich. Gonna enjoy your long weekend.
Probably the same
You got me on in the background. I'm not swearing too much today.
Players in the field, I think we can say that about right. JT,
You can keep the wife and kids around. Hopefully you don't even keep the wife and kids around. Or if you're a woman watching right now, hopefully you keep away the men or the other women, where the hell it is you love. They're off doing something else and you're able. Oh! Squeezing higher now to 408.84. Trading $1.27 on 408C right now. $1.29. Squeeze them all out right now.
It's the same window.
$1.36 right now. $1.32. Woo! Take some money off the table, baby. Get some money. Was that enough for you? Was that enough for you? Can you hear me now out there?
All the modern players talk about using the ground to create speed.
Can you hear me now? I want to know. Can you hear me?
Watch the feet.
Trading 409.03. 408C's now trading $1.40 right now.
Listen, you don't have to dunk it.
Woohoo, baby!
Just have to hit it solid and make a lot of putts.
Don't hesitate to take some money off the table as we approach 409.18.
Does he even think about the bunker?
I think this is one he goes. Go ahead. And
We have
leave it
more
a little
liquidity
extra, because I
above,
think
up
he
over
catches
there,
it
right there. See right there?
Zero
Not by Burry's face, but right up there. We should get up there at some point today. Blasting. Trading 409.03.
Oh, just covers it. 319 carry uphill. Stay in school, kids.
That is a young man that.
Woohoo, baby!
By a squat rack. Some strong legs.
Was that as good for you as it was for me? There's your 5-minute chart. There's your cranking up higher 1-minute chart. Just moving higher right there. You need a cigarette? Now what are we looking for? We're going to move this one up here right now.
To our featured group, number 1. Getting through the.
We want this to hold.
In the
We
opening
want some
round of
consolidation.
And we're seeing some very impressive play.
Nice moves on the SPY today.
Just
We got more liquidity up on high today.
From Tiger Woods in the fairway at the 9th.
R2, 410.04.
Show.
Thank you for playing. I love you, Winky.
3 tee shots here at the 9th. The Goblins just snuck into the fairway.
It did, but with Xander being able to move it right to left,
Look how far down he is.
He's 30 yards past the other guys.
Me too, Omar. I wish I was with you, man. I wish I was with all of you right now. If we could be together right now out in a park somewhere, just sitting out in the park, nice, warm, sunny day, barbecue going on, music playing in the background, get a Cuban jazz band playing,
Way at the back of the green, up on a
drinking mojitos, eating pimento sandwiches. Some of you are pissed off. Some of you brought Brooklyn lagers. Some of you brought Lagunitas, and you're like, that guy's crazy. Give him a beer. Some guys just barbecuing up, bunch of food, bunch of nitrate-filled meat.
That's just too hard of a shot for him with the leg.
And of course, we've got the vegans there, so we got to give them something. We'll have to make like tofu pimento cheese sandwiches for them.
When you think about Augusta National, and you think about
Because we do know in real life that people have their own lives, right? We have actual family members that have their own lives. Trading 408, 97, 96.
the strength that they have in their legs to deal with these kind of lies.
Target above 410, 17. You can see the liquidity above us, up there where my finger is pointing. Liquidity above us. Supply, baby. Price like a magnet to it.
This is called dialed.
And why not?
Victor Hovland has never made birdie here at the 9th in his Masters career. And
Mutually good, baby. Hell yeah. We know how real life is. We know that social media tries to turn each other on each other. Then social media is like, yeah, then when you leave here, I want you to go home and yell at your friends and family. In reality, hopefully you have loved ones that you love out there. Friends, family, whoever they are.
The record.
You know, I was out in a
history on this first 9 is 30.
I was at a football game the other night, and
This tournament's history, and now
like a football game the other night, and I was talking with some friends, and I won't bring that up right now. It's a good day right now. We'll keep it trading right now.
There you go. That's amazing.
Yeah, man, take your gains, brother. Take your gains and run.
Like that.
No. So this screen right here, the red line, right? This is right now support. So this red line right here that I just popped this box, this is support right here. I'll make it green. Right now it's green. I should stick with what I usually do. So this is green right now, right? We're above the hourly trigger. We're very bullish when we're above the hourly trigger. Hourly trigger. We're very bullish above the hourly trigger. So right now, this is still support. If we start to break it, it'll turn yellow. I'll turn this yellow and red for you. This is a 1-minute chart too. Go to a 5-minute chart. Look at that beautiful fucking move in the 5-minute chart. This is a bull, red and white line. This is called a bullo plane right here. Bull plane right here. Right? So, bull plane, now straight vertical, meaning we're very bullish right now. You're going to expect this to continue right here. Damn it.
Think this group has any power?
As long as price stays above.
330.
That is just silly. And even though Justin Thomas blocked it out there to the right,
As long as price stays above the 408.61, price stays above the white line, the red line, we're still super bullish here. As long as we are getting new highs every 15 minutes, we're still bullish here. Every 15 minutes, right here, 12:35, close enough. 12:40, we don't really need to get a new high right now.
Colt, I know you
We have liquidity above in this stuff that you see right around me right here. That means that above there are standing orders to sell. And so
Does a
price is
great
attracted to it on high.
Go up to 9 and Tiger.
Oh, that needs to settle.
Price is so close over here. Follow my cursor, like the goat says.
And that turned
It's
the
like a
blinker on, reverse back.
it's like a mosquito to like a mosquito trap. The mosquito trap's up here, and the fly is like, oh yeah, man, I know I can sell up here. Make sense?
Looks like he's setting up for a big cut.
He can launch it way up in the air.
Now, if we trade below here, right? If we fail to make a new high every 15 minutes,
Okay, with the club twirl.
we'll begin to then lose velocity and roll back and check the 1 minute
Oh, almost hit the hole.
and continue higher if there's still demand.
That was right at it.
Tough work to do from there. But what a great looking shot.
Might have been the coolest club twirl he's
This
ever
is
done.
not
He's the king
bearish.
of 'em.
I apologize. Well, it's bearish.
Well, the fellow
I guess
we're
it's
seeing on
bearish
play
on
with
Monday.
Sam Bennett. Give him a run for his money.
You don't
He
want to
has regroup his
see.
clubs after rounds 'cause he
Well,
clubbed
not that you don't want to see, but you see VIX is trading 1876. You're gonna expect a pullback on Tuesday, right? We all kind of get that, don't we?
Really good look to this back.
We're gonna get a pullback on Tuesday. Then we talked about that this morning, right? I'm not super bearish here at all. I'm bullish on the overall upward trajectory of the market. I'm gonna expect another pullback on Monday,
337.
but I'm not bearish in that sense of the word.
Very solid start for Xander Schauffele.
This is the melt up, baby. This is the melt up. Nothing has said anything other than we are in a melt up into mid-May. Nothing says we are not in melt up right now. We've had no follow through in the bear side. We had a bid today on Friday.
Quite a bit.
We are just grinding higher as time goes on. As a matter of fact, if we continue to do this every week,
Now Tiger at 9.
you will look back
Look how small those
and
back
say,
numbers are.
shit,
Very similar to what we saw with his
I'm
par
bearish here.
3.
Matter of fact, you'll claim bearish every day into mid-May likely, or beginning of May, somewhere in there. You just keep saying I'm bearish. You'll see market crash videos every fucking night into mid-May.
Going into the second 9.
Work left to be done, but a good par save. Now Rahm.
Just an iron left to this par 5.
It's going to get real close. This is going to get
So
really,
far, past couple weeks, or not even couple weeks,
That John Rahm.
past since May 13th, it's been a run higher.
an eagle.
And then this past week has all the signs of a melt up.
Rahm right back in it.
We know
Everybody
historically,
chasing this man right
March,
here.
April, the two strongest months in the stock market, the best
31
returns.
for Victor Hovland.
We know that we had a bad March, April last year. Statistically improves our odds of having a good April this year.
Effective golf.
You now have the Fed possibly, with Nick Timrose this morning, possibly signaling a pausing of rates when we are below fighting inflation. Not what a bear wants to hear. Trading 409.07 right now. That is the narrative. And I don't care what anybody sells you out there. That is the narrative. Now squeezing higher to 409.12. VIX coming down into its last known support. Last known support was at 1853 and 1858. Just blasting higher now.
Excellent day.
408C's now trading $1.44.
Today's the day to go out there and get it. Hovland doing exactly that. He's 5 under.
Take a little bit off right there.
Lowry through 10.
Played really well here last year, but has been struggling most of 2023. Good
Blasting
play.
higher. 409.15 right now. VIX coming into its last known support right where we are. Not a bad idea here to take some money off the table as we approach this and look for more consolidation. There's a lot of work to do in here to get low, to get higher. We could squeeze a little bit more, could get a little bit more in here. Peek our head up or something right in here somewhere. You can see that liquidity above us right here.
The turn or getting
Hold on, I got to do this.
that.
Right there. There's some more liquidity right there. There's probably more liquidity up on high.
Young
I'm going to show you the VIX real quick.
But still an opportunity to get this up and in for birdie.
Oh, took a massive bounce.
Okay. So this is the VIX. This has been a place where the VIX has been bought. Here. 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 And now somewhere in here, right? Can the VIX go lower?
All
Yes.
three of these guys, when they step up on par fives, they're just thinking birdie at worst. So much power. And now Cam Young's going to be scrambling.
That's where that little extra squeeze comes in, right? You see it right there? You can get that little bit of squeeze in the SPY right here. 1859 maybe. So what'll happen is you'll get the squeeze up in the SPY briefly. Might already be happening. I'm not watching it.
I like it.
Then you'll get some consolidation. Now we can go lower, but in here you'll get cut up in profit. And we can get the bounce higher too. And that would be the pullback to the 1 or 5 minute, okay? The 1 or 5 minute lines that I've got for you there. So the idea being here that you could get this last green bar up here.
He has very little green to work with. So I think
Squeeze
this
it
is
up,
his best
right?
chance of getting it close.
Quick roll over. Consolidation. Maybe you get the squeeze up into the close at 410. You get what I'm saying here?
Colt would have been tougher to get it inside of that pitch in the golf ball.
And then if you're a bear, the lower that we go down here, you want to think about, if you're going to think about, listen closely, if you're going to think about puts for next week, as I've stated before, you're looking for spreads, and you're looking for farther out in time if they're not spreads. I do highly recommend to you that you put on ratio spreads. Another thing I want to tell you here is this. I want to warn you of something if you're a bear. Just a nugget. Everything that you read over this weekend, I want you to ask people about what I said today. If you read something, you're like, I trust this person. Here's some sellers coming in. Be careful here. You have a tweezer reversal right now on candlesticks on the 1 minute chart, 5 minute chart, excuse me. I want to tell you something here, okay? If you're like, I trust this bear out there, I want you to be like, and this bear's telling me it's really bad for the market, ask them serious questions. Say, what about the fact that we're no longer, or we're being told by Nick Timmeros that we're no longer going to fight inflation, and that we're not above the rate of inflation.
Tiger Woods is 2 over par. The greens, 18 putts through the first 9 holes.
You understand what I'm saying? 'Cause my conversation with my family and friends is likely going to be,
Well, in 97, he shot 40,
we ain't getting that fucking bottom we wanted right now.
38 today.
Or at least right now. And that's probably going to come out in the minutes, too. If I was gun to lock right now, I'd be raging pissed.
Somebody needs to wake that patron up.
I'd be really angry if I was gun locked right now.
Is about to walk by and hit a second shot into 10. Okay, we're awake.
Eugene Park saying, I am so rich with calls.
Billy that he was open for, but no issues.
Yeah, I think you're barely in the second cut, but now.
Watching bottoming of VIX right now.
Let's see, looking out left.
We're never going down again. That's not true. We'll go down. Just not to where some people are calling. There's a good thing here, too. Oh, there's some positiveness here. I'm now hoping that I can buy, and I always say I'm going to buy TLT, and I don't. I'm hoping that I can actually buy it at $100 again. I hope I can grab that at $100. So I do want to buy that VIX because I do think that they will continue to raise rates. I'm hoping that they will continue to raise rates. I'm going to hope here that people are going to panic in the background. We're not going to see it. They're going to tell you.
Place alone through 8.
They're going to tell you like doom and gloom. But in the background, they're going to sell out of those doom and gloom positions. I think that TLT will likely roll back down. and then I'll get a chance to jump in on that trade for farther out in time.
Made 6 at 1, made 4 at 2, and has made 3 on all but 1 hole since. And now Young to save par. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for consolidation right in here.
Cam Young, hot early. John Rahm,
At 1
hot
p.m.
as of
Eastern
late.
Time, we get the weekly US Baker Hughes data. Total
I'm gonna
for
look for
Excel,
something like this.
755.
And then that, and then the
oil
close
rig
right there.
count, forecast
That's what I'm looking
590
for.
On the prior, 592.
Something like that. This white line's gonna come up here. This line can be higher. That's the worst that I'm looking for right now. You think derivative yield? You're probably in the clear, man.
You mentioned the start for Victor Hovland.
You're probably going to get another good chance at it. There's a higher likelihood as of today that you're going to get a chance of it.
Is that what you sign up for, Colt?
I'm okay with this.
There's a higher likelihood today than there was yesterday.
John Rahm, you just kind of think of what he's done the last.
And if it doesn't roll down, that's because nobody's selling. They're just like, fuck it, I'm in at $100. That's possible too. You can just have people just long the actual underlying, and then it just doesn't move. I don't want any long. I just want to own it. I don't want any calls or nothing. I just want to own TLT at like $100. And I have. I gotta be honest with you, I have not bought it. I claimed that I would buy it, and I never did when we were down there, and I should have. I'm pissed off that I didn't do that.
After he just takes it down. Down the fairway, and that's
I just want to own it.
right.
I want to own it at like $100, and I claimed that I would do it, and I didn't do it.
Billy, I was told you could only say 2 commands to a golf ball in the air. That was almost reaching the maximum capacity.
I think we do. Well, I want to give one caveat here. Ken B saying he thinks we do crash. I do too, Ken. I have this real fear right now that we're going to melt up into like 430, 460, 480. Elliott waivers out there say the same thing. They're in agreement with this, that there's a fair chance. A lot of I'm gonna mute this here. I want to talk to you guys about something. There are a lot of bear Elliott waivers out there. Bears like full on, I'm a bear Elliott waivers out there that are like, there is a fair chance of a stupid melt up. And as long as we continue higher and don't break certain like key levels as we go up, that extension could get real nasty, like 430, 420, 430, 460, 480, believe it or not. I'm not saying we go there. You have to it has to be validated all the way up. But if we go up there, the end result of that trade is a roll down currently to 320, 3,200. That's that bust through the trough, nasty, vicious crash that you want. No, this isn't David Hunter. So I apologize to you guys. You guys want me to show you? You guys want me to turn you on to some people, or the LA waivers that I know I've known for a long time, and those guys are like, watch the fuck out. Like, watch out. The full-on bears, man. That third wave can go way, 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 way higher. Oh, he always talks about the melt up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Oh, yeah. Like, I know David Hunter's a joke, but Elliott waivers, if you go out there and ask an Elliott waiver, they'll tell you. They'll be like, there's a real chance. There's like a chance of a crazy ass melt up. Like a violent melt up. Ask on your own. Go out there and just find an Elliott wave practitioner and ask them. Say, hey, is there any like risk here of extensions up to like 430, 460, 480? And they'll tell you the same thing. They'll be like, yeah, man, if this keeps up, like that's what's happening. Now, the end result, though, when we do break that structure, bloodbath, like ugly, violent bloodbath. I don't talk about that stuff on stream because I don't want to get people overly bearish, and price matters in this too. Price matters. Price matters when you enter the market. If it doesn't happen and the market stabilizes,
1 p.m. Eastern time.
there's a
we get
lot
the
of like
weekly US
unknowns
Baker Hughes
to
data,
trade on
total
this.
rig count prior 755 and oil rig count forecast 590 on the prior 592.
My take right now is my take on the market is you trade the market up to the right, up and to the right, up and to the right, and you hedge yourself. If you don't know how to do that, then you buy bottoms, ride them up and take the profit, and stay flat.
For a low draw, he actually got it to spin quite a bit.
Try harder, Bears. Bears will continue to be beaten until morale proves.
It was moving, not only checking, but
I don't know. Like, why do you have to? Why do you have to take?
How different the personality?
Why do you have? I mean, I like S-style calls sometimes. I think right where we are, I'm not as much of a fan of S-style calls. I like the idea of putback spreads.
And then you've got the cool and collected.
I went on to.
It's gonna be fun to watch. All three of those great players.
Just look up
Max Homa
putback
just
spreads and then go to the
continuing
Option
to
Industry
rise in the
Council
world
video.
rankings up
I'll
to
post a link
fifth.
to it right now.
Got all the tools. And I said it earlier. In my opinion, there's two guys in the game of golf that have zero weaknesses. It's John Rahm and Max Homa.
I don't know why you wouldn't either. If you're a fucking, I'll be honest, dude. If you guys
You
are,
look at me like I'm crazy. You disagree?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I thought I thought you were finally going to add Scotty into the mix. I thought Scotty was going to finally get a spot in your list.
In my opinion,
I thought you
Scotty,
warmed up.
the one thing he does struggle with is inside of 5 feet with the putting. But he's still the number one player in the
hey,
world.
if you're a bear,
What's been interesting about the Max Homa experience is around.
if you're a bear out there listening into this broadcast right now, if you are a bear, yeah, we're gonna roll. If you're a bear, okay, please listen closely. If you're a bear, please. If you're a bear, please, 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 I'm begging you to listen to me. I just put a link in. I just put a link into the chat. If you're a bear and you're listening to me right now, and you don't know what a ratio spread is or a putback spread is, just please turn off my broadcast, watch that video, come back to the broadcast. There, I just posted it. You have it on YouTube, you have it on Twitch right now. Just consume that video, and it gives you a basic understanding of how the function of these work. And the only time you get fucked is in a sideways market. Now, if you put enough time on them, you don't get fucked. If you're like, I'm collapse bear. If you're just like, we're gonna crash. If you're just like, we're going to 360. If you're like, we're going to 3600. We're going to 3200. And you have like a date and time in mind, that's your trade. You don't need any other trade.
This stream is
If the
sponsored
market
by
goes
To The
against
Tick.
you,
Get
you're going to
free
make
daily
money.
PIV
You can
points,
probably skate
Fibonacci,
away with
and
like
market profile
a
levels
10%
by
win
signing
and
up
cover
at
your costs.
tothetick.com.
I don't know if you can place these trades on Robinhood, but I think you might be able to. I think you should be able to. Please, if you're a bear. I don't hate bears. If you watch my show, if you see me on FinTwit, I break bears' balls all the time. I don't want you to think that in real life I hate bears. I don't. I do not hate bears. It's
Shortly
not real.
expecting the US Baker
It's an
Hughes
online
data. I'll
persona
lead with the total rig
where I'm
count.
trying to fucking stir the shit pot on Twitter. That's all it is. I want you to truly realize that. Yeah. I got no ill will towards a bear out there. So I know that some people think that, but I don't. Don't mind talking about the bear trades. Don't mind saying where the roll is. None of that stuff. So I want you to really, truly understand that. I've been a bear. I'm a reformed bear. I've been there. I get it. I had a bear phase. I went through it. I lost a lot of money as a bear. But if you're a bear, I understand. If you trade better as a bear, I understand. I trade better as a bull. So I mostly take some people can trade both sides wonderfully. When I look at my trades, I make money as a bear, but not like I do as a bull. So I trade both sides, and I don't trade theta well. Sometimes I do, but I don't trade theta well either. So I try to, where I can make money, where it really matters, like at the end of the day, I make most of my money as a bull. How can I hate bears? You're the best bear DJ. I mean, how many bear like bear live streams are there? Probably not too many, are there? Is there anybody out there actually playing bear jams for you? Bear jams? Probably not. Probably people that are like, I'm short here. But they're not playing bear jams, or they're just over too bearish. Probably want to trade with me. Well, I guess if you're a bear, you might want to trade with me because I'm not overly bearish. Looking for a tag down below here at 408.11 down here. Nice little tag. Nice little baroplane on the 1 minute right here for a look lower. Look for a tag at 408.11. So I'll put them on the chart so you can see them. If you're bearish right now, PT1.
Still waiting for the Baker Hughes data.
We'll look at the 5 minute chart as well. Yeah, there's PT1 right there. 5 minute chart. Gonna look for this 408.10 or so.
751, rotary oil rigs, 590, 590
Jesus.
as expected.
1 minute chart down here. Got another price target lower. I'll put that on the board too. That's at 407.50. Text 407.50 right here. PT2. Just so you can see them. Five-minute chart. You want to see the rejection back up here. You want to see this turn into, right now it's yellow, but you want to see it turn into red. Your stop should be above in case you get squeezed out. Have a little bit of selling pressure still on the VIX right here. VIX trading below the 1 minute here. Just make sure you have a nice place here. And well, you decide what your stops are. Your stops might be here. This is where mine would be if I was in puts right now. Not financial advice, but they'd be like up here somewhere. What you don't want to see as a bear is a new high here. So see this 409.15? You don't want to see the new high, even a tick. You don't want to see like a tick. You don't want to see this green bar come up and tick a new high here. That's bullish, believe it or not. This is a 5 minute chart currently. Still have liquidity above at R2. This is a 1 minute chart. Maybe that helps you. Can you see that red line? Maybe I'll just make it yellow or something. Hopefully that'll help you. What do we got up here? 410. 410's 22 cents right now. 410C. I'm watching the VIX here. I want to see if it breaks below or not. I want to say I got some text messages coming in. VIX trying to claw its way back right now. Sorry. I was misinterpreting what you're saying. I apologize. I got your text messages just now. I just read them. Sometimes I'm not reading the chat. Like I read the chat and I'm like, context is off for me. So if you just texted me in my phone, sometimes I read the chat and I'm either out of the loop in what's being said or I misinterpret what's being said. So I apologize to you. Bear jams, baby. You tried to find a GA cap on. You just look me up as just do a Google search, CaptainJimJames, and I pop up all over Google on FinTwit. I think my hardest thing with trading is I don't trust the market and think it's trying to screw me every time. I see this huge run and I think they're going to push this back to near open to kill everyone's options. No, I'm not in any put trades. I don't like, so here, let me, give me a second. I don't like this right. So follow my cursor on the liquidity screen, okay? I don't like this here, and I don't like this here, and I don't like this here. That's number one. So it's Friday, right? You got to remember something. On Fridays, okay? We're either gonna rip the fucking VIX to, like, let's say we're trading 26 on the VIX today. If we're trading like 26, 27, I would expect like the tools in your toolbox for the day on Friday. Like today's Thursday, but it's a Friday. If we're trading like a 26 or a 27 on the VIX, I'd be like, yeah, we're likely gonna sell the fuck out of Friday. I'm gonna rip the VIX up to 30. And then we'll start next week new, either with consolidation for move higher or an open higher going higher. Does that make sense? Where the VIX will then sell off from 30. Right now, we got the VIX down at what? It's at $18.74. Is there any mandate that the VIX goes down any further? No. But likely moves on a Friday today. And I'm seeing liquidity on high, not down low. It's like a magnet. It's like there's a mosquito flying around. Bzzz, and there's a light in the corner in the dark. And price is going to be attracted to it. So the worst case that I see right here for bulls is a consolidation and then the move higher down here. This is the worst case that I see for bulls here. Consolidation and then this rip higher to tag 410. Now, I don't know if this happens right now. It's we have a lot of time left, right? We got 3 hours left until 4 p.m. So do we tag it right now? I don't know the answer to that. Do I think we're going to tag it today? Yes, I do. Is it at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock? I have no idea.
The UK wants to revive U.S. trade talks when Biden visits Ireland.
But I see that liquidity up there. It's actually attacking it right now, right? And you can see new liquidity coming above here, right, where my finger's pointing. So that's hidden liquidity above. So into the end of today, I'm bullish into the end of today. Into the close, I'm bullish. And also, if we can get the VIX down to like $17.50 or $18 or something, I'm bearish into next week. Now, my only issue with being bearish into next week is if this news is taken the way that it could be taken, you could get your ass blasted. You could come back on Monday with a giant gap up in the market. If that happens, you'd be better off in a putback spread, which I posted links to inside of the chat. That would protect an upside move into Monday for you as a bear. So let's say we open on Monday and all that news is taking great and we just rip faces off into Monday open. That putback spread, you could close it for profit, right? And then probably hold on to the bear side of that trade and would probably trade back down on Monday. So you'd pocket the money from the long side of it, the call side of it, and then you would, or I think it's a call. You're selling a put and buying a put. I always forget. And then you get 2 puts and a call. You're selling and buying them. The long side of that trade, you'd close. The short side or the long put side, you would hold on to for the rollover on Monday open. Now, if the VIX we do open in a bloodbath on Monday, what would you do? You'd take the profit off of the put bear side, and then you'd keep the long side, just let it kick around in the background. Does that make sense? Or you just hold the entire trade until we make a bigger directional move higher or lower. But that saves your ass heading into the weekend. My one concern, the only bull case that I can see on Monday would be the absorption of this news from Timros. Right under normal circumstances, I'd be like, yeah. Normal circumstances, I'd be like, yeah. We're gonna open red on Monday. We're gonna squeeze up into this bell. We're gonna open red on Monday. The only fly in the ointment that I see for a bear heading into Monday is those numbers that came out today, and then the Timros drop of, oh yeah, we might have cut rates or paused rates. That is the Fed tipping their hand to you. This morning we talked about how the Fed used to not tip its hand, and they just did today. They tipped their hand to you to expect 2 things. Whether this is true or not doesn't matter. What does matter is
extend losses down 5%.
Timros is the Fed speaker, and Timros told you today, hey, those numbers that you saw, we almost cut rates or paused last meeting. Hint, hint, we're likely going to pause rates at the next meeting. You also know that rates are not high enough to fight inflation, right? So inflation is going to rage. So just for now, heading into Monday, this could be perceived by the market as gap this shit up. Does that make any sense to anybody out there? I don't know if it does or doesn't, but so instead of putting on an S-Dow call or like just short the fucking market into Monday, you put on a ratio spread. That's probably the safest way to trade it into Monday. No, it's actually firming up. You can actually see it. So this just appeared. This is firming up. There's huge liquidity right here. That means the price should feed into it. You can see that fat bar above, and then the other one that's just now appearing. This one's just now appearing. This one's firming up here. And we've got 4 hours left. So the only warning I'd give you into Monday would be expect a downside move, put a trade on that will trade that downside move, and have some upside protection. Yeah, that does suck, man. We are going to bend over and eat inflation, aren't we? It does suck. All right, now my hope here is down the road, what does that mean? That means my hope is that I get a chance to buy TLT on a low. It also means that I hope that J Powell comes back in the next rate hike decision, I believe that's May, and does a surprise hike, or at least does 25 basis points. My hope is that he continues on his path. Your hope should be that he continues on his path. And I'm also going to expect down the road at this point that the minutes are going to come out with a lot of discussion about cutting rates, and that is going to make the fucking market moon. So where we normally sell the minutes, I don't know that we sell the minutes. I don't know after this morning's not job numbers, after this morning Timuros putting that shit out there. I'm more and more bullish.
Surely
That doesn't mean the market doesn't go up and down, though. Don't. Whenever I talk to you guys, sometimes you guys are like, when you guys take things like straight line up, straight line down for the next month. Like the market does go up and down while you're doing this, so like I love you guys out there, but sometimes when I say something, you guys are like, well, fuck it, that means we're going to 600 tomorrow. I already told you guys what I think about for Monday. Fuck no. No on puts for Monday. Ratio spreads. Here, I'll see if I can post it again. I told you already. Here's a video. Do a ratio spread. I'll do it again. I'll post it again. Ratio spreads. Ratio spreads. Do ratio spreads, please. Please do ratio spreads.
$105 counterparties take $2.174 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Close to $100. Roughly around there. When I started trading, how I got into trading, if you want to know how I started getting into trading, it was through Silk Road. It was like the advent of Reddit. It was the advent of Silk Road. It was during, there's a Burning Man for the original, the real. There's like two versions of Burn Wall Street or Occupy Wall Street. There was an early version. I was involved in that one. I wasn't involved in the Occupy Wall Street that it morphed into. It kind of got weird. I wasn't a part of that. And it was a long process for me. It wasn't like a lot of you guys today. A lot of you guys today are like, you're just like, well, there's a couple things that are different today. Big differences, not huge but big. There was Yahoo message boards when I was there were other boards before that, but for me it was like the end cycle of Yahoo message boards when the Chinese bots started coming in and infiltrating. Somewhere around that time period. And then and I was more involved in Bitcoin when it was nothing. When it was used to buy fucking drugs on the internet. That kind of stuff. Not bad drugs, just like the hippie kind of stuff. The stuff that all the rich guys use and stuff. That's the truth. And then it's not a good look, but that's what it was. At the time I was I don't know if it's I guess the statute of limitations is gone now after that. It's been over a decade, so I never liked hard drugs and I never liked smoking pot. But I did hang out with people that like to partake of some other things that are hard to find. And I never had a lot of friends that were like, or didn't want to buy like drugs on a street or anything like that. And I hung around a lot of people that did other things like mushrooms and stuff like that. But anyways, that's how I got involved. Today, though, is a big difference. A lot of stuff has changed today. The rise of retail began in like 2018 or something. The dissemination of information has changed. You know, back in the day, believe it or not, people would write spreadsheets instead of black school models, instead of calculus. They would write like spreadsheets and post spreadsheets on the internet, and you would have to figure shit out for yourself. When you're looking at like a model and someone shows you a model, you didn't get that stuff. You kind of had to like go through the data yourself and figure out what it all meant. It was all very like, you really had to know what you're doing or trust in someone to follow them. Those days were different, but as times have changed. And so on the flip side of this too is that a lot of you guys that are new traders, you guys get into the market and it's like, fucking, I'm an options trader. I'm like, damn. Or you know what else is crazy? I didn't realize I try to keep my nose out of crypto. I realize it's the Wild West. I do buy crypto and stuff like that, but a lot of you guys are out there. I know you're out there trading options. And it's not covered by the SEC. I know you guys are out there fucking around with huge leveraged options on crypto. I know what you guys are doing in the background. So then you come into the equity market and try to like become legit or something. I don't know. But I realize that you guys are getting exposure in other ways that wasn't available back then. A lot of young people have access to that. I know you guys are trading that shit out of the country too. I know some of what you guys are doing, I should say. I know there's a lot of shit going on. See that liquidity starting to form above? You see the orange bar, and then the red bars are firming up above, saying that we're going to try to go get that liquidity up high. So, I mean, a lot of stuff has changed, a lot hasn't. There's now a rise of retail, and there's another thing that's happening more so than ever before. It's like glaring right now, at least to me it is, and that is the I do believe at some point, I don't know that it's right now, but I think over time, retail is going to be a danger to the system. Eventually, I don't think it's now, but I think at some point they will become a danger to the system. Retail is like 25% of the market, 30% of the market, 20% in a bad year, 30% in a good year. But I think as time passes, you always see eventually like when you dumb something down or you make something easier, simple, you will see a real true rise of retail where there'll be a powerful component. When people talk about trying to ban or restrict retailers, and people are like, that'll never happen. There's a high likelihood or chance of that happening at some point. Not because they want to save you, it's because of the risk of you to our markets. That's a high likelihood. Be careful if you're bear here, man. We might just start squeezing up like relentlessly. I'm flat right now. Trading 409.16 right now. VIX testing its support right now. Could get squeezy. Here we go, trading 409.20. VIX beginning to break support, going all the way back to the 31st of March. Breaking support. If VIX gets underneath 1860, we could see some real big, huge face rippers into this close right here. Trading 409.20. Sell side in full rage right here. Full rage right here. Closing all kinds of gaps to the upside right now. Support for bears on VIX being tested. Well, VIX bulls, market bears being tested right now. Well, so I want you to, let's say, like new tech, right? Think about this for a minute. Let me explain it to you. Or I don't have to explain it to you. Like a cell phone, right? They started out as a big box with a cord. It was like this big, huge. You carry this big box around, and you thought you were a pimp. This is back when Scarface was real, right? And then eventually it became this little small device. Then they had beepers, and they had small phones. And now what do you have, right? You have a veritable huge computer in a hand, and right now they want to stick that computer in your head, right? They want to, so they right now you're being forced, believe it or not, into accepting or needing or requiring a phone to be on your hand at all times. They've got VR glasses for you to put on right now, and eventually they want to stick that phone inside of your head, and they want to stick implants on your eyes so that you can walk around. You can walk around at some point. I'm assuming if you're 18 years old, by the time you're 60 or 70, you'll likely be walking around, and you'll be able to like measure a distance right through your eyes. Does that make sense? So it always the tech gets better and better and better and simpler and more available to you. The same thing applies to the rise of retail. And you'll become a literal you can't have a bank owning a percentage of the market and have a force with 20 or 30% impact in the market, especially when retailers are that bullish. I don't know if you know this, but most retail is extremely bullish at all times, always. Even Mike Burry made that point. Congratulations, you bought the biggest dip ever. Right? You bought the dip. We can see you can actually correlate to some extent the dissemination of information, and not only just the dissemination of information, but the coordinated dip buying that retail now does as a group. You also saw in the 80s, banks never really got involved in stock trading. They did, but not really. Not like they do now, right? They make huge profit off of the stock market. Now you see banks saying, "Holy shit, where are we going to make our money? We need more profit always." So what are they getting involved in now that they were never involved in? Housing. Housing as an investment. They were never involved in housing like they are now. That's because in 10, 20, 30 years, housing is going to be a service for you. So you will see massive change like I've seen in my lifetime when you're old. Yeah, I remember I owned Google glasses. I had them. I had Google glasses. They were just too dorky looking, I'll be honest with you. They are going to take off. It's going to take time. They'll take off. Eventually, you'll get a contact. You'll put a contact in. I assure you that'll happen. I assure you. I'm not quite old enough, but I am old enough. I do remember great-grandparents being alive, grandparents being alive that said, "I'll never, ever buy a Toyota." I have family members that relay stories, right, from what they learned from their great-grandparents or their grandparents when they were young. Matter of fact, we just started having people die in our family that were alive during the Depression. And they relate stories before they died. Now, eventually those stories, my kids might not remember those stories, and that information will die off. But as I get older, I'm like, oh, if I were to tell those stories to people, how poor people actually were, you probably wouldn't believe it, right? I don't think it was a mess up. Yeah, like when you say like 31% of people can't wear contacts of any kind, I'm sure they're going to work on that tech too. Or you get the bear goggles. You're like the 1 out of 3 that have to wear the bear goggles. Or you're a Luddite, right? So 60%, 70% of the people wear the contacts. Not 60 or 70, but most people. A small percentage have to wear, in the Army we called them birth control glasses. You have to wear birth control glasses. And then what, 10%? 15% are like the Amish. They're Luddites. I think it's Luddites. It's when you're like, I'm not adopting this tech, and you will be passed over. People walk right past you, right? Even today, you see some people don't use tech. They get fine in life, but they're just passed over, and stuff moves on. It sucks to say, but that is likely the likelihood of where we go. The only other problems I see along the way here is if we don't integrate with AI and robotics. I mean, I think robotics is farther off down the road. I think I'm not as in fear of robotics. That horizon to me is likely probably not in any of our lifetimes. But AI is a problem. We have to be integrated with AI. We must be integrated with AI. AI will kill us, guaranteed. And I'm not afraid so much, or you might not be afraid of the U.S. I'm afraid of other countries. I mean, like Elon's like, I'm afraid of U.S. corporations. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not afraid of U.S. corporations. Oh, I am. I get some of that fear, but my own view is that the U.S. government has already taken it over through Microsoft. and DARPA's got it up. I think whatever version that we're getting now is probably fake. Hopefully fake. Some kind of like you're like, hey, we're gonna sell this company, and you can still use it, but in the background they're making it safe, what they think is safe for you. And in reality, the real fear is likely another country that's going to try to destroy you. So there's so the other side of that fear is, do we at least integrate with AI so that we can at least survive alongside AI? AI will be our downfall in my view if we don't. AI will definitely that's our existential crisis that we'll probably have to deal with for the next couple hundred years. Robotics are probably 200 years down the road. And probably have integration with robotics as well would be required at some point. Yeah, I agree with that too, Winky. None of his companies do use anything that he's so far off where AI is right now. He's out of the loop. He'll never catch back up. Never. I don't think he will. I agree with that statement. That's part of it. I think that's part of it. I agree with some of that. Yeah, the Twitter scams, man. I'm over that shit with him. 100%. I've lost all faith in Elon. I think he's turning into hold on a second here. I gotta do something. Squeezing higher now, trading 409.20. I think like he's like Howard Hughes, right? Best used by date. Best used by date. Eventually, at some point. Well, look at all the supply up here right now. He's reaching his best if used by date, in my view. I'm really excited, though. I'd really like to. Joe Donut, you should check him out. If you look up Joe Donut, he's looking for that next generation. I'm looking for the young Elon Musk right now myself. We broke support going back to the 31st of March on the VIX right now. VIX traded to a low of 1852. But I think we always need an Elon Musk. Whether I don't think he's like, I know people argue about if he's smart or a scam artist or a fraud. I don't care about that. We always need a Howard Hughes. We need these people in our lives. We already know that other nations or countries are planting the seeds to exceed us in the next few decades. We already know there's a low level. You guys all know that there's a. I don't say this stuff on Twitter. I say some of it, but I'm not explicit in it. We are low level in World War III right now, in my view. I was in the military. We are in low level World War III right now with China and Russia. You can mark my words on that. You'll have people out there saying we shouldn't go into war with those countries. We are at war with those countries. We are. We're actively in a low level World War III right now. You don't have to admit to that, or now you can be anti-war as well. You can be anti-war and all that, but you should at least be aware. You should at least be aware that we are at war right now with both of those nations, and point to that fact. Point to that fact, which is something I find fascinating, is that in World War II, you saw people like Charles, I think it was Lindbergh and Ford, right? Henry Ford. You saw Americans that were sympathetic to Germany, sympathetic to the idea of having a closed nation. That's not our problem. Don't deal with that stuff. And this doesn't mean that you have to be like pro-war or anything like that. Just to be aware of, we've been through this cycle in history in the past. World War II is a prime example. And you see people in the U.S. right now saying things like, or supporting these countries. Now, I mean, you can be like, hey, I don't want to go to war. I don't want to go to war with China. I don't want to go to war with Russia and all that kind of stuff. But the real truth is, we're in a low-level World War III right now. That's a fact. So we do it with cyber warfare. We do it with cyber warfare. We do it through a proxy war in Ukraine. We're gearing up for it in our own military. We're gearing up for it in tech. We're gearing up for it in natural resources, rare metals. You can see it. It's clear as day.
The UK wants to revive U.S. trade talks when Biden visits Ireland.
And likely we'll look back on history, and you're likely going to see people like this remembered. It's almost like Henry Ford is being relived by Elon to some extent with this. And history won't look kindly on that kind of stuff down the road. And I know the U.S. has a lot of problems. Like, I know there's a lot of problems with the U.S. I know that we're not the best country for a lot of shit, but I would certainly rather live under the flag of the U.S. than Russia or China in any capacity. But I think we need a Elon Musk out there. I don't want like a major U.S. company deciding what tech is. I think you need somebody like demanding that tech continues forward, right? You want someone that demands that education continues higher and forward, demands a lot of our people, our young people, that kind of stuff. So I understand the need to have an Elon around. I just think he's prime. I think he's past his best buy date. Nah, no, we haven't. I don't. So when we were in Afghanistan, we weren't trying to bloodlet. We were, but not like we are now. We switched from a divisional structure on the U.S. military to fight insurgent wars. And we are shifting back now to fighting a divisional base command structure, logistics structure. The war that we're in right now is we're trying to bloodlet right now. I guess you could make an argument for Vietnam being that proxy war as well, and Korea being that proxy war. But there was definitely a time of like the 1990s were a time of I'd say like after 80. Remember the wall? I don't remember when the wall fell, but after the wall fell, there was this time period of not just peace, but there was a time period of almost like a golden pocket, where you saw countries make decisions if they were going to westernize and try to fight fraud. Fight fraud and also try to fight totalitarianism at that point. In the background, what was really going on is that you saw China trying to join, like they joined the, I think it was the G4 they joined, and they wanted, like, China was like westernizing, China was educating, they were developing manufacturing, making a wealthy part of their society, and saying all along, hey, yeah, we're going to westernize, but in the background, they weren't. In the background, what they really did is they had their own idea. Hey, we're going to have this new dynasty, this new Chinese dynasty. And then you've got the Russos making their own choices, right? You have some of the Russo Empire trying to say, yeah, we're going to join the West. And then you get some saying, fuck that, we ain't doing that. So there's like there's a golden pocket. There's a time period of a golden pocket, and there's a time period where there was some background stuff going on against that idea. And so you're seeing that play out, in my view at least, play out right now. No, that's kind of, Korea. I'll give the pass on Korea being a proxy war, because we would have went right up into Russia. We would have killed everybody in Korea and then went up into Russia and killed a bunch of people up there too. We would have nuked a bunch of people. We were definitely more passive than we could have been, or as violent as we could have been, or destructive. It's still, I would give the pass to Korea still being some form of a proxy war. Vietnam too. We could have done the same thing in Vietnam if we wanted to. It could have been a real bloodbath. Yeah, there's a historians talk about this. There was like a golden pocket right in the 90s. China spent 4 decades, which I understand, right? I'm not like anti-China in any. I'm not really anti-China, but there's, it's like, hey, we're gonna join this. We're gonna join the world, and in the background, it's not showing itself that it really was. We're joining the world. We're gonna join the world. We're gonna beef up China, and then once we have our chance, we want naval. We want to run the seas, right? We want to run the oceans. We want to run the skies. That's real. You need to know that. If you're a young person, you need to know that. Even if you're completely anti-war, you need to know that. Be aware of it. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to be like, hey, I agree with this, or can't everybody just get along? I understand all that, but just be aware of that is going on in the background, whether you like it or not. Oh yeah, you speak to Korean vets, man. Poof. Korean vets wanted to go all the way up into Russia, China, going to Russia. They wanted to do it in World War II too, right? We almost did that in World War II. Blasted asses over into Russia. So it's all coming back again. It's all smelling and walking and acting like a duck again, isn't it? My take on Ford is that I'm talking about, so if I'm in a room, right? So if I'm in a room, I want to have 3 or 4 people that can produce things for me on the regular, right? And then I want to have someone that's outside of the box, that's thinking outside of the box at all times. Otherwise, you become like an emperor with no clothes, right? That's how you become an emperor with no clothes. If you're surrounded by yes men all the time, everybody's always yesing. Yeah, man, we can make that. You want to make a F-150? Great, we can do that, and you're gonna love it. But you always need to have like somebody out there that's like, I got this goofy truck over here, and it might hit and it might not. Some things they think of, nobody else would. It reminds me of the difference between Dish TV and Starlink. The cost of satellite internet. If you have a sailboat and you sail the world to make a milk run, the cost of internet in the high seas is it's like $6,000 for like 5 minutes on your own sailboat, not a cruise ship, like your own sailboat. If you rent internet on a cruise ship, it's like $100 a person per day, or per IP address, I should say, that they know about. It's not cheap, right? Who's the video resources guy? Which guy was that? Oh, yeah, that was insane, right? Are you talking about the guy that was talking about... You talking about the video that I shared with you where the guy was talking about... Are you talking about how that guy was talking about the ingredients for all these chips and batteries and all that stuff? Yeah, that was a crazy video, right? Yeah, it was a crazy video. I don't like that guy particularly, but I thought it was fascinating to at least write that stuff down. If we rolled into that, I don't hear anyone talking about. I don't think it's important right now, but not important right now. I don't hear anybody talking about could there be a mass casualty event in Ukraine this summer. So hearing that's kind of sketchy and scary. PT1 remains. That scares me. PT2 has risen here to 407 and change. Like, I find that pretty wild. Like, I wasn't really thinking about the spring offensive or the summer offensive, how many troops Russia's piling into Ukraine right now. Yeah. I'll check the hourly trigger right now for you, bros. Vic's trying to claw its way back up here. 407.84 in the VIX. Climb up a little bit. Thanks for saying something. It's right here. Thanks for giving a shout out to update that for you. 407.84 right now. PT1, this yellow line, is generally speaking, that is right here. This is PT1 right here. So good job watching those videos. I appreciate you guys watching those videos. I don't want to feel like the only person that watches this stuff, and then I'm talking to myself. Was World War II an unfinished war? Yes. In all likelihood, it was. In all likelihood, it was. There's a great book out there you guys should read. I forget the name of it right now. There's some futurists out there, or like futurist historians that talk. They try to say that the U.S. is in an early stage of infancy of Rome. We're not at the end stages. We're in the early stages of infancy of being Rome. We're like a teenager. Think of us like a teenager that doesn't do what it, or makes mistakes along the way at this point. He talks about Turkey being a real threat to us. He talks about how we needed wars going on in the Middle East and stuff to keep people occupied. I'm trying to remember his name over the weekend and get you guys the name of the book. I think I've talked about it here in the past. It's I think the book is called The Next 100 Years. I could be wrong on that. And the book, whether these nations are those nations or not in the book, it doesn't matter. It's an outline for the next. I think the book is called Next 100 Years. I thought the same thing. I thought the U.S. was entering late stage capitalism. Well, we are late stage capitalism, but we're not. If the Rome thing, we're early, very early. Our government has moved into power structures of oligarchs. We had churches and religions, right? Then we had governments, right? We had patriarchies, monarchies, and we had democracies, communism. We had the rise of industries at the turn of the century. We had corporations that were the leaders. And then we had a major shift in the 1980s into an oligarchy type system in the U.S. and around the world. Yeah, George Friedman, Next 100 Years. You should read it. It's a good book. Late stage capitalism is. Well, I disagree with a lot of what people discuss with late stage capitalism. I think you just become a. I think the transformation is that you become a. Everything is a service for you, and you're going to be replaced. You're not going to be needed for work. I think we do go to UBI at some point. But even that UBI is a really sketchy thing. It's not good for you. There'll be defined classes where you never make it out. The outlook is not good for you. Yeah, I think it becomes globalist, but even though it becomes globalist, that we have to duke it out first. And that big duke out hasn't happened. Or it's not finished. Yeah, empires come and go, but also any of you that have traveled the world and not on vacation but have lived around the world know that there are societal going back many, 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 many centuries. Societal, cultural ingrainedness into like the backgrounds of people. You can even see it in the United States. You can see regional. You can see a regionalness to the United States where it's been populated by different portions of Europe. You can see like the Northeast. The Northeast was populated by Puritans, basically. You had a German population in the Midwest. In the South, you had Irish, right? Irish, Scotch. And then the neatest part of the United States is if you go to the West, there was no settlement like that. They're their own thing, right? The Western civilization in the United States, West Coast and the West, they don't have any what do I say, like they're like their own society. They're immigrants from the east, the north, the middle of the country, the northeast, and then the south. Mm-hmm. Anybody that's traveled the world understands a lot of this stuff. And I don't mean like a week-long vacation. If you lived around the world, you know what Confucianism is if you've lived around the world. It's clear as day. It's ingrained into every part of society. Yeah, there was the settlements of the United States basically had 3 different societies settle the United States, and then there's not quite hegemony yet in the United States, but then in the Western United States, you'll notice that too. You'll notice it oftentimes in how I don't know if we call it historic norms, but tradition is different in all 4 parts of the country, and the West has no tradition. If there was any tradition in the West, it'd probably be based in Mexican tradition, if there was. Are we waiting for the red line to hit the price action before blast off? So what we're doing right now is we're consolidating, and we're trying to feed into the supply above those red and yellow bars. We still also have some supply above us here into this close. So the first thing that needs to happen is we need to have some horse trading, right? We're trying to sell. People are trying to sell and buy in this supply zone just above us. So as I had stated to you earlier, you're going to expect some kind of consolidation, and then an eventual move up here into the close. And we have 4 hours ahead. We've dropped 1 hour. We've got 2 hours left right now. We're trading sideways. I do want you to know that if you're a bear here, I do want you to know that the longer we trade sideways, watch price here. As price comes down, we have the 5-minute trigger and the hourly. This becomes a cluster, right? This is a volatile cluster down here. So we'll wait to see the interaction of all three of these, right? We got that's three of these. You get the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and the hourly down here. These elicit emotional responses. And the longer that we consolidate down here, the more violent the moves will, or should become at some point. Hell yeah, Misfit. Apple ripped faces off too today. Anything that was down this week is ripping face today, right? Or ripped face today. Apple ripped face right off the bell. Tesla ripped face right off the bell. A little recovery at Nike. That's good to see. I have to take a piss. Meta still ripping faces off at this point, right? Oh, man. Can you imagine being, dude, look at this. You guys look at Meta today? Every single bear out there erased.
Has increased the odds of a recession.
Tech just erased every short on Meta. Can you imagine being like, I'm gonna take Thursday off and go on a long vacation. I'm gonna watch Masters. I got a short on Meta right now.
This
It's doing
stream is
fine.
sponsored by TixRite. TixRite allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tixrite.com.
Can you imagine being like a Meta bear right now?
Step walking to 13.
Yep. Nice putt at 10.
Taking the day off. You're like, oh, check out my short on Monday.
Hit the go button on 13.
I gotta go pee-pee. I'll be right back. I gotta go tinkles. Can you imagine just like taking the day off today?
The rest of the players wish Victor Hovland would push the brake.
Oh, man.
Hit 3 drives.
A Meta bear.
I would have thought they would have been way off the mark, and they've ended up in the first cut.
Comfortably.
Yes.
In the first cut.
Apparently that's how well he's swinging. No bunkers at the 14th. Another one of those holes that when Xander steps on the tee, it just fits his eye perfectly, shot shape, everything about it.
That was pulled.
Well, I don't think there are many windows over there, but if there is one, he'll find it.
Kind of between the bunker and that pin on. Yeah, anything left of it, Max.
Max is going to give this a full rip with a 3-wood. You heard his caddy, Joe Grider, said anything left.
In the bunker. Yeah.
Now Young for his bogey. Bad news, it's a 4. Good news, he has a par 5 upcoming for one of the longest hitters in professional golf.
US Deputy Treasury Secretary Adi Emo says the IRS enforcement hires to include more data scientists to use analytics to select audit cases.
Look at that left hand. Crazy strong left-handed grip for Sam Bennett.
Wow.
It's a good spot.
The amount of curvature that he had.
So we've got I'm assuming that Jamie Dimon today is down on the hold on here, what we're trying to do here. I assume that Jamie Dimon is down on the 18th green, sucking back some mint juleps or something, drinking a beer, eating a pimento sandwich, and somebody told him what happened this morning. And like Jamie Dimon is like long bonds and he's short bank so you can get him dirt cheap. And he heard that news this morning. So Dimon just came out and said, he just was like, get me on CNN right now. give me a blue screen behind me or something, a green screen. He went right to appeal to the people. He's now begging. Instead of begging on CNBC, he's begging on CNN. He's like, the banking crisis has increased the likelihood of a recession. He's like, if it's not going to work on CNBC, I'll go and I'll tell the peasants. So Jamie Dimon is really pissed off this morning. Can't make this shit up. I kid you not. Yeah. Right on Foresight Finance. Foresight Finance is like, thanks, Diamond, for having our backs. Yeah, I don't. I'm not anti us being at the end of a cycle. I don't know who said that. Finance Lot or someone said that. I'm not anti against us being at the end of a cycle. I know we're in that fifth wave or whatever it is, but how long does it take for us to get there? That shit could take another 80 fucking years, right? Like, scroll out on a chart. I'm like, how long? I mean, like, how long can we go up? Like, probably my lifetime. Now trading 409.03 right now on the SPY. Meta squeezing up and above. Tech squeezing above all shorts right now. Huge squeezes going on in the stock market right now. Shorts getting torched around the stock market right now. Tesla trying to squeeze out some shorts. Giant gaps above. Do we close on a monster move higher right now? Sell side on the defense right now, stumbling backwards. R2 above. Do we tag 410.04? You can see a move higher right now shaping up. Look at that right there, man. That's sell side rage right there. You see that? That is the market hedge right there. That's the market hedge right there. Look at it. That's it right there. And look at that supply up here and look at that supply up there. This is like the hedge. That's where the scam is. That is the scam right there. Cracking a beer on this one. Just look at that right there. If you ran that over, woohoo, baby. We need like a SoftBank to come in right now. We used to do this all the time. SoftBank, the Fed would just come in and just drop some money into the system and just start ripping faces.
Two. An amateur by letter only is Sam Bennett. What a start. And now Scotty Scheffler, 2 holes in, could do something he didn't do last year at the Masters. And that is record an eagle. No eagle on his way to victory in 2022. 2 under quickly is the defending champion.
What a second shot he hit there. Just hit it in there 3 feet from 245.
This is where all the sellers are right here. The entire market sell is right here. Right here. This is all sell, sell, sell.
And keeps the card.
Sell, 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 right here.
As the shirt.
Run that over. Woo, doggy.
N14.
Those are really good.
Outstanding.
This is the place where you make giant moves higher. You turn. So if you're a sell side right here, right? and you get overrun here, you have to take the long trade. And you have to get the long side of the trade to print for you before you take another short on the market. I always call them zombie bears. They're zombies because they want to sell here and they can't. So you turn them to become a buyer. They have no choice but to buy the market there.
Downhill. Yeah, and you just got to get this one moving, and it'll get there.
See Brooks Koepka, 4 under.
Squeezing now, 408.19.
In Orlando.
210. We need a new high right now. In the next 5 minutes, we need a new high. Extremely bullish if we get it.
At the right time, and Schauffele.
Extreme bullishness right now.
Always in form. Ties Koepka in second place in this opening round.
VIX with the rejection trade. VIX looks like it's going to go to the depths of hell right now.
With that hanging lie.
That one is pulled. Headed well left. Looks like it probably stayed on the upslope, so should be doable.
Now, Billy, all these have to go. From this point forward, can't be dropping any more shots.
Exactly. I mean, from here.
I couldn't imagine, like, you're on, like, you're just at home kicking around,
one or two more.
mowing your lawn. You're like, yeah, I'm getting a day off tomorrow. I'm going to get Friday off from the market. I got this nice, beautiful hedge on Meta. I'm making bank right now. Probably going to sell off on Friday. I'm going to check back on my short. It's going to be fucking awesome.
Koepka, Schauffele, 4 under, Rahm.
Check back. I'm not going to watch the market because I've been working hard here.
This young man
Meta finally rolled over.
I didn't expect it.
I followed him all week at the USA.
There's no way we're going to squeeze higher way back to where I took that short right at the top.
Very confident young man.
This is an amateur that's playing with the number 1 and number 5 ranked players in the world, and he starts birdie eagle at the Masters.
Winky loves. I know right now Winky in the background's like, oh, smell it.
That's actually going to be in a pretty good spot. He's going to have a little longer second shot, be able to put some spin on it.
Pretty big moment here at the third last year.
I love you too, Brad. Happy Friday, everybody. Please like and subscribe to these videos if you can. Just to hit the like button. Follow if you can. It's Friday, or I guess it's Friday. Please consider supporting the channel. There's free ways if you're a poor trader.
Just flown it in the hole.
You can, if you're a poor trader out there, you can support the channel by. If you're on Twitch, you can support the channel by lending me your subscribe button. You can go right to Amazon Prime Gaming, and you'll take away $2.50 a month and support the channel that way. And Jeff Bezos pays for it. Doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't change the price of anything. If you have Amazon Prime, you can go to Prime Gaming and then sign up for, I believe, Prime Gaming for free, and then you can subscribe to the channel. If you're a poor trader, you can always just, if you're on YouTube, just hit a like button. Tell your friends about me on social media. I'd appreciate that. If you're making money or becoming a better trader or becoming a better investor, or if you like hanging out with me all day long, it costs a lot of money and time to be here doing this with you all day long. So I'd appreciate you to help support the channel monetarily. There is a, let me see if I can find it. There's a direct way to support the stream that's better than going through. If you go through like Streamlabs or YouTube or Twitch, some of those processes take some money and hold money for a long time, I guess, from what I understand. So there's a direct way for you to donate. So if you are making money, I'd appreciate the donation. Hold on a second here. It makes me know that you guys want me here. I'll place a donate button in there. The sub is free. And then I'll post the link to the Discord. If you want to get inside the Discord, that's free as well. There's a direct donate button. I appreciate the donations. Believe it or not, it makes me feel better about myself. I don't know why that is, but that's true. Yeah. You can send donations of love. It's okay. If you can't donate, I completely understand. Understand 100%. Trading 409.21, squeezing right now, trying to blast up and grind through the sell side right now. Here goes the squeeze to 409.31. Sell side now being pushed backwards. They're being turned into buyers of this market, currently trading 409.31. It's happening all over the stock market right now. We see it on individual tickers that hold up the stock market. Pushed backwards right now. Squeezing higher, trading 409.31. Blasting got the new high, too. 215 a few moments ago said we need to get the new high for this bullish move higher, and we got it. It's now 409.32. Huge moves right now in the market. Unexpected on a Friday for a lot of people out there trading 409.36. We talked earlier about hitting that lower move. We said yesterday and today to expect that, or the lowest part of the market we should go today, unless we get a VIX unclenching, would be down at 405. We got it right at the open, right? And now we're seeing the VIX sell off into the end of the day on Thursday for the long weekend. VIX getting absolutely destroyed right now. Absolutely destroyed right now. Well, not destroyed, but kind of destroyed. It got the rejection, right? We broke below normal supply, went back up and was told, no, we're selling. And now we're underneath, looking very extremely bearish on the VIX, I should say. Let me bring up the VIX real quick for you. Smashing and grabbing, baby. Smashing and grabbing. Look at this VIX right here. This is back on Friday the 31st. Friday the 31st. Huge move up. Bloodbath in the market, right? Bought back here the 23rd. Huge move up in the VIX. Bloodbath in the market. Just now on the VIX. Rejected. Rejected. Slammed underneath. And slammed underneath. Looking for further downside in the VIX into the end of the day. Furthermore, we also see on the VIX the hourly racing down upon it, and also the daily raising down upon it. Bears in disarray right now. In disarray on a Friday. Tech bears. I hope your internet's on, your power is on at home. The SPY making huge moves this morning. 3 trigger cluster up here in the SPY. Blasting up to 409. Look at this. I want you to see this on the SPY. Look at the price on SPY. Giant gap to fill in the SPY going all the way up to 411 and change. Giant air gap in here. Look at that air gap right there to go higher. Look at that giant above there. 411.16 to close. Right now trading 409.37 on the high. That gap is all the way up here. Up here. Failure to close the gap is at 411.20, somewhere in here. That's a failure to close the gap on the high. Woo!
So just seeing natural gas fall below $2 ahead of a long weekend, down 7.2% at $1.99.
Bears' only chance here heading into the close is that bulls take the money and run. It's the only chance Bears have here. Otherwise, we squeezing, baby. Oh, yeah, you see it right here, right? Yeah, I'm going to throw a little bit on. Hold on a second here. I want a little taste. I'm not going to have a good day today. 410, 20 cents. 409. 61 cents right now. I want a little taste of this action. We are flattening a little bit here. You can see some flattening going on. 220 in the afternoon. Sometimes we can get a little bearish in here between 220 and 240. Do we get that action, though, into the close? Do we get that ripper? Do we get the creepy crawly up the wally into the close? Do we get that today? Do we get the creepy crawly? Do we just grind here and just destroy it, destroy it, and destroy it, and destroy it, and destroy it, and then whoop, all the way up into the close? Bears in disarray. Captain Disarray. Professor Chaos.
Natural gas futures slide 7% on mild weather forecasts.
Tesla's like, dude, Tesla's like, I want to close that gap. Tesla's like, let's take us back to the 192. I want to get back up there again. AMD's like, that was the bottom. I was like, yeah, I want AMD at like fucking $50. AMD's like, you ain't getting that, bro. Apple closed the gap. Tesla now trading green right now. How's Banks doing right now? How's XLF doing out there? Nike, woo, V bottom recovery on Nike right now. XLF fighting its way back right now. Dude, O'Reilly, you can't short O'Reilly, can you? Dude, look at that in INTC, man. Look at that recovery in INTC. Dude, Meta just, oh my, look at Meta, dude. You guys watching Meta out there? You guys are all watching MSFT? Dude, Misfit trading like a penny stock too. Are we going to rotate into Netflix next? Netflix is super fucking bullish. Get out of the way. Get out of the way if you're in tech. Netflix is like, I'll do my part next. Look at Amazon. Dude, Amazon now trading above all that loss that it had on the 5th. Huge air gap above on Amazon to fill. Just Amazon and Netflix could trade higher here, and the market, dude. That's fuck that. I'm just gonna take some. I'm gonna take some of this just in case. Take some 410s here. I don't care if they burn. We'll start a position. I'm gonna start a position. Get your chaps out there. Get out the lube. Get out the lube. Ugh. Grinding higher right now. The last vestiges of resistance. Amazon looking to close a giant gap on high right now. Check out Amazon right now. Take a look at Amazon on a 5-minute chart right now. Amazon full beast mode here. Full beast mode. Amazon is about to wreck some house here. Yeah, watch get your eyes on Amazon here. Be really careful here. Look at Amazon, dude. Woo. Trading $1.179, right? $3.96. It's not that far away, is it? Seller rage right now. Seller rage. Cross the market here. Netflix looking beefy. Look at Microsoft, so sexy. Look at gold. Gold about to have a bloodbath right now. TLT about to have a bloodbath. Come on, baby, give it to me. Squeeze me, baby, squeeze me. Blast through all of this. Oh, I want it so bad. I want it so bad into this close. I just want that face ripper. I can just taste it. 410C now trading 22 cents. $409.40 right now. Just squeezing faces off, just grinding, melting higher. Trading $409.40 right now. Woo!
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.66 a gallon. And NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $80.70 a barrel. That's up 9 cents or 0.11%. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.81 a gallon.
Cheers to all of you out there, by the way. Ah, 2:32 in the afternoon. Ah, print my calls some more. Lil AR-15 subscribed on YouTube. Shao Linux has followed on Twitch. Jock Even has followed on Twitch. Southers has followed on Twitch. Joseph Lopicolo subscribed on YouTube. Hook Tophonics, great name by the way. Following Raw Dog'em, following on Twitch. Twitch has some really cool. Dude, start printing, baby. Print those 4010Cs. Squeeze me higher, baby. Squeeze me higher. Break above that. Oh yeah, yeah. Smash and bash up there. Lokvos 47395 followed. Kietis followed. Good Laver Ledev followed. Good old Dev. Oh, good old Dev. Nice name. I like it. Dig it. Good old Dev followed. Idios NYC, baby. What up? Big shouts to NYC. Love New York. TJ Castro 88 followed. Santosh Kirthi followed. Zizu subscribed. Ace Canseco subscribed. Hey, Ace Canseco, thank you very much for subscribing on Tier 1. Joe Braddock subscribed. John Braddock subscribed. Like that name a ton. I like Braddock. Rion Loader subscribed. Hemet Patel subscribed. John Marker subscribed. Sheldon0531 subscribed. E-Trade and Shorts. Special shout out to anybody that helps in the background, any of the mods inside the Discord. Shout out to Binky, my man Binky out there trying to take some time for himself. Winky stepping up every day of the week. Chaz Joe Harper, your wife's boyfriend, Jason Hendricks. Dude, cool name. Where was that? Can't see that name here, but it's super cool. Rain blood down on TLT. Rain it down. TLT, super bearish at the moment. Testing its 5-minute on a 5-minute chart. TLT, warning. I love it. I love seeing this moment right now. I do. Gold, super bearish at the moment. I love it. I don't care if we go there. I just love the pain right now. You know the pain is out there right now. Perry in Cantaloupe subscribed on a Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. I love you, Perry. Blood on the bear side right now. Spear in the market right now. Oh, dude, I want this shit to roll so hard. I want to see gold roll. I want to see TLT roll. I want to see Amazon just go straight green bars straight up. I want laptops opening on sell side hedge funds right now. I want cell phones going off in the background. I want panic on sell side right now. Thank you, Perry. I see that, brother. I want panic. I want to buy TLT at $100. Yeah, that's what I want. I want TLT at $100. I told you this morning what's going on. I told you the macro news you needed this morning.
And Brent crude futures settling at $85.12 a barrel. That's up 13 cents or 0.15%.
I want a goal, baby. I want a goal. Dude, just scream, like, just start grinding. I want to see, like, that capitulation move. I just want to see that fat, like, woof. I just want to see, like, one giant 1 minute bar just blasting. Just relentless. I want to see the creepy crawly all the way up into the bell. I can smell it. Somebody get what's his face on the somebody get SoftBank on the phone right now. Yeah, tell me how does Amazon look sloppy? Does Amazon look sloppy? Can somebody tell me if Amazon looks sloppy? Does Amazon look sloppy? Can anybody tell me if Amazon looks sloppy? Let me know. I just need a shift over from I need everybody to move over from Misfit into Amazon and into Netflix and just change cylinders. Amazon looks juicy right now. I need some panic in TLT. I need some panic in gold. I need the gold panic and the TLT panic. Ooh, I got to add here. Hold on a second here. I got to buy 10 more. Hold on. There we go. Seller rage right now in the market. Seller rage right now. I post these things on FinTwit, right, to see what kind of traction I'll get. I posted die gold die, and I posted die TLT die, and I got 0 likes. I got like a few likes, like 2 or 3 likes. People were like, "Go fuck yourself." These people that are long gold, they're all top buyers. TLT gang's been in it since January 1, and they're just begging. All these TLT longs, all these gold longs. They're like, "We're going to 3,000." I'm like, "You're going down to 1,500." And you're going to get trapped. And they're going to unload on you. They're going to rotate right out on you, and they're going to force you to buy it all again. We'll have to rotate. We'll have to pin those to the profile. Piss off Jamie Dimon a little bit. Rage, sell side rage here. Sell side, huge sell side rage here. Yeah, I agree, Joe. Fuck taxes, man. I just saw your text, brother. Love you, Binky. Love you, Chayton. Squeezing iron out, 409.31. Woo! I've always felt like Tiger Woods golf always got the sound of birds right. Like the actual video game?
That from 226 Billy.
Yeah, that front hole location is just so hard.
Ooh, just covers.
To go ahead and challenge.
Yeah, if you're in between clubs here at 15 today, I believe you're taking the longer way.
Yeah. And look at this tee shot by Tiger. I mean, that is a tight little ribbon right there.
Ooh.
Right down the center.
I'm going to keep my eyes on natural gas right now.
Hole, second toughest on the golf course today.
Wonder if I can catch a trade of natural gas into the bell here.
Big tee shot here, Colt.
Just 225 left. With a downhill playing right around 205 to 210.
Let's take some UNG lottos into the close here.
That'll be just fine. Pretty straightforward pitch from there.
Not a single eagle on the 15th hole a year ago. With the changes and the added distance, we've already seen 2 eagles today. With that change in wind, here's Bennett at 5.
Oh my, what a tease.
I got SPY calls, got UNG calls. Lottos on UNG.
Spit it out. Spit it.
Weekend lottos, baby.
Take a little air out of that. Nicely done there.
Just looking at the scoring. 27 players currently under par today. And 2 Masters champions done with their rounds at under par, Fred Couples and Patrick Reed. You see Jordan Spieth with another birdie. We'll get to him in just a bit here on the Feature Group channel.
Just messing around here. Dow 249 coming into the power hour. Got 10 minutes left. We'll see which way the market goes here, if we're going up or going down.
It's out there today, Colt. If you're going to get it, you better do it today.
This is as good a conditions as we've seen in quite some time around Augusta National for the Masters.
Find out here in the next 10 minutes which way we're going. Place your bets, boys and girls. We're going down or we're going up.
And these guys are pretty good.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetix.com.
That these guys are covering, especially with the tee shots, and it's there.
Come on, baby, it's Friday.
Yeah, he caught that rather heavy.
Yeah.
Kill the VIX Friday.
A lot of green to work with here, Billy.
It's got to be a little careful. You get a little frisky going down the hill. That's the only mistake you don't want to make.
Tell you what, these Spaniards, their short games are just unbelievable.
That is so good right there. You know, we often talk about the turf contact, the contact with club to ball. They're so good around the green.
And Max Homa, by far the most improved part of his game right there.
Huh.
Pitching went from a...
Let me just pause this here for a minute here. I want to let. So we're just going to let you guys know something here. Hold on here.
What's the phrase? The answers are in the dirt.
405. Let's look at 405. 405. So there's 354,406 P's. They cost 2 pennies. 408P is worth 8 cents. If you're like panicking into this close, you could also take a strangle or a straddle for dirt cheap into this close. So you could just add on like a, I don't know, 3 cent 407P here. So if you're long like me into this bell here, if you're long like me, you could add on like 2 cents or something down below to see if we trade the bell down. So you can make it a straddle. There's like 407s or 3 cents right now to the downside. We have a whole nother hour left. So if you're long for this close, if you're long to this bell to start blasting higher, you could just add on a 3 cent put Dirt cheap. I hope they do load puts. It'll fuel a run higher into this close. I hope they're loading the fuck out of puts right now. I hope they load the fuck up for Monday. Well, for currently how I'm positioned, I hope they load up. Oh, yeah, UNG ripping right now. UNG pumping. Looking for 644. And then 662 on UNG. SPY pumping right now. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Thanks, Nick S., man. Thanks for always supporting the channel, brother. Love you.
So banks are fighting each other as Fed
I appreciate you, Nick.
rules after failures.
I see you out there, brother.
Spent 122.9 million euros. Apologies, dollars there. Lobbying in the last 2 years, and regional banks competing with
Vic's digging holes. You got it, Lane. Danger, Snow. You can take both sides. Just there's a great trade here available too. If you're not in anything right now, there's a great trade on. Or for me, it's a 410C, and then like a 407P here for power hour. I think total cost of the trade is like 18 cents or something. The only thing that would kill you here would be if we went straight sideways into this bell here. It would be a losing trade. But otherwise, just let them both fucking ride until they print. And I mean ride. You diamond hand. Yeah, I love you, Nick, man. I want you to know that. Hey, Nick, by the way, I took the kids out on Tuesday, and we went to a football match, and I bought them a bunch of shit, man. So I took them out, and but like normally I'm kind of like I don't really like do that kind of stuff, like the extra stuff like that. I'm always trying to teach my kids, like, you know, bring a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and put it in your pocket. So I got them like a bunch of cool like gear and stuff, and took them like a food truck tour, and we got little bites and bits, and they ate a bunch of different food and stuff like that. So I appreciate it, man. Hey, Brad. I haven't checked my DMs recently, so I will try to check them today. I haven't had a lot of time recently. I want to see. Let me see. You know what I'll do is I'm gonna get you my phone number, man, so you can just call me. I'll have my wife get your phone number for me. Give me 1 second here, okay? All right, I think I've got your phone number coming to me right now, Brad. So I'll give you a shout as soon as the market's over. Blood into 257. Weakness into the power hour. I gotta add more money to this. I gotta buy more calls. I added some 409s, now full of 409 and 410Cs. I'm also on 407C. They're up 50% right now, believe it or not. 407Ps are up 50% right now. I'm also up on UNG right now, but my 410s are down a bunch. I think I bought those at 20 cents and 16 cents. Those are down to 7 pennies right now, so I'm relying upon my 407s to solid me out into this close. I'm going to diamond hand both sides into this bell here. Now 2:58 in the afternoon. We're going to get a decision here on the SPY. Which way is it going? This is the 1 minute chart. Here's the 5 minute down below. There's your PT1 right there. There's your PT2 right there in the 5 and 1 minute. Sell side rage. Sell side rage into this close right here. Here's your PT2. Let me see if I can find the hourly trigger for you. Oh, you sellers, you dirty dogs. You dealers. 407.93. 407.93. Here we go. Move this one up right here. This one, 407.93. There's your hourly trigger right there.
Skip and John Rahm. What was the old saying, Colt? These guys are good?
They're very good.
That's
ridiculous.
Very, very good.
Good choice growing the beard as well.
He's in the
Hey, you're not bothering me, Brad, at all. Hold on, let me mute this, Brad. You don't have to do this in stream, man. You don't have to tip me, man. Stop tipping me, brother. I just asked my wife to get your phone number for me from you on DMs on Twitter. So she'll get it to me, and I'll call you as soon as the cash market session is over. I'll give you a shout, brother. I got you, man. I'll call you today. So in the next hour or so, I'll need 5 minutes. I got to go take a piss and stuff, but I'll have your phone number in the next hour, and I'll give you a call. Thanks, Bill Tom. I appreciate it, man. There you go, Bill Tom. I got you, brother. You're a mod now, brother. Hey, Mohammed. Dude, I see you, brother. Hey, Mohammed, a question for you. What was your friend's name that is, what's your friend's name from DCFC, brother? What's your friend's name, man? Mohammed, what's your, oh, dude, nice. Junior Rosero? Dude, that match was unreal, brother. I thought it was another guy. I took a picture of the wrong guy. I think I did. He plays for Gold City. Yeah, he's a forward, isn't he? Does he wear the gloves? I think he wears the gloves. Let me see if I can look him up. See if he's the guy that I'm thinking of. Well, there's no picture of him here. Yeah, dude, I know who Junior is. He is a striker. He is a striker. I know who he is. Isn't his hair long right now? Or is braided right? Yeah, he did get a bullet shot. He played really good. He played great the other day. And his partner was great too. His partner was a little stinky, but I got to give both the forwards from Gold Star some credit because even you could see the egos on the field for those two guys, but it was well deserved and they played team ball. So I was still impressed. Like Gold Star, I got to give it to him. Is his hair still short? One of them had like braids, and the other guy had it cut off. With both were wearing gloves, and he had a white thing across his forehead. Through PayPal link right here. Hold on, yeah, I'll give you guys a link. Best way to tip. I appreciate the tips, by the way. But they played. Not only do they play really well, like I'm like, what am I gonna? So at first he got stinky, I think, and I was like, blow that shit off, man. Just like I was like, don't get all bad sport. Don't get yellow carded. Don't get a red card. So like the player from the player it shouldered him right, but then the striker from Gold Star kind of fucking threw him over, and then he got stinky about it. And I was like, just leave that shit alone. I'm like, don't get unsportsmanlike. Regardless if you didn't cause it, and he did, and I was like, good. Yeah, they were getting a little salty. The two Gold Star guys, like one guy is an angry guy, and he let it get the best of him publicly, and it's like you can't do that. Like it fucks up the whole flow of the game, even for Gold Star. But they recovered, and then the other part was there was a lot of emotion from Gold Star.
$7 billion in inflows in the latest week.
There's a lot of emotion from Gold Star, but at the same time, you don't want to ever see like egos take over in a match where I have to have the ball and I have to look like the pro. And I didn't see any of that. So hats off to him for sure. Squeezing higher now. 305. Yeah, I'm in calls on 409 and 410. I'm in some cheap puts on 407. And I've also got some natty gas calls as well. So we'll see how this end of the day works itself out here. They're all cheap, dude. All these calls are dirt cheap. So these are lottos, man. End of week lottos. The only way I'm going to get fucked in here is if we trade sideways into this bell. And there's a bunch of liquidity above.
And Lipper says municipal bond funds see $92 million in weekly outflows.
Last trade of the day here. Come on, UNG. Squeeze up higher, baby. I want UNG to go to like 650. 650 I'll take.
Says US
if I can get 650 on UNG, I'll be happy. I don't think it's going to 7.
Inflows in the latest week.
Yeah, I took a knife down up here. I took a knife down from 20 cents, I think. And then I took a 16-cent call position here. And then it knifed down some more, so I added some. I added a higher strike because it dropped below the break on in the money calls. Come on, UNG, dig yourself out. There goes Amazon. Amazon's just cranking right now. Amazon with a straight melt up to the upside. Sell side on SPY doesn't want this going anywhere. Amazon was the trade. Just keeps melting straight up right now. Amazon so far with a high of 102.20. Are we going to do the creepy crawly into the bell here? Is that what we're going to do? Drinking beers. Hopefully you guys are watching the Masters today. If you are religious, I wish you well over the weekend. If you are not religious, I hope that you can have some spirituality for yourself over the weekend. Take a moment to pause for yourself, for your own mental and spiritual health on the inside. I'll be able to get out and about and do something.
They're just feeding off one another.
I'm not exactly sure.
Be able to rest, recharge your batteries.
Thank you. Thank you for today. It's been a lot of fun watching all these birdies.
Lipper says the US loan funds see $592 million of outflows in the latest week.
From that right side.
His game looks so good right now. He's going to be right there come Sunday.
Has he made a bad swing? Is one you can think of?
No, not really.
Oh, hello. Hey, Sam Bennett, how's your day going?
You having any fun?
Telling the Bears to capitulate on Twitter.
Just hooping it from everywhere.
That's back-to-back good putts. Par at 5.
Very nice save for
The New
Scotty
York
Scheffler
Fed says
there.
in the coming
Those
months,
have been
Open
5-6
Market
feet.
Trading Desk will continue the process
Get a
of
bunch of
streamlining
those.
administration of
Smith,
agency
spent a lot of time
MBS
on the green.
held in the system Open Market account.
Animated lesson.
Indeed it was. You were on the money right there.
The great Randy Smith, legend.
We've got
back
a
in Dallas.
I've got some news for you here. Banks are fighting each other as Fed mulls new rules after failures. Last 2 years, the financial sector spent $122.9 million on lobbying. Regional banks are competing with larger firms to sway regulators. Lipper is saying that municipal bond funds see $92 million weekly outflow. Lipper is also saying U.S. investment grade funds see $1.79 billion of inflows. Also, U.S. loan funds see $592 million of outflows in the latest week. The NT Fed is saying in the coming months, the open market trading desk will continue to streamline the administration of agency MBS held in system open market accounts.
MBS that have a 45 payment delay for 55-day payment delay securities.
Well, I don't think I can really just pick out one because Victor Hovland, John Rahm, they've played so solidly. And then you look at Schauffele, you put him in there. I think you have three, and I think the scoring conditions have lended to this great scoring.
UNG still holding up, coming into its first resistance point at 643. SPY rolling over slightly right now. Weakness in SPY on 311 in the afternoon.
Clipped perfectly.
Binky G, baby, thanks for supporting the channel, man.
That is going to be a difficult up and in.
Jimmy Barry's been checking in all day long. He's like Microsoft calls 25 cents now worth $1. Microsoft calls 25 cents now worth $2. Microsoft calls trading $5 now worth, or trading 25 cents now worth $5. Microsoft calls now trading $6 and change.
And getting closer and closer to that bunker, and that's exactly what he's facing right there. And
You don't want to make bogey at 18 after this birdie 15-16 run you've been on, but at the same time, I want to do something to further injure yourself.
Yeah, there's a bear plane coming up right now on the 1-minute chart. Price target, this is the 5-minute chart right here. Price target below 408.02. You can see the bear plane forming on the 1 and the 5-minute right here. Barrow playing the price target 2.
I mean, that is a lot of tilt.
408.10, 408.32. Dude, they're killing my fucking calls though. My calls are not my calls. My puts aren't printing either.
Well, there wasn't much available there. And that is going to be.
I'm kind of stalling on UNG here too. I'm probably gonna have to hold all this shit into the bell.
Another good iron shot by.
Note that the major puts in the market down here at 406, they're not in the money right now. Or they are in the money right now, right? Yeah.
And as a player, that's what you hope to do.
Or they're not in the money. We could go down pretty deep here.
You can take advantage of the great conditions and score well.
I've got a bunch of 407s, but they're not printing. They're just flat right now. They're not doing shit. Beautiful bear playing this in the 5-minute time frame with a price target down below of 408.10. Market trying to shake off participants here. Come on, UNG, baby. Come on, UNG.
I'll be honest, I don't think that was the win.
Amazon with a little bit of weakness here into the bell.
The instructions are on point.
I'm just very impressed because I think the old John.
Just a word of warning for you. Into the close today, you've seen the VIX get whacked really well today. So into Monday, we have a 3-day weekend. Basically 3 days of theta. So make sure if you're going to put some puts on that it's a put spread. The other thing to consider here would be a ratio spread for next week as well.
While we wait, Billy just about as good as he could do.
Again,
Trading 408.67 now, 316, new low on the 15-minute for the Bears.
So far as the stance is concerned, and that's all that he could do.
I think one of the tough things for him as well is he can't go practice.
410s are getting torched. They're at 3 cents right now. 409s kind of holding on, but not really. They're at 20 cents right now. 407Ps, they're at 3 cents. They're doing okay. They're up 50%, but not really. I need a bloodbath to save that side of the trade. And if we can get down here, hopefully I can get a bloodbath.
Disappointing one from JT.
I got some calls on UNG here to the bell as well. They're pumping. Now trading 408.62.
Billy, I just don't know how you get it close here.
Yeah, we've seen that on a couple occasions today, and left to the hole, but is it maybe a little deep, but it's just a hard hole location.
SPY trading back to its hourly trigger right now. Underneath its 1 and 5 minute. Very bearish right here.
You can see these players, all of them, they're so scared of going right to this hole location because it feeds way off and leaves a very difficult chip. And I know Victor Hovland's 7 under par, but it's
VIX trying to regain its footing and get above its 5 minute at 1855.
Able to scramble his way and stay right there.
7 under through 13. Had to get up and down from the trees at 14. Well left off the tee at 15.
You can go ahead and toss the 10th hole up and down in there as well.
This is another great shot.
Just well thought out, Colt.
Is there another golf course in the world where you play so far away from a hole location around the green than Augusta National?
Come on, UNG.
I think you have to get on an international flight. Go to Scotland and hit it up some of those.
Come on, UNG. Dirty, dirty, dirty UNG.
I'd have to give that more than just a minute thought.
I don't think there is. I mean, you see so
You're
many.
probably right.
You see so many chip shots throughout this week with guys with their backs to the hole or aiming 30 feet out one way or another. And I think that's another reason we haven't seen a first final win since Fuzzy Zeller. Like what Jordan Spieth did to start his Masters career was just unbelievable, having no experience around here.
Come on, Tiger. Trading 408.54 right now.
Patrons would love this one to drop. Golf World would as well. Has scrambled his way back to 1 over par on this Thursday. And the putts were not dropping early. See if he can get a big one to go here.
He had that nice eagle earlier.
Give it enough pace. Going to move to his right.
Or no, he was one off an eagle, wasn't he? Oh.
Not that much pace.
Oof.
Back a hole.
There's a little bit of a crown coming off the back of the green that I think JT's far enough down that he doesn't have to negotiate too much of it.
Yeah, but this last half, where from right here on, it is straight downhill. And it is so
Ooh,
fast.
missed it
That
too.
needs to settle. Oh, boy, that could catch that slope.
Ooh.
That is very fortunate right there.
Spy now trading 408.51 right now. Price target 2 down below at 408.10. Bear playing above here at 408.93.
Nicely played there.
UNG's not doing much right now. It's just kind of sitting there. I'm hoping I can get that creepy crawler all the way up in the close on UNG.
This would be a nice way to finish for Xander.
Spy looking for the retrace to retrace to 408.85. Hopefully the Bears get a reversal up here. Bears want to see that reversal down here.
This will be 468.
407Ps aren't doing shit right now.
Now John Rahm.
Calls are up a little bit right now, which is good to see.
It's a lengthy one, but good news is it moves left to right.
And I think from here, you're kind of going
321, 40 minutes left at the end of the day.
Right that you're talking about. You're kind of getting a little bit of the speed killed because you're kind of going a little bit into the.
Let's check the 5 minute and see if that airplane's still there. 408.89.
Oh.
Man.
Somewhere up in here. Bears need to hold 408.89 or so.
Start where it could have gone. The good break off the tee on number 2. Totally took advantage of it. And then number 3, and then from there, it's just pretty much been flawless.
It's been what we expect from John Rahm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the focus for this young man, always about the pitching, always about the chipping. Is it improving? Are you getting better? If this putt goes, he will be a perfect 5 for 5 today in scrambling at one of the hardest places in the world to chip at.
And they were not easy shots.
Short-sided at a lot of them. One at 14, deft touch. The one at 10, nearly impossible. And this short-sided at 18. This for round.
Hovland's up -7, man.
And the
Damn.
first round in the 60s at the Masters for Victor Hovland.
How
Ooh.
about it?
In the zone.
Job well done today.
Nearly flawless golf through 13 holes, held through.
Deep in the crowd, I can see Jamie Dimon. He's with some cameras right now. He's sitting down. It looks like he's begging for some welfare on CNN.
Boy, this one got away from him.
Eating a pimento sandwich, and he heard the news. Tiger Woods on his 18th hole right now. Finally tagged it in.
He was. Definitely was. A yard shorter.
Or even if it gets in the bunker, he's fine. He can
It's
get it to
better.
the green.
Woods +2 in the day.
Three shots worse than his opening round a year ago.
Oh.
That looked good for Young. Just over that left side.
This is where people break clubs over their kneecaps and shit. drive a cart off. Well, you can't really drive carts too far anymore, can you? Back in the day, you could take a cart wherever you wanted. Back in the olden days, before they had GPS and shit, you could take a cart wherever you wanted on a golf course. Now you even get close to the edge of the path and they stop it.
That hurts right there. Perfect tee shot. Poor second and a poor first putt.
I had some friends roll a golf cart once with some what do you call it in the back of it? With a keg at a fundraiser. That happened. Nice job, Young. -5.
That is a whole lot of
Lost a stroke in that last hole.
for Young. Go to 7 and Scheffler.
Oh. Ooh, too short.
One I don't want to putt. I don't want to touch that
nasty.
one. I do not.
That's a nasty lay. Yeah, this is a nasty lay.
A cup out. Colt.
A cup out and just got to get her moving.
That is no fun. One of the great parts of the Augusta National Women's Amateur is you get to see.
Am I in 0-8 410Cs? Yep. Oh, I got a bunch of end of day calls and puts that I bought. I've got 409 Cs, 410 Cs, 407 Ps, all cheap shit, all penny shit. And then I've got a bunch of calls on UNG right now for end of day.
Man, right here has been
$6 calls.
pretty much perfect with the putter.
4 under par through 7 holes.
I mean,
I bought that dip on UNG on the Widowmaker.
4 under par.
What I really need here is I need for me to break even. I need the puts to go way down.
Got his college.
If we don't get if we get a rejection here, I'll do very well. If the SPY gets a rejection here, I'll do very well. Not if we get a rejection here, I'll break even. If we squeeze up, I'll do very well. UNG right now is floating me too, so I'm hoping that UNG will trade me up to $6.60.
It's such a tough spot because you get one of these massive groupings.
I'm looking for the creep. So you guys want to know what I'm trying to do here is
all the attention is on
some looks like people are asking. So
it's a tough spot, but apparently it doesn't bother Sam Bennett.
I've got some downside protection, and I'm looking for the creepy crawly squeeze up into this bell.
That pressure, as well as
on the SPY at least. I'm not believing these dealers.
Tough putt here.
I don't believe them.
Really tough to get
I think they lie. And they're not pricing in a trip to 407 down here, so I don't believe in the bleed off into the bell. But if it happens, the puts are really fucking cheap. They're 2 cents.
You seen him rattled? You seen him bothered on the golf course?
They went up a little bit to 3 cents, but I went on the print like 10 cents.
Hit the ball, make it, and go to the next hole.
You know, just staying on Scotty for a second, I always tell this great story about how when he was 9 years old.
So just downside protection to an upside end of day right here.
Do it one day. Played the front 9, the first 9 there at Royal Oaks. He couldn't get to any par 4 and 2, and he shot 1 over par. And at 9 years old, I knew he knew how to manage his game already. And I'm like, this kid is just, with his talent.
And I'm watching golf right now. Time to crack another beer. Beer number 2. I got to get a pimento sandwich, though. I didn't grab one. I need to.
Par 5 upcoming, Billy.
Yeah, get the 8th hole and get it going from there.
Happy weekend. Hope you all have a great weekend out there.
We talked about with the scoring and everybody going low early, and if you're a max.
But otherwise, day's been great. Been making tons of money all day long. It's been a great day to buy. Had a nice dip on the open this morning. Tagged the lower end of the implied move. Within like 50 cents, I think. And then we just ripped face all day long. Tech just cranking, right? We've got rotation in tech as well. We had Meta just blast face, MSFT blast face. Got Netflix with a nice bull flag. Amazon just closing the gap into the end of the day. They did kill UNG earlier. I was going to take a trade in UNG. It didn't pan out. But then this end of day, they ripped down to $6.32. So I was like, yeah, we're on 0 dates. It's end of the week. They've got an expiry today, so we'll probably see some outsized moves. So I'm hoping to get one on UNG here. Like some kind of like creepy crawly in UNG. Some kind of creepy crawly.
Close imbalance currently sitting at 228 million to the sell side.
Some creepy, I'd like to see some creepy crawly up into this close. And then I'd like to see UNG creepy crawly close it up and then take a put position or put back spread after the bell of some kind. I can do like a ratio spread for next week. I want to protect against the gap up on the news this morning.
Getting back to the Jason day of old.
It is so good.
Did not take the news this morning as bearish at all, especially in combination with what the Fed had said or what Timmeros had said. The rage from Jamie Dimon's backing that up, and then, of course, the Fed speakers today reinforcing that same idea that I had this morning.
Makes the fairway quite a bit wider. Going with that club.
Bears not being able to follow through all week long. No follow through for Bears. Everything says consolidation, melt up into mid-May.
Colt, what part of his game impressed you the most at the U.S. Amateur?
He made
bull thesis still intact. Trading 409.03 right now.
There was so much confidence.
Man, if they pin this shit in the bell, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I'll probably lose some money. I shouldn't say probably. I'm gonna lose some fucking money if we go in here. I'm like, probably. Like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking lose some money in here. Definitely.
Have a lot of speed.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was that much.
You need a golf cart for your 5 a.m. futures trades?
I would say Scotty Scheffler of all
Squeeze
the
it, baby.
people in golf is aware of where his club face is more than anybody else.
Something about being in a golf cart channels your inner degen.
He saves it so well.
Let me see what YouTube's saying over here. Yeah, dude. You know what the worst part of that Jamie Dimon shit is? Is that it's like tipping the hand. It's basically tipping the hand saying bonds are fucked. The bond trade is fucked. I got to get out and beg for money. Or at least intermittently in the short term. What it's telling you is that in the minutes when those come out, that they're going to pause or cut rates. Timmeros this morning didn't help the situation. Jamie Dimon coming out didn't help the situation.
He flicks at it and it goes 300.
He's probably fucking pissed right now because he wants to buy banks dirt cheap. And he wants bonds to print. And there's a lot of bond bulls. I can't blame these guys. I mean, I can't blame these people. They're like, hey, let's go. I know the bulls want a low in the market. Everybody wants a low in the fucking market. Bulls, bears, doesn't matter. This all this shit's being, they're telling you no. And we're not above the rate of inflation. You know, like if you want that fucking dip, you need us above the rate of inflation. and then we get the pause, right? And we're fighting inflation. We're actually fighting inflation. That's what you wanted. You want like rate increase, right? You don't want discussion in the minutes about possible pause. So that hand has been tipped at this point. That doesn't mean he doesn't continue to raise rates. It means that we're not getting when you want that trough and then the last capitulation in the trough. You want to be above the rate of inflation with rates. And if you're not going to get that, then we're going to have basically they're saying we're going to have raging inflation. If we're going to have raging inflation, that means the stock market goes up. I'm sorry.
How about Sam Burns? 4 under through 6.
You go low or you go home.
Yes.
Trading 409.07 right now. I'm back solid in some of this shit. My 409s are protecting me.
And Colt, you said it earlier. You think that'll continue into tomorrow?
407Ps are worthless.
Have a great chance. It all just depends on that weather in the afternoon. It's not going to be a whole lot of wind, but they're predicting some thunderstorms around 2, 3 o'clock.
I'm going to have to fucking diamond hand these all into the bell here, which is kind of bullshit.
And then carry it over into the morning. That's a huge advantage.
3:34 in the afternoon. Still some time left. 26 minutes left. That's right. You got it right, derivative yield. You got it right, brother.
The final group. Spieth, Fleetwood,
It's going to cause a panic in gold. It's going to cause a panic in bonds, guaranteed.
Say from pretty much 1 o'clock on.
Not guaranteed. My assumption over the weekend is this. Now, the market can move outside, market doesn't move up and down, or it doesn't move straight up or straight down. My fear here in the weekend is you get like a gap up over the weekend due to the panic, and then we'd start selling down. So I think the ratio spread is the best way to short the market into Monday. If that shit didn't happen this morning, if all three of those things didn't happen this morning, like we're doing damage, we got new claims. And then Timorous didn't fucking help at all. Fed speakers didn't help. Diamond didn't help. There's going to be a discussion over the weekend. There's likely going to be panic over the weekend. So it could lead to a gap up. Now, normally if none of this shit came out this morning with those guys, I'd say, you squeeze it up into the bell. You kill the VIX. Put on some fucking shorts into Monday or some fucking whatever you want to do.
He likes it.
Get evil and get evil on the market, but
Grab a little bit of that slope. It's going to get better.
Yeah, dude. Nick Timorous needs a ball and gag in his mouth for sure. I agree.
Yeah,
and then you had Bullard this morning didn't help the situation at all. He did paint the shit on the wall later in the morning. He tried to cover both sides, and then he lied. He's like, I haven't even looked at the reports this morning. I'm like, you fucking liar.
17. Yeah. 3 putt there.
I'm like, you fucking liar.
This guy?
You fucking liar. Fucking Timorous is out Timorous is like, surprise, motherfuckers. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. We were talking about Diamond before he even spoke on CNN this morning, and I was like, he's got to be pissed. They're going to bring Gunlock out next. You're going to get everybody out there this weekend. You're going to get every single billionaire on TV all weekend long, raging upset. These guys are all short banks, long bonds.
And a chance to shoot 65.
You know it. I guarantee it. I guarantee every billionaire that's long bonds and short banks will be on TV. The fact that Diamond wasn't on CNBC means he's like, I'm going to go direct to the people. I'm going to create fear. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way.
You're good to hit it.
He's like, I'm going to go onto the hot sheets.
Inside, see the camera tower. See that tree?
Mr. Diamond, would you like to take a phone call from the New York Times? Fuck no. Get me on Fox News right now.
Yeah?
You're going to see so much horse shit thrown around this weekend. It's going to be hilarious to read.
Can I get you just back a little bit? Thank you. You as well, sir, in the green. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you can't say this isn't a monkey wrench. Come on, man. We sell the minutes, don't we? We sell the minutes. And they're basically telling you this morning, we need you to be prepared that we, in the minutes that we talked about cutting rates.
And according to ICI, retail money market
Let me
funds
pause this for a
got
minute.
$21.98 billion in the week to April 5th.
So I got a good question here. Willie Loman gets down and says, Cap, haven't you been saying if Fed pauses, that's when equities drop like cement? Absolutely. So whenever you've watched me say that, what have I brought up for you? I've always brought up for you the chart that shows inflation, Fed funds rate, inflation, and unemployment. And then the inverted yield curve, right? So when I've said to you that when the Fed cuts rates and it drops, there were other things that I said to you. I said to you that unemployment needs to come up and inflation needs to be coming down. And what they're doing right now is they're not fucking fighting inflation. We are not above the rate of inflation. We must be above the rate of inflation when they cut rates. If they are not above the rate of inflation when they pause or cut rates, what happens? Do we know? I can tell you. Tell you easily. The price of goods and services holds and goes up. When the price of goods and services holds or goes up, does the stock market go down on a rate pause? No. The answer is no, it doesn't. Now, that doesn't mean the market won't go up and down, but it does mean that the market's not going to reprice itself on inflation going up, on the dollar becoming more worthless. So that's a problem, right? So you kind of have to put it all together at the same time. It's not just a one-sided, hey, you say this, but, I did say the other things too. You need all of these things at the same time. What you need for the market to bottom is for us to be above the rate of inflation, the pausing of rates, inflation going down, and unemployment turning up. And they'll front run this when they can. Now, for the next, I think that they're going to continue to increase rates. I think they're going to continue to increase rates in the next meeting. But from here to there, they're pricing in a rate cut. I hope that they continue to raise rates at this point, because if they don't, you're not going to see Tesla at $62 or $40. You could see it in normal price action, like up and downs of the market, but you're not going to see that bottom that you're looking for if there is actual talk of pausing rates. So we got a problem here. And the fact that they were talking about pausing rates the last time and supporting banks and putting money back into the balance sheet is a problem. In 2 weeks, all the work that we had done to fight inflation is away. The talk that happened this morning the conversation this morning, what is it saying is that we'll still have raging inflation if they pause. We know this. If we're going to have inflation raging, the stock market will go up. That's a fucking problem. I'm a bull, but I don't want to own Tesla at $500. I want to own Tesla at $60. You should be pissed for what was talked about this morning. It's showing that the Fed put is in play is what it's showing. that the grift goes on. They said it wasn't going on, right? They said, "Oh, we're just doing the banks right now. We're just doing the banks." And now they're talking about cutting rates on regular people out there. Yeah, this is not. This is you're gonna. This is what they're telling. Just today, I don't think that this lasts. I don't think this news lasts too much longer. I. It's not good news for a bear. It's not good news for a bull either. I think that's I think that's a better way to describe it for you. We need to be above 7 minimum 7. 8, 750. You don't even have to get up to 8. Just do 750 and then pause. Then it might be like, yeah, we're going to front run this shit down. And you already know for a fact that we already know from, remember January, if you follow this program, you know in January they had to buy the bottoms on TLT, right? High quality bonds, baby. And so all of these people that are buying bonds since January, we're what, April 6th. They're going to start a chant to make those print, right? So you got people that have been buying and buying, and I'm not talking about calls. I'm talking about, well, I guess leaps. But there are like people buying actual TLT, like I want to own TLT and other ETFs and ETNs out there. And they want to get fucking paid. You got people buying gold out there, right hand over fist. You got a whole bunch of FOMOers at the top, right? They're all buying, 17, 18, 19, 2000. Lots of buyers on gold here. And if you're long gold on I posted something the other day where I posted a meme the other day that showed someone that was like up 5%. And they were like, if the market crashes, it's going to burn. And the other guy's like, well, I'm already up 80,000% this year, so I'm good to go. I could give a flying fuck if the market burns. Right? And they're kind of like talking to each other. And so right now you're going to hear the cacophony of anyone that's long bonds, short banks, any of this stuff, long gold. You're going to hear them. Woom, 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 woom. Because they want to get paid this year. And they want to get paid now. They don't want to wait until fucking December. They're not going to care. Like somebody that's like long TLT, like I want that shit at 300%. And I'm going to start beating the drums right now on it. And it does look bullish, right? So everything is good for someone that's long bonds. And that's all they want to hear. So they don't want to come into like this Thursday and have like Timorous just come out and like punch him in the nuts. You like punch him right in the nuts and it's like it's a total punch in the nuts. It's like a kick right in the head, punch in the nuts, kick in the head, knee to the head, elbow to the back of the throat, something like that. Gouging your eyeballs out. And it's not like they're going to get hurt, but I would assume if I always forget buying, I always forget to buy TLT at $100. Always, every time. I'm just like, woo, market's going up, woo. But like if you'd bought $100, if you'd actually bought the $100 3 times this year, right now you're like, fucking print me, man. Print me huge. Let this market roll over. So, of course, I'd be on FinTwit going, long bonds, baby. Timrose sucks. Fuck the minutes. Crash the market. It's true. I'm telling you. It's crazy. And what's the thing that always blows my mind is you're talking some pretty fucking wealthy individuals out there, right? And they got like the New York Times did a piece and they're like, oh, Mr. Diamond had a meeting with Janet Yellen the other day. And he's now the statesman, and he's going to save the regional banks. I'm like, he's the fucking guy that sold the regional banks fucking like 3 months ago. I'm like, he's the one that fucking sold them. It wasn't retailers. These fucking big banks, institutions doing that shit before we even dropped. And business cycle wise, it was time to drop the banks. So they already knew this. It was like, this shit's already known. Cycle continues, right? And so then you get the New York Times piece is like, and then after that meeting, he went and had a dinner with Bill Ackman and some other influential rich people. I'm like, this is too fucking funny. I'm like, all these motherfuckers know each other. I'm like, they all know every single one of them. You got like bears out there. People are like, I love Backman. I hate Yellen. I love Diamond. I hate Diamond. All these people know each other. And then there's other people on the side of these trades against these people, right? Bunch of rich people all against each other in these trades. But my favorite part is that you see them come on to like, they start begging like they're welfare recipients. Like you got people that are like, welfare recipients shouldn't be getting paid. Damn those poors. But the poors don't get to get on CNBC and beg for money, do they? You guys rich guys going on CNN right now. Like toddlers. Like poor people bad. Hold on, I gotta get on CNN and appeal to the plebs so that I can get my welfare. Oh shit. Oh yeah, baby, we gotta do the creepy crawly or not? Show me that creepy crawly into the close. Don't pin me, baby. Don't pin me, bro. If you pin me into Friday, me pissed. I gotta close some calls on UNG right now. Yeah, they're flat right now. They made like 5 cents. My 407Ps right now, they're 1 penny. I'm going to sell those. I took a 1 penny hit on that one. I've got 409 still and 410s. Those are 23 cents. I got hammered on both of those trades right now. I'm getting fucking hammered. I'm going to hold those into the bell and see if we creepy crawly up. It's 3:51, 9 minutes left. I'm hoping and praying here. I got thoughts and prayers on me going up here into this bell. It's not really a big deal. I didn't spend a bunch of money on this stuff. It wasn't like my whole day or nothing. It's about 10% of my day. So I'm still very happy on the day, but I would really have liked to have seen this squeeze up. All this gamma getting burned out in this close. I'm looking at the on that 406 put gamma, that put fuel that sent us up higher. They're worthless right here. So there's nothing really to fuel a trip higher here into this close. I'm hoping and praying on the VIX just getting murdered into this bell and hopefully providing the fuel that we need to get up at this point in this close. As I leave you for the weekend, I want you to take care of yourselves, take care of each other, your family, your friends. Take that spiritual break that we all need for each other. Whatever house or church that you pray or worship to, even if it's only your own self. If you take care of yourself, you're able to take care of your family and your friends, of course. Heading into this close, into the weekend, I've already talked to you at nauseum at some point over what to expect into next week. You already know that the VIX has been destroyed at this point. It's down at $18.47. Now, even if we reprice the VIX, I'm not going to expect the VIX to be trading down to like $12, $17, or $12, something like that. I'm going to expect it if we get the melt up to trade like that 17 to 21, 21 back down to 19, shit like that. And so far, we're showing that melt up scenario into mid-May. That's that bullish March, bullish April trade. And so into Monday, normally I would say to you, short the fuck out of this close into Monday. Make sure you would account for theta. The only thing I would warn you with this shit from this morning would be I'd be fearful of a gap up on Monday, and then if you're gonna do something like that, then the putback ratio is probably your best trade into next week. I would really like to, under normal circumstances, see VIX out. And as a bull, as a day trader bull, I want the fucking VIX at 30, man. I don't want it at 21, and I don't want to fucking trade this shit up for 6 weeks, a straight melt up. I don't want to buy SPY here at all. I got no wants or needs to want to buy the SPY here. We can already see it happening right now. If we have to do this melt up trade for the next 6 weeks, it's gonna suck. I'd really like a pullback. If I can get a pullback to 404, 400, even 396, any of that stuff, I'd be stoked to buy that dip down there. Yeah, I'm getting hammered right now in 409s. I'm gonna have to take my money and run here. I'm getting. They're like, the dealers are like, just take the now they're like, take the 19 cents into the close, man. Now 17 cents. Getting smoked right now. Telling me no. UNG rolling over. I'm grateful I closed those. I made 5 pennies on UNG today, and they did roll over into this close right on 643. Amazon squeezing up into the bell right now. I'm kind of pissed off. I should have taken that end of day Amazon trade. We talked about that one earlier, that they should squeeze up into the bell, and they did squeeze up into the bell. They did very well. Netflix recovered. Misfit just kept trading directly into 345. So Misfit was a great trade today. We've got gold just bloodbathing. Gold bloodbathing. We've got TLT trying to save itself still. TLT's like, please, Lord, save me. Please save me to the bell today. We got SPY up $1.25. Can't say it's a bad day. It's a pretty good day. We caught the bounce down below. You can't say this was a bad day in any way, shape, or form. Right down here to the strike. And then it just started running, never stopped, going up higher and higher. There was money all up in here to get up in here. So, excellent day. Give me that creepy crawly, man. Give me that fucking creepy crawly into the bell. Squeeze these fucking bears for the end of the day. Now, dude, trading 24 cents right now in calls. Dude, just squeeze these guys. Give me like 5 minutes of pure squeeze. Give me the rip into the bell right here. Give me that arb. Give me that arbitrage. Trading 25 cents right now, 27 cents right now. My fucking 410s are worthless. They ain't going nowhere. I'm probably going to kick out of my 410s here right now. I'm going to leave the 409s on. They're trading 26 cents. So, yeah, next week. I'm fascinated to see what the weekend holds. I guarantee you heading into this weekend that it's going to be a shit show on Twitter. FinTwit's going to be a disaster. You're going to see like the shit smearing this weekend is going to be out of control. Out of control. There'll be people calling for like 1,600 on this news today. Come on, baby. Squeeze it up. Trading 27 cents right now. $0.26. Give me like 3 minutes of squeeze, please. Give me like 30 handles in like 2 minutes. Just straight up. Selling right into supply right now. Sell side is just like, fuck you. Can you imagine being short, dude, and taking today off? Being like short meta, and you're like, nothing they can do to me on a Friday. There ain't nothing. You can wait, you come back on today and end of day, and you're like, holy shit. I mean, puts must have gotten annihilated today on meta. Straight annihilated. 409.19 right now, trading 30 cents on 409C. 2 minutes left into the market. Trading 30 cents right now, making some money back right here. Come on, give me a couple more pennies. 359 right here. Make sure you close your calls at some point. Trading 31 cents right now. 32 cents right now. Come on, trading 409.24. 33 cents, 34 cents. I should have taken the 34, huh? Shit. Now down to 26 cents. I got greedy there for a minute. Probably have to leave these fuckers on for after the bell. 22 cents, 23. I'm getting hammered right now. It was 34 cents, now trading 23 cents. I'm going to hold these in a 415. Last minute of the day. I got to go take a piss. Brad, if you're out there, I'm going to give you a phone call in just a few minutes. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Tell all your friends. I'll be back with you again on Monday at 9:30 in the morning. If you aren't already, you can always join the Discord. It is free. This is not a paid sub in any way, shape, or form. It's all user and community supported. Everything we do here is free. There is some invitations to the Discord. Dude, look at, dude, I'm up to 26 cents right now. Come on, dude. Send it. Oh, dude, 29 cents right now. Yeah, give me a fill of 25. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday